Uspensky was astonished and alarmed by his drunken table talk. During the trip, Ezhov drank uninterruptedly, boasting to Uspensky that he had the Politburo in his hands and could do literally anything, arrest anyone, including Politburo members. JNP 133. Redenz was on the Moscow Troika with Khrushchev himself. 27 Beria's gang. Khrushchev. Meanwhile, Beria's gang, which ran the organs of state security, outdid itself in proving the guilt of the arrested and the truth of materials which it falsified. Thurston, p. 118. Khrushchev then suggested that police torture continued freely and even increased under Beria. Because part of Khrushchev's purpose in the speech was to show his archenemy and political opponent after Stalin's death in the worst possible light, this claim must not be taken as a definitive statement. Beria's negative image has wrongly overwritten the first-hand evidence of what happened when he replaced Ezhov. Boris Menshagin, a defense attorney in Smolensk, commented that Beria right away displayed astonishing liberalism. Arrests fell away practically to nothing, as the inmate Alexander Weisberg put it. A new and much improved policy was in place. 119 Political repression declined acutely in 1939–41. In late 1938, prison and camp inmates regained the rights, allowed under Iagada but lost with Ezhov, to have books and play chess and other games. Investigators now address them using the polite term VY instead of the condescendingly familiar TI. Torture once again became the exception. Contrary to Khrushchev's assertion, prisoners like R.V. Ivanov Razumnik, Maria Yaffe, and Abdurrahman Avdurkhanov, among others, reported that physical methods ceased where they were being held when Beria assumed control of the police. Under Beria, a purge swept through the NKVD, removing most of Ezhov's lieutenants and many in the lower ranks as well. According to the Pospelov report, arrests dropped hugely, by over 90%, in 1939 and 1940 in comparison to 1937 and 1938. Year: 1935. 1936. 1937. 1938. 1939. 1940. Arrests 114,456, 88,873, 973, 629,695, 41,627, 127,313. Of whom were executed 1,229, 1,118, 353,074, 328,618, 2,601, 1,863. http://www.alexandriakovleft.org/almanach/inside/almanach-doc/55752, published in many places, including Doklad Krushkova, p. 185. Executions in 1939 and 1940 dropped to far less than 1% of the levels of mass executions in 1937 and 1938. Beria took over as head of the NKVD in December, 1938, so this corresponds precisely with Beria's period in command. 28 Torture telegram. Khrushchev. When the wave of mass arrests began to recede in 1939, and the leaders of territorial party organizations began to accuse the NKVD workers of using methods of physical pressure on the arrested, Stalin dispatched a coded telegram on January 10, 1939 to the committee secretaries of oblasts and krayas, to the central committees of Republic Communist parties, to the People's Commissars of Internal Affairs and to the heads of NKVD organizations. This telegram stated: the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, explains that the application of methods of physical pressure in NKVD practice is permissible from 1937 on in accordance with permission of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. It is known that all bourgeois intelligence services use methods of physical influence against the representatives of the socialist proletariat and that they use them in their most scandalous forms. The question arises as to why the socialist intelligence service should be more humanitarian against the mad agents of the bourgeoisie, against the deadly enemies of the working class and of the kolkhoz workers. The Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, considers that physical pressure should still be used obligatorily, as an exception applicable to known and obstinate enemies of the people, as a method both justifiable and appropriate. Thus, Stalin had sanctioned in the name of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, the most brutal violation of socialist legality, torture and oppression, which led as we have seen to the slandering and self-accusation of innocent people. Getty on the original of this telegram, or a similar one. In the course of this research, we have located the famous 1939 Stalin Directive on Physical Methods of Interrogation mentioned by Kruschev in his 1956 secret speech, CIV Kurilov, N.N. Mikhailov, and V.P. Namuov, eds, Reabilitatia, Politicheski Processi 3050 KH Godov Moscow, 1991, 40. It is in TSAFSB, F.100, OP1, Por. 6, LL122, 2nd Series. Dated July 27, not July 10. This is an error for January 10 GF. According to Kruschev, it is a telegram from Stalin to party secretaries in all regions. It refers to a still unfound 1937 Central Committee directive authorizing physical methods in exceptional circumstances. Interestingly, the 1939 telegram was written after N.I. Eshov's fall, and in a passage not mentioned by Kruschev it accuses Eshov's men of excessive torture, converting an exception into a rule. Getty, excesses are not permitted. The Russian Review 61, January 2002 113-38, at p.114, n45. I have put a photocopy of the only known text of the torture telegram of January 10, 1939 at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/sh-t_01_01_39.pdf. Full text of the torture telegram. Bold parts Khrushchev quoted. Italics section omitted by Khrushchev that proves his intent to deceive his audience. By code CCVKP, B. To the secretaries of Oblast and Regional Party Committees, CCS of National Communist Parties, People's Commissars of Internal Affairs, Heads of NKVD Directorates. The CC Central Committee of the VKP All-Union Communist Party, has learned that in checking up on employees of NKVD Directorates, secretaries of Oblast and Regional Party Committees have blamed them for using physical pressure against persons who have been arrested, as something criminal. The CC of the VKP explains that use of physical pressure in the practice of the NKVD has been permitted since 1937 in accordance with permission of the CC of the VKP. At the same time it was stated that physical pressure is permitted as an exception and, in addition, only in relation to blatant enemies of the people who, taking advantage of the humane method of interrogation, stubbornly refuse to give up their co-conspirator, who refuse to confess for months, and who strive to slow down the discovery of conspirators who are still at large, and so continue their struggle against Soviet power even from prison. Experience has shown that this policy has produced results by greatly speeding up the exposure of enemies of the people. It is true that subsequently in practice the method of physical pressure was sullied by the Skumzikovsky, Litvin, Uspensky and others, because they turned it from an exception into a rule and employed it against honest people who had been accidentally arrested. For these abuses, they have been duly punished. But this does not invalidate the method itself, insofar as it is employed correctly in practice. It is well known that all bourgeois intelligence services use physical pressure against representatives of the socialist proletariat and in its most disgraceful forms at that. 11/page break/ There's why a socialist intelligence service is obliged to be humane in relation to inveterate agents of the bourgeoisie and implacable enemies of the working class and collective farmers. The CC of the VKP considers that the method of physical pressure must necessarily be continued in future in exceptional cases in relation to manifest and unrepentant enemies of the people, as a completely correct and expedient method. The CC of the VKP demands that the secretaries of Oblast and regional committees and of the CCS of National Communist Party, evidently a misprint for parties GF, act in accordance with this clarification when checking up on employees of the NKVD. Secretary of the CC VKP, B. I. Stalin typed, not signed GF. Dated by hand GF 10/I39 G15 HRS. Additionally printed. 2 Cop 8.2.1956 G.251. 251 My translation, that by Mark Kramer on the HHOAC list February 27, 2005, at http://tinyurl/bqp6j and widely reprinted, for example, at the Marxist Internet Archive, is inaccurate. The question of such a telegram was discussed at the June 1957 CC plenum, more than a year after Khrushchev's secret speech. The entire discussion is a mystery, for there is no reference at all to the document now identified as the torture telegram, above. Instead, a different, or two different, documents are under discussion here. The copy from the Dagestan Obkom, Oblast Committee, of the party that Aristov refers to here is not the copy we now have. This whole question has never been satisfactorily resolved. Kaganovich, if I'm not mistaken, I seem to remember that a document like that was officially sent around to the party Obkom's Oblast, or province, committees GF. Let's search for it. Khrushchev, a telegram like that was really sent around. But I am talking about another document. Kaganovich. There's a document that was sent around to all the party obcoms. Voices, that's another document, we all know it. Khrushchev, but the original is destroyed. Molotov, the telegram about the use of physical measures of action against spies and the like, about which we are now speaking, was sent around to all members of the Central Committee and to all obcoms. Malin, the original is not in the archive of the Central Committee, it has been destroyed. The telegram exists in the copy that was sent around to the obcoms. Aristov, we found it in only one obcom of the party, in Dagestan. Molotov, Malenkov, Kaganovich, 1957. Stenogramatuunskogo plenumatisk KPSSI droji dokumenti. Ed A.N. Iakoflev, Ann Kovalova, A. Korokov, et al. Moscow. MDF, 1998, pages 121-2. Both Iri Zhukov, Zupel Stalina, Part 3. Komsomolskaya Pravda, November 12, 2002, and Mark Jung and Rolf Binner, Kak Terroristal Bolshim. Moscow, 2003, p16, n14, attest to the fact that Khrushchev seems to have destroyed more documents than anyone else. Benediktov had also heard of this destruction. Benediktov. Competent people have told me that Khrushchev gave orders to destroy a number of important documents related to the repressions of the 30s and 40s. In the first place, of course, he wanted to hide his own part in the illegalities in Moscow and the Ukraine where, currying favor with the center, he condemned many innocent people. At the same time were destroyed documents of another sort, documents that indisputably proved that the repressive actions undertaken at the end of the 1930s against some prominent party and military figures were justified. It's an understandable tactic. Having sheltered himself, he tried to shift the whole blame for the illegalities onto Stalin and the Stalinists, from whom Khrushchev expected the fundamental threat to his own power. Melodaya Gvardia No. 4, 1989, cited at http://rksmb.ru/print.php?143. 29 Rodos tortured Shubar and Kozier on Beria's orders. Khrushchev. Not long ago, only several days before the present Congress, we called to the Central Committee Presidium session and interrogated the investigative judge Rodos, who in his time investigated and interrogated Kasier, Shubar, and Kozyrev. He is a vile person, with the brain of a bird, and morally completely degenerate. And it was this man who was deciding the fate of prominent party workers. He was making judgments also concerning the politics in these matters, because, having established their crime, he provided there with materials from which important political implications could be drawn. The question arises whether a man with such an intellect could alone make the investigation in a manner to prove the guilt of people such as Kasier and others. No, he could not have done it without proper directives. At the Central Committee Presidium session B told us, I was told that Kasier and Shubar were people's enemies, and for this reason I, as an investigative judge, had to make them confess that they are enemies. Indignation in the hall. He would do this only through long tortures, which he did, receiving detailed instructions from Beria. We must say that at the Central Committee Presidium session he cynically declared, I thought that I was executing the orders of the party. In this manner, Stalin's orders concerning the use of methods of physical pressure against the arrested were in practice executed. These and many other facts show that all norms of correct party solution of problems were invalidated, and everything was dependent upon the willfulness of one man. Rodo's interrogations, confessions, and case file have never been made available to researchers. As we note in the text, Rodo's and other former NKVD men appear to have been scapegoats. If in fact they had followed CC directives, as the torture telegram above states, then they had broken no laws, even if they did beat or otherwise torture some defendants. 30. Stalin didn't heed warnings about war. Khrushchev. The power accumulated in the hands of one person, Stalin, led to serious consequences during the Great Patriotic War. During the war and after the war, Stalin put forward the thesis that the tragedy which our nation experienced in the first part of the war was the result of the unexpected attack of the Germans against the Soviet Union. Stalin took no heed of these warnings. What is more, Stalin ordered that no credence be given to information of this sort, in order not to provoke the initiation of military operations. Everything was ignored: warnings of certain army commanders, declarations of deserters from the enemy army, and even the open hostility of the enemy. Is this an example of the alertness of the chief of the party and of the state at this particularly significant historical moment? Marshal Golovanov. We normally lay all responsibility for the suddenness of Hitler's attack on our country, which was unexpected as to time, on J.V. Stalin, since he was the head of state, although S.K. Timoshenko, as People's Commissar of Defense, and G.K. Zhukov, as head of the General Staff, as well as a number of other comrades, also had direct responsibility. But no one does this. It's just as proper both to speak of the strategic victories that had worldwide significance, and also to credit them to those people who stood at the head of those or other campaigns or of the war as a whole, and who were responsible for their fulfillment. This is logical. The great world historical victory in the Second World War was won by the country, the party, and the army, all led by Stalin. Andrew Kazantsev, in Nakanoon, June 22, 2005, at http://www.nakanoon.ru/article/22_ijunja_divia_blikkariga. Vadim Kozhanov. But if considered dispassionately, both Stalin's and Roosevelt's miscalculations have a completely convincing explanation. The communications of intelligence services are always contradictory to a greater or lesser degrees, because they derive from the most varied, and often deliberately misinformed sources. Not long ago a collection of documents titled Hitler's Secrets on Stalin's Table. Intelligence and Counterintelligence on the Preparation of German Aggression Against the USSR. March-June 1941 was published. This work makes it clear that during this period Stalin received extremely varied intelligence, including disinformation, particularly, information according to which Germany, as Stalin also believed, intended to occupy England before invading the USSR. One of the leaders of the intelligence services of that time, General P. A. Syudoplatov, later remarked, the information of 3 reliable, my emphasis v.k, sources from within Germany deserved special attention, that the leadership of the Wehrmacht decisively protested against any war on 2 fronts. Lack of trust of the intelligence information about a German invasion was also caused by the disagreements they contained about the dating of the beginning of the war. They specified May 14 and 15, May 20 and 21, June 15 and, at last, June 22. Once the first May periods had passed, Stalin finally came to believe that Germany would not invade the USSR in 1941. In the 1960s and later many authors wrote, with great indignation, for example, that no one believed the information that arrived about a week before the beginning of the war and which was obtained by the spy Richard Zarga, who later became world famous, and which gave the accurate date of the German invasion June 22. However, it was impossible to simply believe it after a series of inaccurate dates that had been communicated through sources considered reliable. By the way, Zarga himself at first reported that the invasion would take place in May. And contemporary analysts, knowing as does the whole world that the war began precisely on June 22, and therefore waxing indignant at Stalin because he had neglected Sarge's precise information sent out on June 15, seem naive at the very least. Vadim Kozhanov, Rossiya. Vek XX. 1939–1964. Opit Besprostranstnago Isildovania. Moscow, Algorithm, 1999, pages 73–4, his chapter 2 is entitled Suddenness and Lack of Preparation. Also at http://www.hrono.ru/lib_k/coshin20v03.php. In the secret speech Khrushchev said, p. 26. This pertained, alas, not only to tanks, artillery, and planes. At the outbreak of the war we did not even have sufficient numbers of rifles to arm the mobilized manpower. I recall that in those days I telephoned to Comrade Malenkov from Kiev and told him, people have volunteered for the new army and demand arms. You must send us arms. Malenkov answered me, we cannot send you arms. We are sending all our rifles to Leningrad and you have to arm yourselves. According to Marshal Vasilevsky, what really happened was quite different. In conclusion, the Supreme Commander said that he would take all measures to help the Southwestern Front, but at the same time asked them to reply more on themselves in this matter. It would be unreasonable to think, he said, that we will give you everything already prepared on the side. Learn to supply and resupply yourselves. Create supply sections with each army, prepare several factories for the production of rifles and machine guns, pull all the strings you need to pull, and you will see that you can create a great deal for the front in the Ukraine itself. That's the way Leningrad is acting at the present time, using its own machine manufacturing bases, and they are to a great extent successful, already have had some success. The Ukraine can do the same. Leningrad has already arranged for the production of ARSs. This is a very effective weapon, like a minesweeper, which literally crushes the enemy. Why not do this yourselves? Kirponos and Khrushchev replied. Comrade Stalin, we will put all your orders into practice. Unfortunately, we are not acquainted with the construction details of RSS. We request that you order to send us one example of an ARS with diagrams, and we will organize construction here. This answer followed. Your people already have the diagrams, and you have had samples for a long time. Your inattention in this serious matter is at fault. Good. I'll send you a battery of RSS drawings and instructors in their manufacture. All the best, I wish you success. Marshal A.M. Vasilevsky, Delo VCI's Hisny, My Life's Work. 3rd ed. Moscow, Politis. 1978, Chapter 11. Cited from the Russian at http://www.victory.mil.ru/lib/books memo/vasilevsky/11.html. As Vadim Kozhanov points out, Khrushchev, who in 1956 was striving to discredit Malenkov, his competitor in the struggle for supreme power, unconsciously discredited himself. For by June 22 he had already been supreme boss in Kiev and over the whole of the Ukraine for 3.5 years, since January 1938, which, by the way, had a common border with Germany since September 1939, but, it turns out, had not taken the trouble even to provide himself with rifles. So either Khrushchev either did not pay attention to the eloquent evidence that he cited in 1956, or else he did nothing with this evidence in a practical way, for in fact the first secretary of the CC of the Ukraine and member of the Politburo could have prepared those rifles in plenty of time. Kozhanov, V.V., Rossiya, Vec XX, 1939-1964, Chapter 2, p. 50, also at http://www.hrono.ru/lib_k/coshin20v03.php. The German Army's disinformation plan to spread false rumors to the Soviet leadership, signed by Keitel, is dated February 15, 1941. It is online at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/furg/research/germandisinfo.html, in Russian only. Marshal Merezkov, 1968. I must say something else. Inasmuch as at the very beginning of the war England and the USA became our allies in the anti-Hitler coalition, most people who attempt to critically analyze the decisions made by our government at that time mechanically evaluate them only on the level of the Soviet-German war and thereby make a mistake. For the situation in the spring of 1941 was extremely complicated. At that time we could not be sure that an anti-Soviet coalition of capitalist countries including, let us say, Germany, Japan, England and the USA, would not arise. Hitler decided in 1940 against an invasion of England. Why? Did he not have the strength? Did he decide to deal with England later? Or were, perhaps, secret negotiations going on about a united anti-Soviet front? It would have been criminal negligence not to weigh all the possibilities, because in truth the well-being of the USSR depended on selecting the correct political position. Where will the fronts be? Where should our forces be concentrated? Only on the western borders? Or is a war on the southern border also possible? And what will be the situation in the Far East? This multiplicity of paths of possible action, together with a lack of a firm guarantee that the correct path could be immediately chosen in a given case, made for a doubly complicated situation. Merezkov, N.A. Sluzby Narodu, in service to the people. Moscow, Politis. 1968. Marshal Zhukov. I have thought for a long time about all this and here is what I arrived at. It seems to me that the matter of the defense of the country in its basic, broadest outlines and directions was carried out correctly. During a period of many years, in economic and social terms, everything, or nearly everything, was done that was possible. As for the period from 1939 to the middle of 1941, during that period special efforts that demanded all our strength and resources were made by the people and the party to strengthen our defense. G. K. Zhukov, Vоспоминания I Razumyślenia, Reminiscences and Thoughts. Volume 1, ch. 9. Moscow, 2002. Marshals Vasilevsky and Zhukov disagreed about whether Stalin should have ordered all the troops to take positions along the border. Commenting on Vasilevsky's article in 1965, Zhukov wrote, I think that the Soviet Union would have been smashed if we had organized all our forces on the border. It's good that this didn't happen, and if our main forces had been smashed in the area of the state frontier, then the Hitlerite armies would have had the possibility of carrying out the war more successfully, and Moscow and Leningrad would have been taken in 1941. G. Zhukov, December 12, 1965. Shaptalov, B. Ispitania Voyny, The Trials of War. Moscow, AST, 2002. Russian edition at http://military.lib.ru/research/shaptalovi/02.html. The same passage, with a longer quotation from Vasilevsky's unpublished MS, is found in Gorkov, IU.A. Kremlin. Stavka. General Staff. Tver 1995, Chapter 4, p. 68. Russian edition at http://military.lib.ru/research/gorkovi2/04.html. Evidence of betrayal by Gen. Dmitry Pavlov. Khrushchev does not explicitly name General Dmitry Pavlov, executed in July 1941 for dereliction of duty in not preparing the Belarusian front for Hitler's invasion. There is a good deal of evidence now, from former Soviet archives, that Pavlov was indeed guilty, and a member of a military conspiracy to boot. We omit this material here. Some of it and the references to it are contained in the original Russian-language edition of this book, p. 368. 31 Vorontsov's letter. Khrushchev. We must assert that information of this sort concerning the threat of German armed invasion of Soviet territory was coming in also from our own military and diplomatic sources. However, because the leadership was conditioned against such information, such data was dispatched with fear and assessed with reservation. Thus, for instance, information sent from Berlin on May 6, 1941 by the Soviet military attaché, Captain Vorontsov, stated, Soviet citizen Bazar, communicated the deputy naval attaché that, according to a statement of a certain German officer from Hitler's headquarters, Germany is preparing to invade the USSR on May 14 through Finland, the Baltic countries and Latvia. At the same time Moscow and Leningrad will be heavily raided and paratroopers landed in border cities. In Voenno-Istorический Journal No. 2, 1992, pages 39 to 40 we have the full text of Captain Vorontsov's statement. It is contained in a letter of May 6, 1941 to Stalin from Admiral Kuznetsov. The crucial part omitted by Khrushchev is in boldface. Top secret. May 6, 1941. No 48,582 cubic centimeters. CCACP, B. Com. Stalin J.B. Naval Attaché in Berlin Captain 1 degree Vorontsov relates, Soviet citizen Bozar, Jewish nationality, former Lithuanian subject, communicated to the deputy naval attaché that, according to a statement of a certain German officer from Hitler's headquarters, Germany is preparing to invade the USSR on May 14 through Finland, the Baltic countries and Latvia. At the same time Moscow and Leningrad will be heavily raided and paratroopers landed in border cities. Our attempts to clarify the primary source of this information and to amplify it have not as yet been successful, as Bozar has declined to do this. Work with him and verification of the information continues. I believe that this information is false, specially directed through this channel with the object of reaching our government in order to find out how the USSR would react to it. Admiral Kuznetsov. 32 German soldier. Khrushchev. The following fact is also known: on the eve of the invasion of the territory of the Soviet Union by the Hitlerite army, a certain German citizen crossed our border and stated that the German armies had received orders to start the offensive against the Soviet Union on the night of June 22 at 3 o'clock. Stalin was informed about this immediately, but even this warning was ignored. The soldier, Alfred Liskow. Many people know that on the night of June 22, 1941 a German soldier fled to our side and reported about the impending invasion of German forces. Beginning with the time of perestroika it became fashionable to state that this deserter was quickly shot as a provocateur. For example, here is what is stated on this matter in a biography of Stalin published in New York in 1990. A German soldier and former communist bravely crossed the border in order to report the precise time of attack. Stalin ordered him to be shot immediately for disinformation. This is completely false. It is a reference to Louis Jonathan, Whitehead Philip. Stalin. A Time for Judgment. New York, 1990. p. 121, cited from Jares and Roi Medvedev, Neizvestny Stalin, Russian ed. Moscow 2002, pages 309-10. The English edition of this book, The Unknown Stalin, Woodstock and New York, The Overlook Press, 2004, fully refutes Khrushchev's tale on pages 240-1. Khrushchev's story is false as well. We can do no better than to cite at some length from Igor Pikhalov's eye-opening study Velikaya Obolganaya Voyna, The Great Calumniated War, Moscow, 2005. Chapter 9, The Fate of a Deserter. Many people know that on the night of June 22, 1941, a German soldier fled to our side and reported about the impending invasion of German forces. Beginning with the time of perestroika, it became fashionable to state that this deserter was quickly shot as a provocateur. For example, here is what is stated on this matter in a biography of Stalin published in New York in 1990. A German soldier and former communist bravely crossed the border in order to report the precise time of attack. Stalin ordered him to be shot immediately for disinformation *. But is this so? Let's try to clarify the fate of this man. German army soldier Alfred Liskow was detained on June 21, 1941 at 2100 hours at a unit of the Sokolsk command of the 90th Border Unit. At 310 on the night of June 22, the UNKVD of the Lvov Oblast transmitted by telephone to the NKGB of the Ukrainian SSR a message with the following contents. The German corporal who crossed the border in the region of Sokol declared the following: his name is Liskow Alfred Germanovich, 30 years of age, a worker, carpenter in a furniture factory in the city of Kolberg, Bavaria, where he left his wife, baby, mother, and father. The corporal served in the 221st Sapper Regiment of the 15th Division. The regiment is situated in the village of Ksilans, 5 kilometers north of Sokol. He was drafted into the army from the reserves in 1939. He considers himself a communist, is a member of the Union of Red Front Line Soldiers, and says that life is very hard for workers in Germany. Around evening, his company commander Lieutenant Schultz told them that tonight, after artillery preparation, their unit would begin the crossing of the Bug on rafts, boats, and pontoons. As a supporter of Soviet power, once he learned of this, he decided to flee to us and tell us. More details about this event are given in the report of the commander of the 90th Border Unit, Major M.C. Bichkovsky. June 27 at 2100 in the area of the Sokolske command, a soldier was detained who fled from the German army, Liskow Alfred. Since there was no translator in the command station, I ordered the commander of the area, Capt. Bershadsky, to take the soldier by truck to the staff of the unit, in the town of Vladimir. At 0030 June 22, 1941, the soldier arrived in the town of Vladimir Volinsk. Through an interpreter at approximately 1 o'clock at night, Liskow said that on June 22 at dawn the Germans were supposed to cross the border. I immediately reported this to the responsible duty officer of the Army Staff Brigade, Commissar Maslovsky. At the same time, I reported by telephone personally to the commander of the 5th Army, Major General Potapov, who regarded my report with suspicion and did not pay attention to it. I personally was not firmly convinced of the truthfulness of the report of soldier Liskow, but all the same I called out the commanders of the zones and ordered them to reinforce the guard at the state borders, to put special listening posts at the Bug River, and in the case of the Germans crossing the river to fire upon and destroy them. At the same time I ordered that if anything suspicious is noted, any kind of movement on the opposite bank, to report it to me personally and immediately. I remained the whole time in the staff HQ. At 100 on June 22 the commanders of the zones reported to me that nothing suspicious was noted on the opposite side of the river, all was calm. In view of the fact that the translators in our unit are not skilled, I summoned from the town a teacher of the German language who has an excellent knowledge of the German language, and Liskow again repeated the same thing, that is, that the Germans are prepared to invade the USSR at dawn on June 22, 1941. He called himself a communist and declared that he came over to us on his own initiative especially to warn us. While the interrogation of the soldier was not yet finished, I heard from the direction of Ustalug, the first command center, strong artillery fire. I understood that this was the Germans who had opened fire on our territory, which the soldier under interrogation confirmed. I immediately tried to call the commander by telephone, but the connection had been destroyed. It's perfectly natural that Soviet propaganda tried to make use of Liskow's deed for its own purposes. Here is what is said about this in the memoirs of Major General Burtsev, who headed the section, from August 1944 Division, of Special Propaganda of the main political directorate of the Red Army. Already by June 27 the first leaflet of the German anti-fascist Alfred Liskow had appeared. Risking fire from both shores, he had swum the bug in order to warn our border guards about the imminent invasion of the USSR. Liskow did this as soon as, in the 222nd Regiment of the 75th Division, where he served, they had been read the order for the invasion. We, of course, could not miss the chance to speak with this first deserter. Soon Liskow was brought to Moscow. A tall German of working-class cut serving as a field medic seemed sympathetic and trustworthy. "I am from a working-class family in the city of Kolberg," he said. "My parents and I hate Hitler and his regime. For us the USSR is a friendly country, and we do not wish to fight with the Soviet people. There are many such working-class families in Germany. They do not want war with you." His story was published in Pravda, and it was that story that served as the initial leaflet, printed with his portrait, to inform the German soldiers that there are within the Wehrmacht opponents of the war and Hitlerism, friends of the Soviet Union. Many participants in the war remember the agitational materials in which Liskow's name appeared. For example, the Leningrad writer Dmitry Sheglov. June 28. In the newspapers pasted on the walls people are reading the announcement: German soldier Alfred Liskow, not wishing to fight against the Soviet people, has deserted to our side. Alfred Liskow has addressed German soldiers with a call to overthrow the Hitler regime. And on a second sheet was Liskow's statement and portrait. Among the German soldiers a mood of depression reigns. Unfortunately I have not yet been able to trace the further fate of Alfred Liskow. M.I. Burtsev writes. After that a Liskow perished, remaining to his last breath true to the idea of the fight against fascism. However, even if it should be that Liskow was later repressed, that did not happen during the first days of the war. Pikolov's whole chapter may be consulted, in Russian, at https://history.wikireading.ru/4913. In his memoirs Khrushchev repeats the story of the German soldiers' desertion to warn the Soviets, but does not repeat his allegation that the soldiers' warning was ignored. As with almost everything in Khrushchev's self-serving memoirs, his version is incorrect, either through design, i.e. a deliberate lie, or through faulty memory. At any rate, Khrushchev was not present and had no direct knowledge of the event. A soldier fled to us from the forward area. He was interrogated, and all the details named by him and on which his story was based, were described logically and seemed trustworthy. He said that the invasion would start tomorrow at 3 o'clock. First, why specifically tomorrow? The soldier said that they had received dry provisions for 3 days. And why at 3 o'clock? Because the Germans always chose an early hour in such situations. I don't remember whether he said that the soldiers had been told about the 3 o'clock hour or whether they had heard it through the soldiers' radio, which always learned the time of attack very accurately. What was left for us to do? Khrushchev's Memoirs, Vremya, Lyudi, Vlast. Volume 1, Part 2, p. 299. The article featuring Liskow, with a photograph of him, from Pravda, June 27, 1941, p. May 2, be consulted here, https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/Liskow pravda 0627441.pdf. 33 commanders killed. Khrushchev. Very grievous consequences, especially in reference to the beginning of the war, followed Stalin's annihilation of many military commanders and political workers during 1937 to 1941 because of his suspiciousness and through slanderous accusations. During these years repressions were instituted against certain parts of military cadres beginning literally at the company and battalion commander level and extending to the higher military centers. During this time the cadre of leaders who had gained military experience in Spain and in the Far East was almost completely liquidated. No doubt Khrushchev is alluding to the military conspiracy and the so-called Tukhachevsky affair. He doesn't mention them explicitly, and completely avoids any question of their guilt or innocence. There is a great deal of evidence that Tukhachevsky and the other high-ranking officers tried and executed with him were indeed conspiring with the Germans and Japanese, and with the rightist forces in the opposition to overthrow the Soviet government. Khrushchev would rehabilitate them before long. It is telling that in 1957 and again in 1961 expurgated versions of Komandar Iona Iakir's letter to Stalin of June 9, 1937, were used by Khrushchev's allies to smear Stalin and those who supported him. The real text of Iakir's letter makes it clear that he is guilty. None of this means that all military commanders who were imprisoned, beaten, tortured, and executed were guilty. Ezhov and his henchmen no doubt framed a good many of them, as he did hundreds of thousands of other innocent persons. Marshal Konev speaking in 1965 with writer Konstantin Simonov. To portray the matter as though, if these 10, 12, 5, or 7 men had not been killed in 37 to 38, but had been leading the military at the start of the war would have turned out differently. That is an exaggeration. Konstantin Simonov, Glazamiki Lovka Mogo Pokolenia, through the eyes of a man of my generation. Moscow, Novosti, 1988, 393. To answer the question which of the men who were killed then, how he would have fought the Germans, how and how long it would have taken to beat the Germans if these men were alive, all these questions, unfortunately, are speculation. At the same time there remains the undeniable fact that those men who remained, who matured during the war and led the armies, it was precisely they who won the war, at the positions that they gradually came to occupy. Ibid c. 401. Khrushchev himself was directly responsible for eradicating most of the commanders in the Kiev, Ukraine, military district. Fokaganov quotes a directive from Khrushchev, dated March 1938. The longer version, from the Russian edition, is translated below. A much shorter version is given in the English edition. Dmitry I. A. Fokaganov, Stalin, Triumph and Tragedy. New York, Grove Weidenfeld, 1991, p. 329. Decree of the Military Soviet of the Kiev Military District concerning the situation of cadres of the command, operational command, and political staff of the district. 1. As a result of the great work carried out for the cleansing of the forces of the Red Army of hostile elements and of the promotion from below of commanders, political workers, and operational commanders, unquestionably devoted to the work of the party of Lenin-Stalin, the cadre, are firmly consolidated around our party and around the leader of people's comrade Stalin, and guarantee political firmness and success in the work of elevating the military power of the units of the Red Army. 3. The enemies of the people. Vragi narrata. Here Khrushchev is using the very term he attacks Stalin for inventing and which Stalin virtually never used. GF succeeded in doing a lot of damage in the area of placing cadres. The military council sets as its main task the uprooting to the end of the remnants of hostile elements, deeply studying every commander, operational commander, and political worker upon his promotion, boldly promoting proven cadres, devoted and developing. The commander of the forces of the Kiev Military District, Army Commander 2nd Rank Timoshenko, member of the Military Council Corps Commander Smemuov, member of the Military Council, Secretary of the CC of the Communist Party of the Ukraine, Khrushchev. Later Timoshenko, Smemuov, and Khrushchev reported that in the total of mercilessly uprooting Trotskyite, Bukharinite and bourgeois nationalist elements on March 28, 1938 there was effected the following replacement of the leading staff of the district. By rank. Replaced Corps Commanders 9-9. Divisional Commanders 25-24. Brigade Commanders 9-5. Battalion Commanders 137-87. Commanders of Fortified Areas 4-4. Heads of the Staffs of Corps 9B. Heads of Divisional Staffs 25-18. Heads of Staff of the Fortified Areas 4-3. Heads of Staff of Battalions 135-78. Heads of Sections of the Staff of the District 24-19. Fokoganov, Stalin. Volume 1, ch 7, at note 608. 34 Stalin's demoralization after beginning of war. Khrushchev. It would be incorrect to forget that, after the first severe disaster and defeat at the front, Stalin thought that this was the end. In one of his speeches in those days he said, "All that which Lenin created we have lost forever." The logbooks for June 21 to 28, 1941, were published in Исторический Archive No. 2, 1996, pages 51 to 54. They have been reproduced here. http://www.libris/stalin/16-13.html. Marshal Zhukov. They say that in the first days of the war J.V. Stalin was supposedly so distraught that he could not even give a radio speech and gave over his presentation to Molotov. This judgment does not comport with reality. Of course, during the first hours J.V. Stalin was distraught. But he quickly returned to normal and worked with great energy, though it is true that he showed an excessive nervousness that often hampered our work. G. K. Zhukov, Vоспоминания I размышления, Reminiscences and Thoughts. Vol. 1, ch 9. Moscow, 2002. Cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Zhukov1/10.html. In his very useful book Velilaya Obolganaya Voina, Igor V. Pikolov devotes chapter 10 of his book, a whole chapter, to this question. It is online in Russian at https://history.wikireading.ru/4914. ROI Medvedev. Stalin did not go to his Kremlin office on the Sunday. However, the assertion by two biographers, Radzinsky and Fokoganov, that this was the day Stalin fled and shut himself up in the dacha hardly corresponds to what actually happened. Both authors have rather unreliably based their conclusions on the fact that there are no entries in the Kremlin office visitors book for 29 and June 30. But according to Marshal Zhukov, on the 29th Stalin came to the Stavka at the Commissariat for Defense twice and on both occasions was scathing about the strategic situation that was unfolding in the West. On June 30 Stalin convoked a meeting of the Politburo at the dacha at which it was decided to set up the State Defense Committee, GKO. ROI and Zharis Medvedev, The Unknown Stalin, Woodstock and New York, Overlook Press, 2004, pages 242-3. Concerning what occurred during these 2 days, June 29 and 30, 1941, when the register of visitors at Stalin's office show no visitors, we may turn to the work KPSSV Rezolentiyak I Rashiniyak SS Dov, Konferenции Plenum of Tisk, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union in Resolutions and Decisions of Congresses, Conferences, and Central Committee Plenums, Volume 6, Moscow, Politis. 1971, p. 19. June 29, 1941, that is 1 week after the beginning of the invasion, was issued the directive of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, B, to party and Soviet organizations of the oblasts at or near the front. In regions occupied by the enemy, form partisan units and diversionist groups to fight against the units of the enemy army, to ignite partisan warfare everywhere, to blow up bridges, roads, to ruin telephone and telegraph communications, to set fire to stores, etc. In occupied areas, create unbearable conditions for the enemy and for all those who collaborate with them, pursue and destroy them at every step, break up all their undertakings. Cited by V.V. Kvatchkov, Spetsnaz Rossii. Moscow, Voenaya Literature, 2004, at http://military.lib.ru/science/kvhekov_vv/02.html. The full document is quoted at http://www.battlefield.ru/n/documents/87-orders-and-hyphen-order-to-soviet-order-1941.html. On June 20, 1941, the State Committee for Defense, headed by Stalin, was formed. Decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, and the Central Committee of the ACP, of June 30, 1941. In view of the extraordinary situation that has arisen and in the interest of the rapid mobilization of all the forces of the peoples of the USSR for organizing resistance to the enemy that has treacherously invaded our motherland, the decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, the Central Committee of the ACP, and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR has determined it is necessary. 1. To establish the State Committee for Defense, with the following members. Com. Stalin J.B. Chairman. Com. Molotov V.M. Deputy Chairman. Com. Voroshilov K.E. Com. Malenkov G.M. Com. Beria L.P. 2. To concentrate all the fullness of the power of the state into the hands of the State Committee for Defense. 3. To obligate all citizens and all party, Soviet, Young Communist League, and military organs to unconditionally carry out the decisions and measures taken by the State Committee for Defense. Chairman of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR M.I. Kalinin. Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the SSR. And Secretary of the CC of the ACP, J.B. Stalin. Moscow. The Kremlin. June 30, 1941. http://www.hrono.ru/libris/stalin/15-21.html. Fokaganov. No, Stalin suffered no great shock on the first day of the war. Stalin, Volume 2, ch. 8, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/bio/vokogonov_dv/08.html. According to Pavel Syudoplatov in his memoirs. In various books, and in particular in Khrushchev's memoirs, we read of the panic that seized Stalin in the first days of the war. For my part, I can state that I observed nothing of the sort. The published notes of the Kremlin visitors to Stalin's office GF, prove that he received people regularly and personally, directly followed the situation as it worsened day by day. Razietka I Kreml Zapiski Nedelatelno Svidatelia. Moscow, 1996, pages 159-60. 35. Stalin a bad commander. Khrushchev. Stalin was very far from an understanding of the real situation which was developing at the front. This was natural because, during the whole patriotic war, he never visited any section of the front or any liberated city except for one short ride on the Mozhaisk highway during a stabilized situation at the front. To this incident were dedicated many literary works full of fantasies of all sorts and so many paintings. Simultaneously, Stalin was interfering with operations and issuing orders which did not take into consideration the real situation at a given section of the front and which could not help but result in huge personnel losses. Marshal Zhukov. In directing of military struggle as a whole, J.B. Stalin was aided by his natural intelligence, experience of political leadership, wealth of intuition, and broad knowledge. He knew how to find the main link in a strategic situation and, by seizing it, to find the road for opposing the enemy, of successfully carrying out that or another offensive operation. Undoubtedly he was a worthy supreme commander. Besides that, in guaranteeing operations, the creation of strategic reserves, in the organizing of the production of military technology and in general in the creation of everything essential for waging war, the Supreme Commander, I tell you directly, showed himself to be a superb organizer. And it would be unjust if we were not to give him his due in this manner. Zhukov, Memoirs and Reflections, ch. 11, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Zhukov1/11.html. Marshal Vasilevsky. I also had good relations with N.S. Khrushchev in the first post-war years. But they changed sharply after I refused to support his statements that J.V. Stalin was not able to understand operational strategic questions and as Supreme Commander led the movements of armies in an unqualified manner. To this day I cannot understand how he could have said that. Having been a member of the Politburo of the CC of the party and member of the military soviets of a series of fronts, N.S. Khrushchev could not be ignorant of how the authority of the Stavka and of Stalin was in questions of leading military actions. Neither could he have been ignorant of the fact that the commanders of the fronts and armies related to the Stavka and to Stalin with great respect and valued them for their exceptional competence in the leading of military struggles. Marshal A. M. Vasilevsky, Delo VCI's Hisny, My Life's Work. 3rd ed. Moscow, Politis. 1978, Chapter 11, cited from the Russian at http://victory.mil.ru/libs/books/memo/vasilevsky/16.html. Admiral N.G. Kuznetsov put it this way. During the years of the war, Marshal G. K. Zhukov met with the Supreme Commander on military matters more often than anyone else, and no one could give a better characterization of him, and Zhukov called him a worthy Supreme Commander. As far as I know, all the military commanders who saw and met with Stalin are of the same opinion, as far as I know. N.G. Kuznetsov, cited from his memoirs in Russian at http://www.victory.mil.ru/libs/books/memo/Kuznetsov_NG3/01.html. Also in Vo Eno Istorический Journal, 4, 1993, p. 51. Marshal Golovanov. Stalin's specific gravity, i.e. weight GF in the course of the war, was very high both among commanders of the Red Army and among all soldiers and officers. This is an indisputable fact. I was fortunate to work with a great man, one of the greatest, for whom nothing was more important than the interests of our state and people, who lived his whole life not for himself and strove to make our state the most progressive and powerful in the world. And I say this, I who also went through the year 1937. Felix Joef, Nspysikny Marshal, an unscheduled, i.e. extraordinary marshal, cited from the Russian at http://www.pseudo-logi.org/chuev/golovianov_0l.htm. Concerning Stalin supposedly making all decisions instead of his generals, Marshal Bagramian, to whom Khrushchev referred as someone who was present and who would confirm what he said, instead wrote the following. Aware of Stalin's immense power and truly iron will, I was amazed at his manner of leading. He could simply command, commit the corps. Period. But Stalin, with great tact and patience, tried to lead the person who had to carry out the order to arrive at the conclusion that this step was essential. Afterwards I myself, as front commander, had the opportunity to speak with the Supreme Commander rather often, and I became convinced that he knew how to listen attentively to the opinions of his subordinates. If the officer in charge firmly stood his ground and, in defense of his own opinion, set forth weighty arguments, Stalin almost always yielded. IKH. Bagramian. Tak Nationalna Vojna. Kiev, Politis.Ukraini, 1977. Online at http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Bagramian1/index.html. This exact citation is in Part 4, Cruz Heni My Fa. Chapter 2, at Code Razn, p. 404, at http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Bagramyan1/04.html. 36 Kharkov 1942. Khrushchev. I will allow myself in this connection to bring out one characteristic fact which illustrates how Stalin directed operations at the fronts. There is present at this Congress Marshal Bagramian, who was once the chief of operations in the headquarters of the Southwestern Front and who can corroborate what I will tell you. When there developed an exceptionally serious situation for our army in 1942 in the Kharkov region. And what was the result of this? The worst that we had expected. The Germans surrounded our army concentrations and consequently we lost hundreds of thousands of our soldiers. This is Stalin's military genius, this is what it cost us. According to Sergei Konstantinov, it was not only many common people who were thunderstruck and upset by Khrushchev's de-Stalinization. How was it for those high-ranking military commanders sitting in the hall at the session of the 20th Congress, who knew all Stalin's strong and weak sides, to hear Khrushchev's bald-faced lie that in developing plans for military operations Stalin used only a globe? Khrushchev told an obvious lie in laying the whole responsibility for the Red Army's catastrophe at Kharkov in 1942 exclusively on Stalin. Alexander Vasilevsky, Georgy Zhukov, and Sergei Shtimenko in their memoirs cite facts, fully confirmed by the latest archival publications, about how the main weight of responsibility for this catastrophe should fall on Khrushchev, on Semyon Timoshenko, commander of the Southwest Front, and on Ivan Bagramian, member of the military council of that front. The majority of higher military leaders who had gone through the war with Stalin doubtless were very negative towards the de-Stalinization that Khrushchev carried out in the first place because Nikita Sergeyevich crudely falsified historical facts. In addition, some of these military commanders harbored the warmest feelings towards Stalin simply as a man. The Chief Marshal of Aviation Alexander Golovanov told the writer Felix Joeff about the following episode. Once Khrushchev asked Marshal Rokossovsky to write an article about Stalin in the spirit of the 20th Congress. As answer Khrushchev heard, Nikita Sergeyevich, for me comrade Stalin is a saint. On another occasion Rokossovsky together with Golovanov refused to drink a toast with Khrushchev at some banquet or other. Sergei Konstantinov. Shokovaya terapia Nikity Khrushcheva. Nizavizamaya Gazeta February 14, 2001. At http://www.ng.ru/style/2001-05-02-14/16_therapy.html. According to Samsonov, Zhukov disagreed with Khrushchev's account. Concerning this situation, Marshal of the Soviet Union Zhukov wrote that J.V. Stalin, relying on the reports of the Military Soviet of the Southwest Front that said the offensive must be continued, rejected the General Staff's plans. The existing story about signals of alarm that supposedly came to Stavka, the General Staff, from the military Soviets of the Southern and Southwestern fronts, does not conform to the facts. I can attest to this because I was personally present during the talks with the Supreme Commander. Samsonov, A.M. Stalingradskaya Bitva. Forist. ISP. IDOP. The Battle of Stalingrad, 4th corrected and enlarged edition. Moscow, 1938, ch2, at note 50, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/h/samsonovi1/02.html. In his memoirs Zhukov does blame Stalin in part. http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Zhukov1/15.html. However, Zhukov was very angry at Stalin. Stalin demoted him for stealing German trophies. See Voenny Archiv Rossii, 1993, pages 175 ff. Zhukov's confession, 241-44. Khrushchev knew this, and had it all quashed, undoubtedly to get Zhukov on his side. The short history of the Great Patriotic War carries this version, which blames the front command, not Stalin, and the GKO. The main reason of the failure of the Kharkov operation was that the command of the southwestern direction incorrectly evaluated the situation, and when the forces of the southwest front fell into a complex position, they failed to stop the offensive in time. What's more, they urged the General Staff to permit them to continue the offensive. The decision taken on May 19 to cease the offensive was taken too late. The command of the Southwest Front did not take the essential steps to protect the flanks by shock groups, were weak in studying the opponent, and in part underestimated his possibility for maneuver during the course of the battle. The staff of the front underestimated the forces of the enemy by 30%. Velikaya Otechestvenna Voyna. Kratkaya Istoria, The Short History of the Great Patriotic War. Short edition. Moscow, Voenized. 1970, 164-5. This is consistent with Stalin's letter of June 26, 1942 quoted by many sources, including Portugalski etals biography of Timoshenko, and which blamed not only Bagramian, but also Timoshenko and Khrushchev. The first to go was Bagramian. He was removed by the Stavka from the post he held for failing to fulfill his duties and being unsatisfactory to the Stavka as a simple bearer of information. What is more, remarked Stalin, Comrade Bagramian was incapable of learning the lesson from that catastrophe that developed on the southwestern front. In the course of some 3 weeks the southwest front, thanks to his carelessness, not only lost the Kharkov operation, already half successful, but in addition succeeded in giving the enemy 18 to 20 divisions. Having announced that Bagramian was being named the Chief of Staff of the 28th Army and thus given a chance to redeem himself in practice, the Supreme Commander firmly underscored, it is to be understood that this is not simply a case of Comrade Bagramian. The issue is also the errors of all members of the military Soviet and above all of Comrades Timoshenko and Khrushchev. If we had announced to the country the full extent of this catastrophe with the loss of 18 to 20 divisions, which the front suffered and from which it will still suffer, then I am afraid that it would have gone very hard with you. Therefore you must consider the errors you have made and take all necessary steps that they not take place in future. Portugalski, R.M., et al. Marshal S.K. Timoshenko, M. 1994, ch. 5, from the Russian version at http://military.lib.ru/bio/doma-nk/05.html. The same letter of Stalin's is also quoted by Bishanov, 1942 God Uchebny. The Year of Learning 1942, Minsk, Karvist, 2003. Chapter 14, How Bagramian Alone Doomed Two Fronts, at http://military.lib.ru/research/bshanov_vv/14.html. Fokaganov. N.S. Khrushchev devoted a whole section of his report to the 20th Party Congress to the events at Kharkov, when Khrushchev had been member of the Military Council of the Southwest Front. According to Khrushchev, he phoned from the front to Stalin at the latter's dacha. However, Malenkov came to the phone. Khrushchev insisted on speaking personally with Stalin. But the Supreme Commander, who was only a few steps from the telephone, this is a quote from Khrushchev's secret speech GF, did not come to the phone and through Malenkov instructed Khrushchev to speak with Malenkov. After transmitting the request of the front about stopping the offensive through Malenkov as he told the delegates of the 20th Congress, Stalin said, "Leave everything the way it is." In other words, Khrushchev unmistakably declared that it was precisely Stalin who was at fault in the Kharkov catastrophe. G.K. Zhukov sets forth another version, proposing that responsibility for the disaster should be borne also by the commanders of the military councils of the South and Southwest fronts. In his book Memoirs and Reflections, Zhukov writes that the danger was sensed at the General Staff before it was at the front. On May 18 the General Staff yet again spoke out for stopping our offensive operation at Kharkov. Towards the evening of May 18 the talk took place on this subject with the member of the Military Council of the Front N.S. Khrushchev, who expressed the same views as did the command of the Southwest Front, the danger from the side of the Kramator group of the enemy was seriously exaggerated, and there was no basis for stopping the operation. Relying on the reports of the Military Council of the Southwest Front that it was essential to continue the offensive, the Supreme Commander rejected the views of the General Staff. The existing story about signals of alarm that supposedly came to Stavka, the General Staff, from the military Soviets of the southern and southwestern fronts, does not conform to the facts. I can attest to this because I was personally present during the talks with the Supreme Commander. I think that in this case the Marshal Zhukov was closer to the truth. N.S. Khrushchev, conveying his personal memories in the report, gave after the passage of many years belated reaction to the disaster that he had had when it had already become dear to everyone that a catastrophe was in the making. Marshal Zhukov repeatedly emphasized that the decision of the Supreme Commander was based on the reports of Timoshenko and Khrushchev. It's one thing if this was simply forgetfulness on Khrushchev's part. But if this is an attempt to create for himself a historical alibi after the fact, that is something else again. Fokoganov, Stalin, 2, ch. 8, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/bio/vokogonov_dv/08.html 37 Stalin planned military operations on a globe. Khrushchev. I telephoned to Vasilevsky and begged him, Alexander Mikhailovich, take a map. Vasilevsky is present here, and show Comrade Stalin the situation which has developed. We should note that Stalin planned operations on a globe. Animation in the hall. Yes, comrades, he used to take the globe and trace the front line on it. I said to Comrade Vasilevsky, show him the situation on a map. Marshal Merezkov. In some of our books we find the story that J.V. Stalin led military operations on a globe. I have never read anything so ignorant. Ka. Merezkov, N.A. Sluzby Naradu, in service to the people. Moscow, Politis. 1968, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Mir Tskov/29.html. Soloviev and Sukadev, citing General Gribkov. The lie about the globe is refuted by operational documents as well. General of the Army A.I. Gribkov, who worked during the war years in the Operational Directorate of the General Staff, testifies, N.S. Khrushchev, in debunking the cult of personality around J.V. Stalin, asserted that, supposedly, Stalin led the fronts on a globe. Of course this is all a lie. The military archives hold maps of various scales with notes in the Supreme Commander's handwriting. B. Soloviev and V. Sukhbodev, Stalin the military leader. Moscow, 2003, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/research/soloviev_suhodev/01.html. Refutation of Khrushchev slander on the globe matter can also be found from Admiral N.G. Kuznetsov in his book On the Eve. It is a completely untrue, malicious assertion that, supposedly, Stalin evaluated situations and took decisions with the use of a globe. I could cite many examples of how Stalin, verifying the position on the fronts with the military leaders, knew when it was necessary, even the position of each battalion. In the book by K.S. Moskalenko in the southwestern direction, when Nikolai Fyodorovich Vachetin, front commander, told us about his talk with the Supreme Commander, I could not hide my amazement at the precision with which Stalin analyzed military activities, and despite myself I said, what maps does the Supreme Commander use to follow our activities, if he sees more and deeper than we do? Nikolai Fyodorovich smiled, and replied, on maps of the scale of 1:2000 and 1:5000 on the fronts, and 1:100,000 for each army. The main thing, and this is why he is Supreme Commander, is to make suggestions, correct our errors. But Marshal of the Air Force Novikov gave the best response to Khrushchev, What is the worth of Khrushchev's declaration that Stalin planned operations in wartime and directed them on a large globe in his office? This one assertion of the author of the report Khrushchev GF evoked at that time a fairly broad, though silent, protest, especially among military men, and also among many rank-and-file veterans of the war. Balain, Stalin I Khrushchev, ch. 22, Pokovedets Iosif Stalin, at http://stalin.su/book.php ? Action header &ID =20. Molotov. Maps were on all the walls in the foyer. Khrushchev said that he gave leadership on a globe. On the contrary, he loved geographical maps very much. Choev, F. Molotov, Polyadrzhavny v. Lastlin, 361. Marshal Zhukov. The story that has been disseminated that the Supreme Commander studied the situation and took decisions using a globe does not conform to reality. He understood the use of operational maps and the situations drawn upon them very well. G.K. Zhukov, Vоспоминания I Razmyślenia, Reminiscences and Thoughts. Volume 1, ch. 9. Moscow, 2002. From the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/memo/Russian/Zhukov1/11.html. 38 Stalin downgraded Zhukov. Khrushchev. Stalin was very much interested in the assessment of Comrade Zhukov as a military leader. He asked me often for my opinion of Zhukov. I told him then, I have known Zhukov for a long time. He is a good general and a good military leader. After the war Stalin began to tell all kinds of nonsense about Zhukov, among others the following: you praised Zhukov, but he does not deserve it. It is said that before each operation at the front Zhukov used to behave as follows: he used to take a handful of earth, smell it and say, we can begin the attack, or the opposite, the planned operation cannot be carried out. I stated at that time, Comrade Stalin, I do not know who invented this, but it is not true. It is possible that Stalin himself invented these things for the purpose of minimizing the role and military talents of Marshal Zhukov. According to Zhukov himself, Stalin never insulted him. G.K. Zhukov stressed more than once that nowhere did Stalin say a single bad word about me, that if anyone tried to insult me in his presence, Stalin would tear his head off on my behalf. B. Solofev and V. Sukadev. Pokovedets Stalin, Stalin the General. Moscow, Exmo, 2003, ch. 1, cited from the Russian at http://military.lib.ru/research/solovyyov_suhodev/01.html. Zhukov was indeed demoted in 1948. But that was because he had been found guilty, and had admitted his guilt, in defrauding the Soviet government of very large sums by illegally keeping large amounts of looted German treasure for himself. This fact does not appear to be widely known even in Russia, although the relevant documents were published 15 years ago. We have put these documents online at https://msu-web.montclair.edu/tilde-furg/research/zhukov-theft4648_var93.pdf. The quotations below give some idea of Zhukov's crime, and why Stalin demoted him. Top secret. The Council of Ministers of the USSR. To Comrade Stalin J.B. During the night of 8 to 9 January of this year a secret search was conducted of Zhukov's dacha, which is situated in the village of Rublevo near Moscow. As a result of this search it was disclosed that 2 rooms of the dacha had been converted into storerooms in which a huge quantity of goods and valuables of various kinds are stored. For example, woolen fabrics, silk, brocade, velvet, and other materials in all, more than 4,000 meters. Fur sable, monkey, fox, sealskin, astrakhan fine wool total 323 hides. Kidskin of the best quality 35 skins. Valuable carpets and Gobelin rugs of very large size from the Potsdam and other palaces and homes of Germany 44 pieces in all, some of which are laid or hung in various rooms, and the rest in the storeroom. Especially worthy of note is a carpet of great size placed in one of the rooms of the dacha. Valuable paintings of classical landscapes of very large sizes in artistic frames, 55 units in all, hung in various rooms of the dacha, and a part of which remain in the storeroom. Very expensive table and tea services, porcelain with artistic decoration, crystal, 7 large chests. Silver sets of table and tea place settings, 2 chests. Accordions with rich artistic decoration, 8 units. Unique hunting rifles by the firm Gotland and others, 20 units in all. This property is kept in 51 trunks and suitcases, and also lies in heaps. Besides that, in all the rooms of the dacha, on the windows, staircase, tables, and bedside tables are placed around great quantities of bronze and porcelain vases and statuettes of artistic work, and also all kinds of trinkets and knickknacks of foreign origin. I draw attention to the declaration by the workers who carried out the search that Zhukov's dacha is in essence an antique store or museum, with various valuable works of art hanging all around the interior. There are so many valuable paintings that they could never be suitable for an apartment but should be transferred to the state fund and housed in a museum. More than 20 large carpets cover the floors of almost all the rooms. All the objects, beginning with the furniture, carpets, vessels, decorations, up to the curtains on the windows, are foreign, mainly German. There is literally not a single thing of Soviet origin in the dacha. There is not a single Soviet book in the dacha, but on the other hand on the bookshelves stands a large quantity of books in beautiful bindings with gold embossing, all without exception in the German language. When you go into the house it is hard to imagine that one is not in Germany but near Moscow. Accompanying this letter please find photographs of some of the valuables, cloth, and items we discovered in Zhukov's apartment and dacha. Abakumov. January 10, 1948. Voenny Archivy Rossii, 1993, pages 189 to 191, also at the URL above. 39 Deportations of Nationalities. Khrushchev. Comrades, let us reach for some other facts. The Soviet Union is justly considered as a model of a multinational state because we have in practice assured the equality and friendship of all nations which live in our great fatherland. All the more monstrous are the acts whose initiator was Stalin and which are rude violations of the basic Leninist principles of the nationality policy of the Soviet state. We refer to the mass deportations from their native places of whole nations, together with all communists and komsomols without any exception. This deportation action was not dictated by any military considerations. Not only a Marxist-Leninist but also no man of common sense can grasp how it is possible to make whole nations responsible for inimical activity, including women, children, old people, communists, and komsomols, to use mass repression against them, and to expose them to misery and suffering for the hostile acts of individual persons or groups of persons. 1 Pikolov, on exceptions to the deportations. According to the view generally held, all the Crimean Tatars without any exception were subject to deportation, including those who had fought honorably in the Red Army or in partisan ranks. In reality this was not the case. Those who had taken part in the Crimean underground acting in the rear of the enemy were accepted from the status of special settler, as were members of their families. Thus the family of SS Yosetinov, who had been in Simferopol during the period of the occupation of the Crimea and was a member of an underground patriotic group from December 1942 until March 1943, then was arrested by the Hitlerites and shot. Members of his family were permitted to remain living in Simferopol. Crimean Tatar veterans of the front immediately applied with a request that their relatives be exempted from the status of special settler. Such applications were sent from the commander of the 2nd Air Squadron of the 1st Fighter Battalion of the Higher Officer School of Air Combat Captain E. U. Chalbash, Major of Armored Forces K.H. Chalbash, and many others. Requests of this nature were granted in part. Specifically, the family of E. Chalbash was permitted to live in Kherson Oblast. I. Pikolov, Vermia Stalina, Fakti Protivmivov. Leningrad, St. Petersburg, 2001, p. 84, citing An Bugaj, El Beria I Stalinu, Soglazno Vashimu Yukazani Io. Moscow, AIROXX, 1995, pages 156-7. Chechen nationalist account of a pro-German anti-Soviet armed rebellion in February 1943, when the German penetration towards the Caucasus was at its greatest, from Radio Svoboda, Radio Liberty, February 23, 2000. Here I would like to add an unknown fact of history that we have not yet touched on. The Chechens have always, permanently, fought for their freedom and self-determination, and in February 1943 a rebellion flared up in the mountains under the leadership of the lawyer Mirbek Sharipov and the famous writer Kazan Israelov. Taking advantage of the fact that the Germans were fighting with the Russians, the Chechens tried to separate from the USSR by armed struggle and to declare their independence. Their final goal was a union with the peoples of the Caucasus, in order to live freely in a confederation independently from the Soviet Empire. http://www.svoboda.org/program/ll/22300-3.html. Freedom flag of Caucasian nationalist groups, with Nazi swastika, http://stalinism.narod.ru/photos/chch_1.jpg. Casualties among Chechen deportees during the deportation were low. Operation Chechevitsa, which began on February 23, 1944, was completed sometime during the third week of March. NKVD records attest to 180 convoy trains carrying 493,269 Chechen and Ingush nationals and members of other nationalities seized at the same time. 50 people were killed in the course of the operation, and 1,272 died on the journey. Bugaj and Gomov, Russian Studies in History, Volume 41, Number 2, Fall 2002, p. 56. This is 0.268% of those deported, about 2.5 deaths of every 1,000 persons. 40 Leningrad Affair. Khrushchev. After the conclusion of the Patriotic War, the Soviet nation stressed with pride the magnificent victories gained through great sacrifices and tremendous efforts. The country experienced a period of political enthusiasm. And it was precisely at this time that the so-called Leningrad Affair was born. As we have now proven, this case was fabricated. Those who innocently lost their lives included comrades Voznesensky, Kuznetsov, Rodionov, Popkov, and others. How did it happen that these persons were branded as enemies of the people and liquidated? Facts prove that the Leningrad Affair is also the result of willfulness which Stalin exercised against party cadres. Beria's letter to the Presidium of June 25, 1953 accused Ryamin of falsifying the Leningrad Affair. Specifically, Ryamin took part in the falsification of the investigative materials in the so-called cases of the Espionage Center in the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee supposedly headed by Lazovsky, Mikhowels, Furr, and others, and of the Leningrad Affair, in the course of which, as is well known, were arrested and convicted the leading party and Soviet workers of the city of Leningrad Kuznetsov, Popkov, Kapustin, and others. In November 1950 Ryamin, on orders from Abakumov, was assigned the investigation in the case of the arrested Professor Ettinger. Knowing that Ettinger had been one of the doctors who treated A.S. Shcherbakov as a consultant, Ryamin adopted illegal means of investigation and forced Ettinger to give imaginary confessions about incorrect treatment of A.S. Shcherbakov, that supposedly led to his death. Lavrenchiy Iberia. 1953. Stenogramma Iyulskogo plenuma tisk KPSSI droji documenti. Moscow, 1999, pages 64-66. Having blamed Stalin's willfulness for the Leningrad Affair arrests, convictions, and executions, Khrushchev claimed in June 1957 that Stalin had been against the arrests of Voznesensky and the others. Khrushchev, Malenkov, and this is well known to Molotov, Mikoyan, Saburov, Pervykhin, The comrades I have named know that Stalin was against the arrests of Voznesensky and Kuznetsov. He was against the arrests, and those Jesuit Eichel beasts, Beria and Malenkov, influenced Stalin and instigated the arrests and executions of Voznesensky, Kuznetsov, and Popkov. Malenkov, your hands are bloody, your conscience unclean. You are a low-down person. Malenkov, you are slandering me. Khrushchev, Stalin said in my presence, and others heard it too, why isn't Voznesensky named to a post in the state bank, why are there no motions to this effect? But Beria and Malenkov presented the case to Stalin that Voznesensky, Kuznetsov, Popkov, and others were criminals. Why? Because at some time Stalin, deservedly or not, promoted Kuznetsov instead of Malenkov, and wanted to make Voznesensky chairman of the Soviet of Ministers. That is why their heads rolled. Malenkov, Molotov, Kaganovich. 1957. Stenogramma Iunskogo plenuma tisk KPSSI droji dokumenti. Moscow, 1998, pages 201-2, Emph. Added GF. 41 Mingrelian affair. Khrushchev. Instructive in the same way is the case of the Mingrelian nationalist organization which supposedly existed in Georgia. As is known, resolutions by the Central Committee, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, were made concerning this case in November 1951 and in March 1952. These resolutions were made without prior discussion with the Political Bureau. Stalin had personally dictated them. They made serious accusations against many loyal communists. On the basis of falsified documents, it was proven that there existed in Georgia a supposedly nationalistic organization whose objective was the liquidation of the Soviet power in that republic with the help of imperialist powers. In the notes to the critical edition of the decrees of the Politburo on bribery in Georgia and the anti-party group of Baramia of November 9, 1951 we read. In the original of the transcript of the PB Politburo sessions there is a copy of the decree written by Poskrebyshchev Stalin's personal secretary GF, and also a typed copy of the draft with Stalin's corrections. There follow a number of Stalin's corrections to the decree. Another note in the same critical edition, this time to the decree of the Politburo about the situation in the Georgian Communist Party, from March 27, 1952, reads. In the original transcript of the PB session Stalin wrote in the title of the decree on the draft. The decree resulted from the Politburo sessions of March 25 and March 27, 1952. Emphasis added GF. These texts and the relevant context are from the work Politburo Tisk VKP, B. I Soviet Ministrov SSSR 1945-1953. Ed. Klevniuk, O.V. et al. Moscow, Rospin, 2002, pages 351 and 354. These pages and the relevant context, texts of decrees, are now at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/furg/research/Ming-Aurelian-Rest.pdf. Boris Sokolov, in Rossiyaskaya Gazeta April 10, 2003. On April 10, 1953 was announced the decree of the CC of the CPSU on the violation of Soviet laws by former ministers of state security of the USSR and the Georgian SSR. This decree annulled the previous decree of the CC of November 9, 1951 and March 27, 1952 concerning the existence in Georgia of a Mingrelian nationalist organization. The Georgian leaders who were arrested earlier were liberated. However, soon thereafter many of them were arrested again under accusations of ties with Beria. Boris Nikolaevsky's note to the new leader edition. 51 Khrushchev's statement on the Mingrelian conspiracy does explain the purges in Georgia in 1952. Though he implies that the Mingrelian case, like the Leningrad case, was also staged by Beria and Abakumov, this is a deliberate distortion. It was precisely in November 1951 that St. Ignatieff, one of Beria's bitterest enemies, was appointed Minister of State Security. The Mingrelian case was, therefore, trumped up as a blow at Beria. It and the purges which followed in Georgia, in April, September, and November 1952, undermined Beria's position and cleared the way for the projected Second Yezhovshchina, which began, after the 19th Party Congress of November 1952, with the arrests in the doctors' plot. According to Khrushchev, Ignatiev was among the listeners at the speech. Present at this Congress as a delegate is the former Minister of State Security, Comrade Ignatiev. p. 38. Ignatiev was removed by the Presidium, of which Khrushchev was a member, for gross misconduct in fabricating the Mingrelian affair, the doctor's plot, and other matters. See Beria's reports, in Russian, at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/furg/research/mingrelianaf.pdf. 42 Yugoslavia. Khrushchev. The July plenum of the Central Committee studied in detail the reasons for the development of conflict with Yugoslavia. It was a shameful role which Stalin played here. The Yugoslav affair contained no problems which could not have been solved through party discussions among comrades. There was no significant basis for the development of this affair. It was completely possible to have prevented the rupture of relations with that country. This does not mean, however, that the Yugoslav leaders did not make mistakes or did not have shortcomings. But these mistakes and shortcomings were magnified in a monstrous manner by Stalin, which resulted in a break of relations with a friendly country. In July 1953, Khrushchev and other Presidium members attacked Beria for trying to repair relations with Yugoslavia, that is, they did not want relations as of one communist power to another. Molotov, I think, comrades, that this fact Comrade Malenkov read the draft letter to Comrade Rankovic, for Comrade Tito. With this fact the traitor Beria GF showed himself red-handed. He wrote it to them in his own hand and did not want the Presidium to discuss this question. What kind of man is this? True, we exchanged ambassadors. Malenkov, and we wanted a normalization of relations. Molotov, we wanted a normalization of relations. We decided it was necessary to establish with Yugoslavia the same kind of relations as with other bourgeois governments. And what is this kind of thing? I make use of this opportunity to transmit to you, Comrade Rankovic, hearty greetings from Comrade Beria, and to inform Comrade Tito that it would be expedient if Comrade Tito shares this viewpoint. Etc. etc. What kind of thing is this? He might have found support among foreign capitalists. Titos, Rankovic's, these are capitalist agents, he learned from them. He went straight from them to us. But isn't it clear what it means, this attempt by Beria to reach an agreement with Rankovic and Tito, who conduct themselves like enemies of the Soviet Union? Isn't it clear that this letter, composed by Beria in secret from the present government, was still one more blatant attempt to strike the back of the Soviet government and to render a direct service to the imperialist camp? This fact alone would be sufficient to conclude that Beria is the agent of a foreign camp, the agent of the class enemy. Lavrentii Beria. 1953. Stenogramma I Yulskogo plenuma tisk KPSS droji documenti. Moscow, 1999. Pages 103 to 4, 246. 43 Doctor's plot. Khrushchev. Let us also recall the affair of the doctor plotters. Animation in the hall. Actually there was no affair outside of the declaration of the woman Dr. Timashuk, who was probably influenced or ordered by someone. After all, she was an unofficial collaborator of the organs of state security, to write Stalin a letter in which she declared that doctors were applying supposedly improper methods of medical treatment. Such a letter was sufficient for Stalin to reach an immediate conclusion that there are doctor plotters in the Soviet Union. He issued orders to arrest a group of eminent Soviet medical specialists. He personally issued advice on the conduct of the investigation and the method of interrogation of the arrested persons. He said that the academician Vinogradov should be put in chains, another one should be beaten. Present at this Congress as a delegate is the former Minister of State Security, Comrade Ignatiev. Stalin told him curtly, if you do not obtain confessions from the doctors we will shorten you by a head. Stalin personally called the investigative judge, gave him instructions, advised him on which investigative methods should be used. These methods were simple: beat, beat and, once again, beat. Shortly after the doctors were arrested, we members of the political bureau received protocols with the doctors' confessions of guilt. After distributing these protocols, Stalin told us, "You are blind like young kittens, what will happen without me? The country will perish because you do not know how to recognize enemies." The case was so presented that no one could verify the facts on which the investigation was based. There was no possibility of trying to verify facts by contacting those who had made the confessions of guilt. We felt, however, that the case of the arrested doctors was questionable. We knew some of these people personally because they had once treated us. When we examined this case after Stalin's death, we found it to be fabricated from beginning to end. This ignominious case was set up by Stalin. He did not, however, have the time in which to bring it to an end, as he conceived that end, and for this reason the doctors are still alive. Now all have been rehabilitated, they are working in the same places they were working before, they treat top individuals, not excluding members of the government, they have our full confidence, and they execute their duties honestly, as they did before. In organizing the various dirty and shameful cases, a very base role was played by the rabid enemy of our party, an agent of a foreign intelligence service Beria, who had stolen into Stalin's confidence. Dr. Timashuk's letters have all been published since the end of the USSR. 252 She had nothing whatsoever to do with the doctor's plot affair. Her letters solely concerned the treatment, or mistreatment, she witnessed of Politburo member Andrei Zdanov in 1948. In reality it was Beria, probably at Stalin's suggestion, who put a stop to the doctor's plot frame-ups. 252 Tselbila spastis his balnogo. Pismality I Timashuk v Svoyozishchatu. The goal was to save the patient's life. Lydia Timashuk's letters in her own defense. Istaknik 1997, number 1, pages 3 to 16. Excerpts from Beria's report to the Presidium of April 1, 1953. Former Minister of State Security equals the MGBGF of the USSR. Ignatiev did not fulfill the obligations of his positions, did not guarantee the necessary control over the investigation, came to the aid of Riemann and of a few other MGB workers who, taking advantage of this, tortured the arrested persons brutally and falsified investigative materials with impunity. 4. To review the question of the responsibility of former Minister of State Security of the USSR. Ignatiev, SD, the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the USSR has taken measures to prevent in future the possibility of a repetition of such violations of Soviet laws in the work of the organs of the MVD. Excerpt from Presidium Decision on Doctor's Plot Case of April 3, 1953. 3. To propose to the former Minister of State Security of the USSR. Ignatiev SD to present to the Presidium of the CC of the CPSU an explanation of the most crude violations of Soviet laws and the falsification of investigative materials permitted in the Ministry of State Security. Lavrentii Beria. 1953, pages 21 to 25. According to Soviet dissident Boris Medvedev, it must have been Stalin himself who put an end to the persecution of the doctor wreckers in the press. We can assume that Stalin called Pravda either on the evening of February 27 or in the morning of February 28 and arranged for the cessation of publication of anti-Jewish materials and of all other articles dealing with the doctor's plot. In the Soviet Union at that time there was only one person who was able, with a single telephone call to the editor of Pravda or to the Department of Agitprop of the CPSU to change official policy. Only Stalin could do that. Medvedev further stresses the following point. Stalin's anti-Semitism, about which one may read in almost all his biographies, was not religious, nor ethnic, nor cultural. Bitovim equals based on lifestyle or Maury's GF. It was political, and expressed itself in anti-Zionism, not hatred of Jews. Tuidophobia. ZH.A. Medvedev. Stalin I Evrazikaya Problema. Novaya Analyze. Moscow, Pravakelovka, 2003, pages 216-7. In plain language, Medvedev confirmed that Stalin was not anti-Semitic at all, since opposition to Zionism is common among both religious and non-religious Jews, including in Israel itself. Svetlana Alelyeva. The doctor's plot took place during the last winter of his life. Valentina Vasilyevna told me later that father had been very saddened by the turn of events. She heard how it was discussed at the table, during meals. She served at table, as always. Father said that he did not believe in their dishonorableness, that this could not be after all, the proof were just the accusations of Dr. Timashuk. 20 Letters to a Friend, Letter 18. 44 Beria. Khrushchev. In organizing the various dirty and shameful cases, a very base role was played by the rabid enemy of our party, an agent of a foreign intelligence service Beria, who had stolen into Stalin's confidence. Mikoyan, at 1953 cubic centimeters plenum. We have no direct evidence that he was a spy or received assignments from foreign governments. Lavrentii Beria. 1953. Stenogramma Tuyulskogo plenuma tisk KPSS Idroji documenti. Ed. Namuov, v. IU. Sagashev. Moscow, Mezdunarudny Fond Demokratia, 1999, p. 174. Khrushchev. Beria showed himself more clearly as a provocateur and agent of the imperialists in the discussion of the German question, when he posed the question of renouncing the construction of socialism in the GDR and yielding to the West. That means yielding 18 million Germans to the rule of the American imperialists. He said, "We must create a neutral democratic Germany." The court has established that the beginning of L.P. Beria's criminal treasonous activity and the establishment by him of ties with foreign intelligence services relates to the period of the Civil War, when in 1919 L.P. Beria, being in Baku, committed treason when he accepted a position as a secret agent in the intelligence of the counter-revolutionary Musavit government in Azerbaijan, which acted under the control of English intelligence organs. In the active struggle against the revolutionary workers' movement in Baku in 1919, when Beria entered his position as a secret agent in the intelligence of the counter-revolutionary Musavit government in Azerbaijan, he established ties with a foreign intelligence service, and thereafter supported and extended his secret criminal connections with foreign intelligence services until the moment of his exposure and arrest. Lavrentii Beria, pages 238, 388, 390. Kaganovich. I will say the following. They never gave us any documents establishing that Beria was connected to imperialist powers, that he was a spy, and so on. Neither I nor Molotov ever saw such documents. Ichov asked Molotov, was he a spy? He said, an agent, not necessarily a spy. I asked Molotov, said Kaganovich, did you have any kind of documents concerning the charge that Beria was an agent of imperialism? He said, there were none. They gave us no such documents, and they did not exist. That's how it was. They said that at the trial there were such documents. Chov, Felix. Tak govoril Kaganovich. Ispov Stalinskogo Apostola. Moscow, Ateshistvo, 1992, p. 66. Same text in Chov, Kaganovich. Shepilov. Moscow, Olma Press, 2001, pages 83-4. Molotov agreed, as he told Chov. They argue to this day about Beria, was he an agent of foreign intelligence, or not? I think, he was not, said Molotov. Chov, Molotov, Polyadrzhavny v. Lastlin. Moscow, Olma Press, 2000, p. 409. Even more striking is the rough draft of Malenkov's speech at the Presidium session, where Beria was ultimately either arrested or killed, and where Malenkov had planned to propose the following. A. MVD to give this post to another, Kr Uglov, and the CC. B. To dismiss Beria from the post of Deputy Chairman of the Council of Ministers, to appointment him Minister of Petroleum and Industry. Lavrentii Beria, p. 70. However, earlier in this draft speech Malenkov referred to Vragi enemies trying to use the MVD. That denotes a lot of hostility towards Beria. It appears as though what really bothered the other members of the Presidium, or some of them, including Malenkov and Kruschev, was that the MVD was overseeing the activities of the Presidium members and other party leaders. This meant that the Soviet government was above the party, and party leaders had to answer to the law. It would be similar to the FBI investigating high-ranking government leaders in the USA. Beria's arrest took place at a session of the plenum of the Central Committee on June 26, 1953. Note, this is an error, it was, supposedly, a session of the Presidium of the CCGF, despite the fact that no concrete accusations at all had been leveled at Beria. His opponents understood this. At the outset even Khrushchev spoke only of detaining him in the interests of further investigation. I said detain him because we had no direct criminal accusations against him. I could have thought he was an agent of the Mossad, but Kamensky had talked about that. And no one had verified these facts. It was proposed only to remove him from the post he held. Against this was, supposedly, Molotov, who was afraid to leave Beria at liberty. Beria is very dangerous, and I believe we must take more extreme measures. And point 16, his Presidium comrades arrested him preventively. They feared him very much. In fact no Beria plot, about which so much was said afterwards, ever existed. They thought it up so as to be able to explain, somehow, to the masses why they had arrested Stalin's most faithful pupil. Interview with M. Smerdyakov, Kommersant v. Lasta Business Newspaper August 2, 2000. Pyotr Vanyar, in Archive. Number 20, 2002. At 45. Kaminsky about Beria working with Mossad. Khrushchev. Were there any signs that Beria was an enemy of the party? Yes, there were. Already in 1937, at a Central Committee plenum, former People's Commissar of Health Kaminsky said that Beria worked for the Mossad intelligence service. But the Central Committee plenum had hardly concluded when Kaminsky was arrested and then shot. Had Stalin examined Kaminsky's statement? No, because Stalin believed in Beria, and that was enough for him. Pavlunovsky's letter of June 1937, attesting to the fact that Beria had done underground work for the Bolshevik Party among nationalists. To the Secretary of the CCACP, B. Com. Stalin concerning Com. Beria. In 1926 I was assigned to Transcaucasia as the chairman of the Transk GPU. Before my departure for Tiflis Com. Dzerzhinsky, chairman of the OGPU, summoned me and informed me in a detailed way of the situation in Transcaucasia. Then Com. Dzerzhinsky informed me that one of my aides in Transcaucasia, Com. Beria, had worked for the Mossad counterintelligence during the Mossad regime. I was not to allow this situation to confuse me in any way or to bias me against Com. Beria, as Com. Beria had worked in their counterintelligence with the knowledge of responsible Transcaucasian comrades and that he, Dzerzhinsky, and Com. Sergo Orgenikij knew about this. Upon my arrival in Tiflis about 2 months later I dropped in to see Com. Sergo and told me everything Com. Dzerzhinsky had informed me about Com. Beria. Com. Sergo Orgenikij informed me that in fact Com. Beria had worked in the Mossad counterintelligence, that he carried out this work upon the assignment of party workers, and that he, Com. Orgenikij, Com. Kirov, Com. Mikoyan, and Com. Nazareshin were well informed about this. For this reason I should relate to Com. Beria with full confidence and that he, Sergo Orgenikij, completely trusted Com. Beria. In the course of 2 years' work in Transcaucasia Orjanikij told me several times that he prized Beria very highly as a developing worker, that a staunch worker would be developed from Beria, and that he had informed Stalin of his evaluation of Beria. In the course of my 2 years of work in Transcaucasia I knew that Sergo valued and supported Beria. 2 years ago Sergo for some reason said to me in a conversation, "Do you know that rightists and other such trash were trying, in their struggle against Beria, to use the fact that he had worked with the Mossavat counterintelligence, but that they will not be at all successful in this?" I asked Sergo whether Stalin was aware of this. Sergo Orjanikij replied that this was known to Stalin and that he had spoken to Stalin about it. June 25, 1937 Candidate to the CCVKP, B. Pavlunovsky. Alexei Toptigin, Lavrenchiy Beria. Moscow, Ioza, Exmo, 2005, pages 11-12. Beria's own party autobiography, including passages about his underground work among nationalists. From February 1919 to April 1920 while I was chairman of the COMM cell of technical workers, under the direction of senior comrades I carried out several tasks of the area committee, and handled other cells as instructor. In the autumn of that same year 1919 I entered service in counterintelligence from the Gummit Party, where I worked together with Comrade Musevi. In about March 1920, after the murder of Musevi I left work in counterintelligence and worked in the Baku Customs House. Beria, Konet Kariri. Ed V.F. Nekrasov. Moscow, Politis. 1991, pages 320-5, at page 323. Beria's whole autobiography is online at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/furg/research/beriaautobiog.pdf. Zaliska, Imperia Stalina. In April-May 1920 Beria was a plenipotentiary of the registration section of the Caucasus Front attached to the Revolutionary Military Council of the 11th Army, and then was dispatched to underground work in Georgia. In June 1920 he was arrested, but was released at the demand of the Soviet plenipotentiary representative S.M. Kirov and was sent to Azerbaijan. At http://www.hrono.ru/biograph/beria.html. Beria to Orjanikij, letter of March 2, 1933. Dear Sergo. 4. Levan Gagabarij is resting in Sukhumi. According to what Lakova and a number of other comrades say Gagabarij is saying the vilest things about me and in general about the new Transcaucasian leadership. In particular, about my past work in the Mossavat counterintelligence, he is asserting that the party supposedly did not know and does not know about this. But you know very well that I was sent by the party into the Mossavat intelligence service, and that this question was settled by the CC of the ACP, B, in 1920, in your presence, that of Stasova, Kaminsky, Mirza Davud Gasanov, Harimanov, Sarkis, Rukal, Akhundov, Bunyadzade, and others. In 1925 I handed you the official note of the decision of the CCAKB, B, about this, in which I was completely rehabilitated. That is the fact of my work in counterintelligence with the party's knowledge was confirmed by the declarations of Mirza Davud Gasanov, Kazim Ismailov, and others. Dadiko, who will give you this letter, will tell you the details. Yours, Lavrenchiy Beria. March 2, 1933. In Sovetskovodstvo. Perepiska. 1928-1941. Moscow, Rospin, 2001. Number 116, p. 204. Letter online at 381 https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde-for g/research/barriatur-dzhan33.pdf. Even Khrushchev admitted in memoirs written in the late 1960s. We had no direct criminal accusations against him, Beria. I might think he had been an agent of the Musevadists, like Kaminsky said. But no one ever verified this. Khrushchev, Vremia. Lyudi. Vlast. Vyspominania. KN2, Chast 3. Moscow, Moskovskie Novosti, 1999. Chapter Posel Smerti Stalina, p. 168. Also in the online edition at http://hrono.ru/libris/lib_h/h-rush48.html. 46 Kartvelishvili, Lavrentiev. Khrushchev. The long, unfriendly relations between Kartvelishvili and Beria were widely known. They date back to the time when Comrade Sergo Orjonikij was active in the Transcaucasus. Kartvelishvili was the closest assistant of Sergo. The unfriendly relationship impelled Beria to fabricate a case against Kartvelishvili. It is a characteristic thing that in this case Kartvelishvili was charged with a terroristic act against Beria. Beria uncovered an underground rightist group in Georgia, including Lavrentiev Kartvelishvili. July 20, 1937. No 1716/S. Dear Koba. The investigation on the matter of the counter-revolutionaries in Georgia is developing further, uncovering new participants in the vilest crimes against the party and Soviet power. The arrest of Jim Goloblishvili, L. Lavrentiev, Kartvelishvili, S.H. Ilyeva, shed a bright light on the traitorous work that they were carrying on as members of the counter-revolutionary organization of the Rights. In the Transcaucasian Counter-Revolutionary Center of Rights are from Georgia, Ilyeva S.H., Orakilashvili M., Lavrentiev L., and Inukij A. Lubyanka, Stalin IGUGB NKVD. 1937–1938. Documenti. Moscow, Matarik, 2004. Number 142, p. 252. Hereafter Lubyanka 2. Sergeyev was connected in espionage and diversionary work in Moscow with Mukulvish and Strelkov, in the Far Eastern region with the regional center, consisting of Lavrentiev, Diribas, Krutov, Kozier. Lubyanka 2, number 196, p. 347 of Sept 11, 1937, Lyashkov document. Luke Husen declared that there was one meeting at Lavrentiev's apartment, at which they distributed ministers' portfolios, etc. Ibid, number 207 p. 370 of September 19, 1937, Lyashkov document. Former regional procurator Chernin arrested in Khabarovsk admitted his participation in the plot, ties with Lavrentiev, Krutov, and other active conspirators. Ibid, number 309, p. 507 of March 29, 1938, Lyashkov document. Kartvelishvili named by Yakovlev, along with Kabakov and many others. Besides that, through Verakis Bauman we were connected with the group of Rights in Moscow Kaminsky, Bubnov, on the periphery with the leading workers of Oblast and Region Party organizations Rights and Trotskyites who led anti-Soviet organizations, Shabaldov, Kativik, Kabakov, Ivanov, Lavrentiev, Shubrikov, Tuka, Krynitsky. Ibid, number 226, p. 392 of October 15 to 18, 1937. The rehabilitation file on Kartvelishvili blames Beria for everything. Even if Kartvelishvili was framed, though, this cannot be the case. Most of the documents against him are by Lyashkov or, in the case of Yakovlev's confession, have nothing to do with Beria at all. 47 Kedrov. Khrushchev. Here is what the old communist, Comrade Kedrov, wrote to the Central Committee through Comrade Andreev, Comrade Andreev was then a Central Committee secretary. I am calling to you for help from a gloomy cell of the Lefortovsky prison. Let my cry of horror reach your ears, do not remain deaf, take me under your protection, please, help remove the nightmare of interrogations and show that this is all a mistake. I suffer innocently. The old Bolshevik, Comrade Kedrov, was found innocent by the military collegium. But, despite this, he was shot at Beria's order. Kedrov was in fact shot by order of Chief Prosecutor, not of Beria. October 17, 1941. A decision of the NKVD of the USSR was taken concerning the necessity to execute by shooting, according to the direction of the directing organs of the USSR, 25 prisoners. It was signed by the chief of the investigative section for especially important matters of the NKVD USSR L. Vladimirsky, confirmed by the Assistant People's Commissar for Internal Affairs of the USSR B. Kobylov, and with the consent of the Procurator equals Attorney General of the USSR V. Bokov. On the basis of this decision Beria signed, on October 18, 1941, the order to shoot the persons indicated. Organi Gosudrstvennoy bezopasnosti SSSR v Velikoy Oteshestvennoy Voyne. T.2. Nakalo, KN2. 1 Senchybria 31 Decabria 1941 Goda. Moscow, Rus, 2000. Number 617, p. 215, N1. Sentence, implying a judicial proceeding. To Senior Lieutenant of State Security Com. Semenik and D.E. Upon receipt of the present you are instructed to proceed to the city of Kruschev and to carry out the sentence, the highest measure of punishment, shooting, in relation to the following prisoners. Emph added G.F. Ibid, pages 215 to 216. Statement of the prosecutor's conclusion, or, perhaps, a part of it, in Kedrov's case, reprinted by Prudnikova p. 386. The condemned prisoners Afonsky, Kedrov I.M. and Shilkin have fully confirmed their confessions about Kedrov MS both at the preliminary investigation and at the court. On the basis of the aforementioned Kedrov Mikhail Sergeyevich, born 1878, living in Moscow, of Russian nationality, citizen of the USSR, of higher education, former landowner, member of the Bolshevik Party, a pensioner before his arrest, is accused. In that he is a participant in an anti-Soviet organization, shared the counter-revolutionary ideas of the Rights and has repeatedly conducted anti-Soviet and provocational conversations. In the interests of the British imperialists he engaged in traitorous behavior in the Northern Fleet during the period of 1918, that is in committing crimes covered by Articles 58-1A, 58-10 and 58-11 of the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation. Considering the preliminary investigation of the case of Kedrov MS closed and the charges laid against him proven, as laid down by a special order of the directive organs of the Union of SSR, would propose that Kedrov Mikhail Sergeyevich, born 1878, to be shot. Signed, Vladimirsky. Suk Humlanov, A.V. Tovy Lavrenchi Iberia. Moscow, Detective Press, 2003, p. 216. Reprinted in Prudnikova, Elena. Beria. Pristuplenia, Kodarik N.E. Bilo. SPB, Neva, 2005, p.386. Suk Humlanov believes Vladimirsky's signature on the facsimile is forged, while Prudnikova accepts it as genuine. The report on MS. Kedrov is attached to one of the Stalin shooting lists, that of March 28, 1941. An active participant in the anti-Soviet organization disguised as the Society Association of Northerners in Moscow. Was connected to the leading participant in the Zinovievi Trotskyist organization G. Safarov and approved his counter-revolutionary methods in struggle against the party and Soviet power. Kedrov is suspected of secret collaboration with the Tsarist secret police Okhrana on the basis of the following facts. In 1912, After he had been arrested several times by the Okhrana, he journeyed to Switzerland under suspicious circumstances, where he established ties with the Menshevist organization, and in 1914 received the right to return to Russia as politically reliable. Kedrov was closely connected with the leading participant of the conspiratorial organization in the NKVD and active agent of German intelligence Artuzov, condemned to death, whom he recommended for work in the organs of the Chaikoyo GPU. The brother of Kedrov's wife Mazel, who has lived all this time in America, made contact with Kedrov during several visits to the USSR. Mazel is known to the NKVD of the USSR as an agent of American intelligence. In addition, it has been established that in 1918 Kedrov, in command of the Northern Front, upon an offensive by the British forces, left Arkhangelsk of his own accord, disorganizing military action and opening the front to invasion by the enemy. He is exposed in hostile work by the confessions of Shilkin PP, former worker of the People's Commissariat of Water, sentenced to death, Afonsky VA, former company commander, sentenced to death, Safarov GI. Under arrest, undergoing investigation by the NKVD, in face-to-face confrontations with Safarov and Afonsky, and also by the confessions of witness Taganova VI and by official documents about the treasonous work of Kedrov on the Northern Front. http://stalin.memo.ru/sbravk/13-184.htm. But whatever the facts are about Kedrov's guilt or innocence, he was executed by an order signed by the Soviet prosecutor. 48 Ordzhonikidze's brother, Khrushchev. Beria also handled cruelly the family of Comrade Ordzhonikidze. Why? Because Ordzhonikidze had tried to prevent Beria from realizing his shameful plans. Beria had cleared from his way all persons who could possibly interfere with him. Ordzhonikidze was always an opponent of Beria, which he told to Stalin. Instead of examining this affair and taking appropriate steps, Stalin allowed the liquidation of Ordzhonikidze's brother and brought Ordzhonikidze himself to such a state that he was forced to shoot himself. Sergo Beria. I knew Papulia Ordzhonikidze well, because we lived in the same house. He always occupied prominent posts, but was better known as a Karo user, a hunter, and generally as a lover of the good life. He never called his brother Sergo anything but, excuse me, shit. He cursed socialism all day long. Sergo was well informed about Papulia's riotous behavior. He resented him and, when he came to Tbilisi, made a show of staying with us. Maybe from today's point of view Papulia could be considered a Democrat, but at that time abusing the existing social order was not forgiven, even in the case of a brother of one who was leading and heading that social order. Raul Kalachava, Sin Lavrenchia Beria Yuraski Vyet. Kiev, Kits Inca Press, 1992, p. 17. Klevniuk's fiercely anti-communist study still exonerates Beria. Valiko, Ivan, Ordzhonikidze worked as a budgetary inspector in the financial department of the Tbilisi Soviet. At the beginning of November 1936, one of his colleagues filed a statement with the party committee charging that Ivan Konstantinovich insisted upon the innocence of Papulia Ordzhonikidze and denied he fraternized with Trotskyites. The party committee of the Tbilisi Soviet issued a denunciation. Valiko was called on the carpet, and not only confirmed everything written in the statement, but added, Papulia Ordzhonikidze couldn't go against his brother, Comrade Sergo Ordzhonikidze, nor the leader of our people, Comrade Stalin, whom he personally knows. It's impossible to believe such accusations against Papulia Ordzhonikidze, they are all untrue. To the members of the party committee, Valiko protested, you can be sure of the innocence not only of my brother, but of others who will be freed in a short time. For such impertinence, they expelled him from the group of party sympathizers, and fired him. Sergo then got involved in the case. In the middle of December he phoned Beria and asked for help. Beria showed remarkable concern this time. He spoke with the accused and sought an explanation from the chairman of the Tbilisi Soviet. Sergo received a package within a week that contained an explanatory letter from Beria. Beria wrote, Dear Comrade Sergo, After your call I quickly summoned Valiko. He told me the story of his dismissal and roughly confirmed that which is expounded upon in the enclosed explanation from the chairman of the Tbilisi Soviet, Comrade Neoradze. Today, Valiko was restored to his job. Yours, Alberia. Klubniuk, Oleg V. In Stalin's Shadow. The Career of Sergo Orjonikich. Armonk, London, M. E. Sharp, 1995, p. 108. The Russian edition of this book, Stalin I Orjonikich. Konflikty v Politburo v 30 E. Gotti, Moscow, ISD. Rossiya Melodaya, 1993, is not identical to the English translation. 49 Stalin, Short Biography. Khrushchev. Comrades, the cult of the individual acquired such monstrous size chiefly because Stalin himself, using all conceivable methods, supported the glorification of his own person. This is supported by numerous facts. One of the most characteristic examples of Stalin's self-glorification and of his lack of even elementary modesty is the edition of his short biography, which was published in 1948. This book is an expression of the most dissolute flattery, an example of making a man into a godhead, of transforming him into an infallible sage, the greatest leader, sublime strategist of all times and nations. Finally, no oilier words could be found with which to lift Stalin up to the heavens. We need not give here examples of the loathsome adulation filling this book. All we need to add is that they all were approved and edited by Stalin personally, and some of them were added in his own handwriting to the draft text of the book. What did Stalin consider essential to write into this book? Did he want to cool the ardor of his flatterers who were composing his short biography? No. He marked the very places where he thought that the praise of his services was insufficient. Here are some examples characterizing Stalin's activity, added in Stalin's own hand. In this fight against the skeptics and capitulators, the Trotskyites, Zinovievites, Bukharinites, and Kamenevites, there was definitely welded together, after Lenin's death, that leading corps of the party, that upheld the great banner of Lenin, rallied the party behind Lenin's behests, and brought the Soviet people into the broad road of industrializing the country and collectivizing the rural economy. The leader of this corps and the guiding force of the party and the state was Comrade Stalin. 1. See below for discussion, Gf. Thus writes Stalin himself. Then he adds. Although he performed his task as leader of the party and the people with consummate skill and enjoyed the unreserved support of the entire Soviet people, Stalin never allowed his work to be marred by the slightest hint of vanity, conceit, or self-adulation. 2. See below for discussion, Gf. Where and when could a leader so praise himself? Ls this worthy of a leader of the Marxist-Leninist type? No. Precisely against this did Marx and Engels take such a strong position. This also was always sharply condemned by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. In the draft text of his book appeared the following sentence, Stalin is the Lenin of today. This sentence appeared to Stalin to be too weak, so, in his own handwriting, he changed it to read, Stalin is the worthy continuer of Lenin's work, or, as it is said in our party, Stalin is the Lenin of today. 3. See below for discussion, Gf. You see how well it is said, not by the nation but by Stalin himself. It is possible to give many such self-praising appraisals written into the draft text of that book in Stalin's hand. Especially generously does he endow himself with praises pertaining to his military genius, to his talent for strategy. I will cite one more insertion made by Stalin concerning the theme of the Stalinist military genius. The advanced Soviet science of war received further development, he writes, at Comrade Stalin's hands. Comrade Stalin elaborated the theory of the permanently operating factors that decide the issue of wars, of active defense and the laws of counter-offensive and offensive, of the cooperation of all services and arms in modern warfare, of the role of big tank masses and air forces in modern war, and of the artillery as the most formidable of the armed services. At the various stages of the war, Stalin's genius found the correct solutions that took account of all the circumstances of the situation. 4. See below for discussion, gf. And, further, writes Stalin, Stalin's military mastership was displayed both in defense and offense. Comrade Stalin's genius enabled him to divine the enemy's plans and defeat them. The battles in which Comrade Stalin directed the Soviet armies are brilliant examples of operational military skill. 5. See below for discussion, gf. In this manner was Stalin praised as a strategist. Who did this? Stalin himself, not in his role as a strategist but in the role of an author-editor, one of the main creators of his self-adulatory biography. Such, comrades, are the facts. We should rather say shameful facts. V. A. Bilyanov, editor of Stalin's Remarks. His Stalin's supporters could even find confirmation of the Vazhd's modesty, since he crossed out numerous phrases praising him that had been included by the servile compilers, like under Stalin's leadership, genius, etc. Stalin's many changes included the addition of a paragraph stressing the importance of the role of women. One of Stalin's great services has to be the fact that in this period, the period of the development of industrialization and collectivization, when it was essential to mobilize all our laboring forces to decide great tasks, he gave full attention to the woman question, the question of the position of women, of female labor, of the very important role of women, female workers, and women farmers in both the economic and the social political life of society and, having raised this question to the necessary importance, gave it a correct resolution. Izvestia Tisk KPSS No. 9, 1990, pages 113 to 129. Online at http://grachev62.narod.ru/stalin/t16/t16_17.htm. Maximenkov's conclusion. In contradiction to Khrushchev's thesis in these two examples, what is obvious is the significant lowering of ideological expressions of the cult by Stalin himself, and the exaltation of Leninist dogmas. All the formulations about the teachings of Stalin were removed. In the draft of the biography of Lenin, prepared in 1950 in accordance with Stalin's directives, the Vazhd leader, i.e. Stalin GF himself, systematically lowered the high style of information connected with the depiction of the parallel Lenin-Stalin. For understandable reasons, N.S. Khrushchev, P.N. Pospelov, M.A. Sislov, L.F. Ilikev and other ideologists of the thought did not cite, in their own public statements and articles, examples of these corrections by Stalin. The present author is not aware of any mention of these primary sources even during the years of perestroika. Leonid Maximenkov. Kulty. Zametki o Slovaksem Volak v Sovetskoy Politicheswa Kultur, Cult. Remarks about word symbols in Soviet political culture. Svobodnaya MYSL 10, 1993. Also at http://www.situation.ru/app/j_art_677.htm. Excerpt from Mokilov's notes about Stalin's remarks. There are very many errors. The tone is bad, socialist revolutionary. I'm said to have all kinds of knowledge, including some kind of knowledge of constant factors of war. It appears that I have knowledge about communism, while Lenin, you see, spoke only about socialism and said nothing about communism. And I, you see, spoke about communism. Further, it is as though I have knowledge about the industrialization of the country, about the collectivization of agriculture, and so forth, etc. In fact, it is to Lenin that the achievement of the posing of the question of industrializing our country, as well as concerning the question of collectivizing agriculture, etc. must be attributed. There's a great deal of praise in this biography, the exaltation of the role of the individual. What is left for the reader to do after reading this biography? Get on his knees and pray to me. Here, about Baku, it is written that, supposedly, before my arrival the Bolsheviks had done nothing, and all I had to do was to arrive and suddenly everything changed at once. Believe it or not. In reality, how was it? We had to form our cadre. We did form cadre of Bolsheviks in Baku. I listed the names of these people in the corresponding place. The same about another period. People like Dzerzhinsky, Franz, Koubyshev, lived and worked, but nothing is written about them, they are absent. This has to do with the period of the Second World War. It was necessary to take capable people, gather them, forge them. Such people gathered around the main command of the Red Army. Nowhere is it said that I am a pupil of Lenin. In fact, I considered myself, and still consider myself, a pupil of Lenin. I said this clearly in the well-known conversation with Ludwig. I am a pupil of Lenin's, Lenin taught me, not the other way around. He laid out the road, and we are proceeding along this cleared road. Richard Kosolapov, Slovo Tovarisha Stalinu. Moscow, Exmo Algorithm, 2002, pages 470 to 472. Elsewhere Kosolapov recounts a story possibly apocryphal, though it is attested by many others as well, about Stalin's disdain for his image. Supposedly Joseph Vissarionovic had a conversation with his son Vasily when, angered by the arrogance of his sons, he uttered this reproach: "Do you think that you are Stalin? Do you think I am Stalin? He is Stalin there," he said, as he pointed at the pompous portrait. Speech on 122nd anniversary of Stalin's birth, Solnstruden No. 3, 2003, pages 3 to 4. At http://www.cprf.info/analytics/10828.shtml. Non-Stalinist authors like Yuri Bogomolov, correspondent for Izvestia, cite similar stories. A rumor has spread about a conversation between Papa Iosif and his son Vasya. "You think you are Stalin? You think I am Stalin? That is Stalin," said the boss, as he finished his moral lesson and pointed at a portrait. Stalin ITV, now at http://web.archive.org/web/200502240733/http://www.politcom.ru/2003/pvz74.php. 50. The short course. Khrushchev. And when Stalin himself asserts that he himself wrote the short course of the history of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, this calls at least for amazement. Can a Marxist-Leninist thus write about himself, praising his own person to the heavens? Molotov. Kruschev, I have heard the assertion that it was Yaroslavsky who wrote the short course. Molotov. That's impossible. But it wasn't written by Stalin. And he never said that he had written it. He read to us the only chapter of his, the philosophical one. Kruschev, Molotov, Polyadержavny Vlastlin, 302. In reality, as ROI Medvedev has pointed out, Stalin's role in preparing the textbook was far more significant. In the chapter with the title "Stalin, main author of the short course," Medvedev notes, Stalin edited and wrote many of the pages of this short course. To Stalin belong not only the general plan of the book, but also the titles of each chapter and paragraphs within these chapters. He wrote all the sections and pages of the book that related to theory. Already on November 28, 1938, Fyodor Samilov, director of the State Museum of the Revolution, wrote a letter to A.N. Poskrebyshev, chief of Stalin's secretarial staff. To the CC of the ACP, B. Com. Poskrebyshev. In connection with the necessary exposition in the Museum of the Revolution of the USSR of the short course of the history of the ACP, B., we must turn to Comrade Stalin with a request to permit us to receive a few pages, written or corrected by him, of the short course, or page margins corrected by Comrade Stalin's hand. If it is not possible to receive originals of the indicated materials, then could not the museum be provided with photocopies of them? The exposition of these materials would be extremely valuable and interesting for visitors to the museum. Poskrebyshev showed this letter to Stalin a few days later, and the latter wrote his answer directly on the letter form of the Museum of the Revolution, com. Samilov. I would not think that in your old age you would bother yourself with such trifles. If the book has already been published in millions of copies, why do you want the manuscripts? With greetings. December 6, 1938. J. Stalin. This letter with Stalin's resolution was taken from the archives at the end of 1955 in preparation for the XX Congress of the CPSU. On the basis of this document, N.S. Khrushchev virtually blamed Stalin for plagiarism. The short course, as Khrushchev said, was written by a collective of authors, and in the short biography of Stalin published in 1948 in Stalin's own hand was inserted the phrase "the book history of the ACP, B." Short course was written by Comrade Stalin and approved by a commission of the CCACP, B. As you can see, exclaimed N.S. Khrushchev to the closed session of the Congress in his secret report, this constitutes a conversion of the work created by a collective into a book written by Stalin. In this case N.S. Khrushchev was in error. As is known, not all the manuscripts were burned. A part of the typescript of the short course with corrections and insertions of various kinds by Stalin has been retained, and these materials were published in 2002 to 2003 in the journal Vorpasy Istoria. R.A. Medvedev, Lyudi Ineji. Klochetal Stalin? Moscow, Pravakilovka, 2005, pages 216 to 217. 51 Stalin signed order for monument to himself on July 2, 1951. Khrushchev. It is a fact that Stalin himself had signed on July 2, 1951 a resolution of the USSR Council of Ministers concerning the erection on the Volga-Don Canal of an impressive monument to Stalin. On September 4 of the same year he issued an order making 33 tons of copper available for the construction of this impressive monument. February 16, 1951 The Politburo decision. The chairmanship at the sessions of the Presidium of the Soviet of Ministers of the USSR and the Bureau of the Presidium of the Soviet of Ministers of the USSR is to be assigned by turns to the vice-chairman of the Presidium of the Soviet of Ministers of the USSR Comrades Bulganin, Beria, and Malenkov, to whom are also assigned the duties of considering and taking decisions upon current matters. Decrees and announcements of the Council of Ministers of the USSR will be issued under the signature of the Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the USSR Comrade Stalin J.V. I.U. Zhukov, Tainy Kremlia. Stalin, Molotov, Beria, Malenkov. Moscow, Taranizny Club, 2000, pages 544 to 5. The original of this document. http://www.russarchives.ru/events/exhibition/29.xb/29.html. The rubber stamps of Stalin's signature used to sign documents in his name. Politburo members speaking in July 1953 concerning Stalin's political inactivity during final period of his life. Khrushchev. We all respect Comrade Stalin. But the years take their toll. During recent times Comrade Stalin did not read papers, or receive people, because his health was weak. Lavrenty Iberia, p. 236. Kaganovich. It must be frankly said that in Stalin's day, since we had his general political leadership, we lived more calmly, although Comrade Stalin, as has been accurately said, during recent times did not work very actively or take part in the work of the Politburo. Lavrenty Iberia, p. 274. Voroshilov. Together with the rest of us he knew that, as a result of hard work, during the past years he was often ill. Lavrenty Iberia, p. 334. Mikoyan. Comrade Stalin at first took an active part in the formation of these organs, but during the past 2 years he stopped taking an interest in them. Lavrenty Iberia, p. 170. All citations from Lavrenty Iberia. 1953. Ed. Naumov and Sagashev. Moscow 1999. 52 Palace of Soviets. Khrushchev. At the same time Stalin gave proofs of his lack of respect for Lenin's memory. It is not a coincidence that, despite the decision taken over 30 years ago to build a Palace of Soviets as a monument to Vladimir Ilyich, this palace was not built, its construction was always postponed and the project allowed to lapse. Maxim Volchenkov's, Dvorets Sovtov, the Palace of Soviets. Despite the stormy beginning of the construction, the realization of the project had to be frozen. More than this, the metallic carcass of the Palace of Soviets was taken down during the war. The capital needed metal for defense materials against fascist Germany. After the victory they did not resurrect the building, although the idea of the structure of this grandiose conception never left Stalin until his very death. The Vazd wanted to underscore, with this building, the superiority of the Soviet system over the structure of capitalist states. We won the war and are recognized throughout the world as great victors. We should be ready for the arrival of foreign tourists in our cities. What will they think if they go around Moscow and do not see any skyscrapers? When they compare us to capitalist capitals, it may be to our detriment. The resources set aside for the construction of the Palace of Soviets were used for the reconstruction of the state after this very severe war. In addition, the Cold War had begun, and many resources were needed to build the atom bomb. What was the sense of a grandiose building if the enemy, who had atomic weapons, could wipe the whole country off the face of the earth? Who would then admire the masterpiece of Soviet architecture? It was clear that the actualization of this magnificent conception was postponed for an indefinite time. Despite that, the Directorate of Construction of the Palace of Soviets attached to the Soviet of Ministers still remained in existence for several years. Then it was reassigned to the construction of other multi-story buildings, using the experience of the designs of the Palace of Soviets that had been worked out with the years. A few more years passed, and the Directorate would undertake the construction of the television tower in Ostankino. Volchenkov quotes Khrushchev's attack on Stalin in the secret speech. Despite Khrushchev's harsh criticism of the old project and its organizers, the new contest did not produce anything better, and the country never saw this building either during Khrushchev's time or later. Maxim Volchenkov. Dvorets Sovtov. http://www.4ygeca.com/dv_sovetov.html 53 Lenin Prize. Khrushchev. We cannot forget to recall the Soviet government resolution of August 14, 1925 concerning the founding of Lenin Prizes for educational work. This resolution was published in the press, but until this day there are no Lenin Prizes. This, too, should be corrected. In the notes to the critical edition of Khrushchev's speech the editors say nothing about any connection between the cancellation of the Lenin Prizes and the establishment of the Stalin Prizes. The Lenin Prizes were awarded for exceptional achievements in the fields of science, technology, literature, art, and architecture. They were established in 1925, and were not awarded between 1935 and 1957. In November 1955 to March 1956 the question of renewing of the Lenin Prize awards was discussed in the Presidium and Secretariat of the Central Committee of the CPSU. From 1958 till 1990 they were awarded annually on Lenin's birthday. Doklad Krushkova, p. 161, n. 89. The idea of establishing prizes in the field of literature seems to have been first suggested by Gorky. Having read Stalin's speech to the Unified Plenum of the CC and the Central Control Commission of the ACP, B. January 7 to 12, 1933, the writer responded with an enthusiastic letter. January 16, 1933. Dear Iosif Vissarionovic, the accumulation of materials for the first 4 volumes of the history of the Civil War has been completed by its secretariat. It is now essential that the main editorial group confirm the materials of the authors who have been mentioned for reworking, and I urge you in this regard. The authors must submit their manuscripts by March 31. I implore you to move this matter forward. I have the impression that the main editorial group is sabotaging this effort. I read your powerful, wise speech to the plenum with a feeling of the deepest satisfaction and enthusiasm. I am completely certain that such a powerful echo will resound everywhere in the world of the working class. Beneath its serene, powerfully forged form lies such a resounding thunder that it seems that you have squeezed into your words all the noise of the construction of the years gone by. I know that you do not need any words of praise, but I think I have the right to tell you the truth. You are a great man, a real leader, and the proletariat of the Soviet Union is fortunate that at its head there stands a second Ilyich by the force of your logic and by your inexhaustible energy. I shake your hand firmly, dear and respected comrade. A. Peshkov. On the reverse side of the writing paper in Gorky's hand are two notes, in the second of which, among other things, is written the following. Alexei Tolstoy has in mind an all-union contest in comedy. I hereby attach the draft revolution about this contest. Among our writers there is felt a strong sense of renewed energy and the desire to work seriously, therefore the contest might yield good results. But for an all-union contest 7 prizes are too few, we should increase the number to at least 15, and the amount of the first prize to 25,000, the devil with them. And give to the prizes the name of Stalin, emphasis added GF, for indeed this plan comes from you. In addition, why only comedy? Drama should also be included. Forgive me for boring you. AP. On February 3, 1933, Stalin replied to Gorky. Dear Alexei Maximovich, I have received your letter of January 16, 1933. Thank you for your warm words and for your praise. No matter how people may boast, no one can be indifferent to praise. Understandably I, as a person, am no exception. 3. We will finish plans for a comedy contest soon. Will not refuse Tolstoy. We guarantee everything according to your demands. Concerning giving the prizes the name of Stalin, I protest most strongly, most strongly. Emphasis added GF. Greetings. I shake your hand. J. Stalin. P.S. Take care of your health. Swama, Vasily. Zaprishchiny I Stalin. Moscow, OIMA Press, 2005, pages 20-21. This volume is online at http://zapravdu.ru/index.php ? Option =com_content &task =view &id =79 item ID =51. This passage is on the second page of the online book, at http://zapravdu.ru/index.php ? Option =com_content &task =view &id =79 item ID =51 ? Item ID =51 limit =1 limit start =1. On December 21, 1939, Pravda published a decree of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR concerning the establishment of prizes and awards in the name of Stalin. The decree, issued under the signature of Chairman of the CPC Molotov and the business manager Klamov, reads as follows, emphasis added GF. In commemoration of the 60th birthday of Comrade Iosif Vissarionovich Stalin, the Council of People's Commissars of the Union of SSR decrees. I to establish 16 prizes in the name of Stalin, of 100,000 rubles each, to be awarded each year to activists in science and arts for exceptional work in the following fields. 1. Physico-mathematical sciences. 2. Technical sciences. 3. Chemical sciences. 5. Agricultural science. 6. Medical science. 7. Philosophical science. 8. Economic science. 9. Historical philological science. 10. Juridical science. 11. Music. 12. Painting. 13. Sculpture. 14. Architecture. 15. Theatrical arts. 16. Cinematography. 2. To establish the Stalin Prize, to be awarded yearly for the best discovery. 10 first prizes of 100,000 rubles each. 20 second prizes of 50,000 rubles each. 30 third prizes of 25,000 rubles each. 3 to establish the Stalin Prize, to be awarded yearly for exceptional achievements in the field of military knowledge. 3 first prizes of 100,000 rubles each. 5 second prizes of 50,000 rubles each. 10 third prizes of 25,000 rubles each. Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. Of the Union of SSR V. Molotov. Business Manager of the Council of People's Commissars. Of the Union of SSR M. Klamov. December 20, 1939. Moscow, the Kremlin. Premii bez Prenii, Kommersant Dengi, February 7, 2005. At http://www.kommersant.ru/doc.aspx?docs ID =$5444976. Thereupon still another decree was issued in which the question of the Stalin Prizes received a further elaboration. In addition to the decree of the CPC of the Union of SSR of December 20, 1939, the CPC of the Union of SSR decrees: 1 for poetry, 1 for prose, 1 for dramaturgy, 1 for literary criticism. Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars USSR. V. Molotov. Business Manager of the Council of People's Commissars USSR. M. Klamov. February 1, 1940. Moscow, the Kremlin. From 1930 till 1991 the highest state award of the USSR was the Order of Lenin, not of Stalin. The Order of Stalin was indeed proposed but, as we have seen in section 1 above, it was resolutely and successfully opposed by Stalin himself and never instituted. Concerning the establishment of 2 new orders of the Union of SSR, the Order of Lenin and the Red Star. The decree of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, the highest state organ under the 1924 Constitution GF of April 6, 1930. 1 to establish 2 new orders of the Union of SSR. The Order of Lenin and the Red Star. The Statute of the Order of Lenin. The Decree of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR of May 5, 1930. The Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the Union of SSR, decrees. To confirm the statute below of the Order of Lenin. Text at http://glory.rin.ru/cgi-bin/article.pl?ID =$99. 54 Stalin suggested huge tax increase on kolkhozes. Khrushchev. What is more, while reviewing this project Stalin proposed that the taxes paid by the kolkhozes and by the kolkhoz workers should be raised by 40 billion rubles. According to him the peasants are well off and the kolkhoz worker would need to sell only 1 more chicken to pay his tax in full. Imagine what this meant. Certainly, 40 billion rubles is a sum which the kolkhoz workers did not realize for all the products which they sold to the government in 1952. For instance, the kolkhozes and the kolkhoz workers received 26,280 million rubles for all their products delivered and sold to the government. Did Stalin's position, then, rest on data of any sort whatever? Of course not. In such cases facts and figures did not interest him. Khrushchev, at the July 1953 CC plenum. Khrushchev, unfortunately when there was a third variant of a proposed tax increase he proposed by the way to raise the taxes on kolkhozes and kolkhozniks to 40 billion, but the whole income is only 42 billion. Mikoyan, to raise the current tax from 15 billion to 40 billion. Khrushchev, no, raise it 40 billion more in taxes. That is already, I don't know what. Mikoyan, that would be impossible. Lavrentiy Beria, p. 171. This same story is repeated in the second draft of the same meeting on p. 313, but Mikoyan's words are elaborated to take a dig at Beria. Malenkov later mentions the same figure, but makes it clear that he had not heard it before the plenum. In the course of the work of the current plenum you, comrades, learned the following fact. In connection with the problems of improving animal husbandry in February of this year, Comrade Stalin insistently proposed increasing the taxes in the countryside by 40 billion rubles. We of course all understood the glaring injustice and danger of such a measure. Ibid p. 351. Note that Khrushchev had said Stalin mentioned this by the way or as an aside, poputno. Malenkov has turned that into insistently proposed. Mikoyan does not repeat the story of 40 billion rubles in the account of this event in his memoirs. He says that it was Khrushchev that heard Stalin propose an additional tax on the peasantry. Mikoyan also fails to cite the 40 billion rubles figure. An extra chicken per peasant family would not produce a large sum, much less this colossal figure, though Mikoyan admits he did not ever hear Stalin say this. Evidently it was not Khrushchev, but other CC members who heard the remark about an extra chicken. It is interesting that Mikoyan is very careful to state what he himself heard from Stalin, and to make it clear that he did not hear any of this himself. This could be interpreted as meaning he did not necessarily believe it, especially Khrushchev's figure. As always in the evening, when the other members of the Presidium were also at Stalin's, Malenkov laid out the essence of the matter in order to test Stalin's reaction. I was not present. Khrushchev later said that Stalin got angry and said that we were renewing the program of Rykov and Frumkin, that the peasantry was getting fat while the working class was living more poorly. Other CC members told me that Stalin spoke out on this subject during the October 1952 plenum and sharply criticized me for the very idea of raising the purchase prices on meat and dairy products. They said that he looked very mean, walked back and forth as he usually did, grumbled, and said about me, "A new Frumkin has turned up." But truthfully, I did not hear that. Then I heard he said we needed yet another new tax on the peasants. He said, what's that to a peasant? He'll give up an extra chicken and that's all. And at that same discussion Khrushchev heard about Stalin's proposal to levy an additional tax on the peasantry and got upset, saying that if we were to raise taxes on the peasants then we needed to include people like Malenkov, Beria, and Zverev, the head of the Ministry of Finance, on the commission. Stalin agreed to that. After a time we actually met in our new composition. The commission discovered that both Beria and Malenkov considered it impossible to carry out Stalin's directive. This was explained, of course, in private conversations. They gave it to Zverev to do the accounting and explaining. In general, they drew this matter out as long as they could. Everyone considered Stalin's suggestions about new taxes on the peasantry without any increases in the purchase prices to be impracticable. Emphasis added gf. Takbylo, Mikoyan's Memoirs, Chapter 46, p. 578. 55 Stalin insulted Postyshev. Khrushchev. In one of his speeches Stalin expressed his dissatisfaction with Postyshev and asked him, "What are you actually?" Postyshev answered clearly, "I am a Bolshevik, Comrade Stalin, a Bolshevik." This assertion was at first considered to show a lack of respect for Stalin, later it was considered a harmful act and consequently resulted in Postyshev's annihilation and branding without any reason as a people's enemy. Khrushchev is the sole source for this supposed statement by Stalin. This quotation has never been located anywhere. No one else has ever claimed that Stalin said it. Had it in fact been in a speech it would almost certainly have been found long before now. We discuss this matter in the text. 56 Disorganization of Politburo work. Khrushchev. The importance of the Central Committee's political bureau was reduced and its work was disorganized by the creation within the political bureau of various commissions, the so-called quintets, sextets, septets and novinaries. Here is, for instance, a resolution of the Political Bureau of October 3, 1946. Stalin's proposal. 1. The Political Bureau Commission for Foreign Affairs, Sextet, is to concern itself in the future, in addition to foreign affairs, also with matters of internal construction and domestic policy. 2. The sextet is to add to its roster the chairman of the State Commission of Economic Planning of the USSR, Comrade Voznesensky, and is to be known as a septet. Signed, Secretary of the Central Committee, J. Stalin. What a terminology of a card player. Laughter in the hall. It is clear that the creation within the political bureau of this type of commissions, quintets, sextets, septets and novenaries, was against the principle of collective leadership. The result of this was that some members of the political bureau were in this way kept away from participation in reaching the most important state matters. Edvard Radzinsky, biographer of, and extremely hostile to, Stalin. After Stalin's death, Nikita Khrushchev in his famous report on the cult of personality waxed indignant that Stalin diminished the role of the Politburo by the creation within the CC of certain sextets, quintets, to which were given special powers. What a terminology of a card player! Fumed Khrushchev. But he, addressing himself to the post-Lenin generation of the party, did not know, or pretended not to know, that he was threatening one of the oldest party traditions. Troikas, quintets, and other narrow structures created by the Vazd within his leading group and known only to the participants and the Vazd himself, had appeared in Lenin's day. Radzinsky, Stalin. Chapter 4. The Russian edition, Stalin. Moscow, Vagrius, 1997, is online at http://military.lib.ru/bio/radzinsky_es1/02.html. 57. Stalin suspected Voroshilov as an English agent. Khrushchev. Because of his extreme suspicion, Stalin toyed also with the absurd and ridiculous suspicion that Voroshilov was an English agent. Laughter in the hall. It's true, an English agent. p.48. Khrushchev's memoirs. Stalin even said to a few of us, a narrow circle of us, v uzkom krugu, gf, that he suspected Voroshilov was an English agent. Of course, improbable stupidities. Khrushchev, N.S. Vremia. Lyudi. V. Last. kn.2. Chast 3. Moscow, Moskovskie Novosti, 1999, pages 128 to 129. Online at http://hrono.ru/libris/lib_h/hrush45.html. There is no other source for this story. None of Khrushchev's colleagues in that narrow circle ever confirmed it. 58. Andreev, 59. Molotov, 60. Mikoyan. Andreev. Khrushchev. By unilateral decision, Stalin had also separated one other man from the work of the political bureau, Andrei Andreyevich Andreev. This was one of the most unbridled acts of willfulness. Afirmuov. In the new list of those elected are all members of the old Politburo except that of Comrade A.A. Andreev, who, as everyone knows now, is unfortunately completely deaf and thus cannot function. Vchi ruki vruchim estafetu nashigo velikago dela. Neopublikovane rech iv. Stalina na plenum centralnogo komiteta kpss. 16 October 1952 Goda, Pozapisi Ln Afirmova, Sovetskaya Rossiya. 13 Ianvaria 2000 GP6. Facsimile online at https://msuweb.montclair.edu/tilde/research/stalinoct1652.pdf, also at http://www.prometej.info/solence/st-03.htm. Konstantin Simonov. I remember only Stalin's reply about Andreev, who was not included among the members and candidates of the Presidium of the CC, that he had withdrawn from activity, and for all practical purposes could not work actively anymore. Simonov, Glazamiki Lovka Mogo Pokolania through the eyes of a man of my generation, 1988, p. 246. Molotov, Mikoyan. Khrushchev. Let us consider the first Central Committee plenum after the 19th Party Congress, when Stalin, in his talk at the plenum, characterized Vyacheslav Mihailovich Molotov and Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan and suggested that these old workers of our party were guilty of some baseless charges. It is not excluded that had Stalin remained at the helm for another several months, comrades Molotov and Mikoyan would probably have not delivered any speeches at this Congress. A furr move. It's necessary to touch upon incorrect behavior on the part of a few prominent political figures, if we are speaking of unity in our affairs. I have in mind comrades Molotov and Mikoyan. Comrade Molotov the most dedicated to our cause. If called upon, I do not doubt that, without hesitation, he would give his life for the party. But we cannot overlook his unworthy acts. Comrade Molotov as our Minister of Foreign Affairs, having taken a little too much liquor at a diplomatic deception, gave his agreement to the British ambassador to publish bourgeois newspapers and magazines in our country. Why? On what basis did he have to agree to such a thing? Is it not clear that the bourgeoisie is our class enemy and to disseminate the bourgeois press amongst the Soviet people can bring us nothing but harm? This faulty step, if we were to permit it, would be a harmful, negative influence on the minds and worldview of Soviet people, would lead to the weakening of our communist ideology and the strengthening of bourgeois ideology. This is the first political mistake of Comrade V.M. Molotov. And what about the offer by Molotov to give the Crimea to Soviet Jews? This is a crude error by Comrade Molotov. Why did he have to do it? How could this be permitted? On what grounds did Comrade Molotov make this offer? We have the Jewish Autonomous Republic. Isn't that enough? Let this republic be developed. And Comrade Molotov ought not to be an advocate of illegal Jewish claims on our Soviet Crimea. This is the second political error of Comrade V.I. Molotov. Comrade Molotov does not conduct himself as befits a member of the Politburo. And we reject categorically his fanciful offers. Comrade Molotov has such deep respect for his wife that no sooner has the Politburo taken a decision on this or that important political question, that it is quickly made known to Comrade Jem Huzhina. It seems as though some kind of invisible thread united the Politburo with Molotov's wife Jem Huzhina and her friends. And she is surrounded by friends who cannot be trusted. Clearly, such behavior by a member of the Politburo is impermissible. Now regarding Comrade Mikoyan. He, do you see, is categorically against raising agricultural taxes on the peasants. Who is he, our Anastas Mikoyan? What is it that is not clear to him? The peasant is our debtor. We have a first unity with the peasants. We have guaranteed the land forever to the kolkhozes. They must render the due debt to the state. Therefore we do not agree with Comrade Mikoyan's position. See former references under Andreev. Khrushchev's memoirs. And at the plenum Stalin, in his speech, hit Molotov and Mikoyan upside the head, put their honesty in doubt. In his speech he insinuated political distrust of them, suspicion in some kind of political dishonesty. Well. Khrushchev, N.S. Vermia, Lindy, V. Last. Volume 2 Part 3. Chapter 19th Congress of the Communist Party of Our Country. Online at http://hrono.ru/libris/lib_h/h-rush41.html. DT. Shepilov, one of the few eyewitnesses to the plenum who left a written account of what took place, said. Stalin at the CC plenum and without any basis expressed political distrust of Molotov, accused him of capitulationism towards American imperialism and proposed not to appoint Molotov to the staff of the Bureau of the Presidium of the CC. That was done. V. Molotov accepted this without a single word of protest. Standing at the podium, Stalin with a suspicious expression spoke about how Molotov was intimidated by American imperialism, that, when he was in the USA, he sent panic-stricken telegrams, that such a leader does not deserve our trust, that he cannot be in the leading nucleus of the party. In the same tone Stalin expressed political distrust of A. Mikoyan and K. Voroshilov. Molotov sat unmoving behind the table of the Presidium. He remained silent, and not a single muscle moved on his face. Through the glass of his pince-nez he looked straight out into the hall and only rarely moved the 3 fingers of his right hand on the tablecloth, as though kneading a bit of bread. Mikoyan was very nervous. He delivered a trifling and disordered speech. He too, defending himself from these fantastic accusations, did not fail to kick out at Molotov that, as he claimed, he had been friends with Voznesensky, who was himself a terrible criminal. Shepilov, Dmitry it Neprimnovshii. Moscow, Vagrius, 2001, p. 19, p. 229. Online at http://www.pseudology.org/shepilovidt/11.htm. 61 Expansion of the Presidium. Khrushchev. Stalin evidently had plans to finish off the old members of the Political Bureau. He often stated that Political Bureau members should be replaced by new ones. His proposal, after the 19th Congress, concerning the election of 25 persons to the Central Committee Presidium, was aimed at the removal of the old Political Bureau members and the bringing in of less experienced persons so that these would extol him in all sorts of ways. We can assume that this was also a design for the future annihilation of the old Political Bureau members and, in this way, a cover for all shameful acts of Stalin, acts which we are now considering. Afremov's notes. Yes, we did hold the Congress of our party. It went very well, and many of you might think that, amongst us there exists full harmony and unity. But we have not this harmony and unity of thought. Some people disagree with our decisions. They say, why did we significantly enlarge the membership of the Central Committee? But isn't it self-evident that we need to get new forces into the CC? We old people will die out, but we must think to whom, into whose hands we shall pass the baton of our great undertaking. Who will carry it forward? For this we need younger, dedicated people and political leaders. And what does it mean to bring up a dedicated, devoted political leader of the state? It takes 10, no, 15 years to educate a state leader. But just wishing for this is not enough. To educate ideologically firm state activists can only be done through practice, in the daily work of carrying out the general line of the party, of overcoming all sorts of opposition from hostile opportunist elements who are striving to slow down and interrupt the task of the building of socialism. And we must have political activists of Leninist experience, educated by our party, in the struggle to defeat these hostile attempts and to achieve complete success in the realization of our great goals. Is it not clear that we must lift up the role of our party and its party committees? Can we forget about improving the party's work among the masses, as Lenin taught us? All this needs a flow of young, fresh forces into the CC, the general staff of our party. This is what we have done, following Lenin's instructions. This is why we have expanded the membership of the CC. And the party itself has grown a little. The question is asked as to why we relieved some prominent party and state figures from their important posts as ministers. What can be said on this account? We replaced comrades Molotov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov and others and replaced them with new workers. Why? On what basis? The work of a minister this is hard, peasant labor. It demands great strength, concrete knowledge and good health. This is why we have relieved some deserving comrades from the posts they occupied and appointed in their places new, more qualified, workers who take initiative. They are young people, full of strength and energy. We must support them in their important work. See previous references. Appendix, secret speech delivered by First Party Secretary at the 20th Party Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, February 25, 1956. From Congressional Record, Proceedings and Debates of the 84th Congress, Second Session, May 22, 1956 to June 11, 1956, C11, Part 7, June 4, 1956. Pages 9389 to 9402. Note, I have taken this directly from the Congressional Record. A link to my own PDF version of the congressional record text follows. The same translation was reprinted the following day, June 5, 1956, in the New York Times, pages 13 to 16. It has been reprinted many times since, and is widely available on the Internet today. In introducing the reprint in the Congressional Record, Sen. William Noland, RCA, stated that it is a State Department release, P 9389. The New York Times says this version, obtained by the State Department, P 13. As a publication of the U.S. State Department with no claim of copyright, the translation is in the public domain. I have used it for this reason and because it is by far the most familiar English language version. I have inserted the page number from the Congressional Record, as that is the original publication of this text. The audience reactions, all of them bogus, as I explain in the text of Khrushchev lied, are run on into preceding paragraph in the CR text. I have separated them for easier reading. I have divided some long paragraphs, inserted a few clarifying remarks in square brackets, and made a few changes in punctuation. I have also changed the spelling of Lavrentiy Beria's last name from Beria, in the CR text, to Beria. Grover furr. /9389/ Comrades. In the report of the Central Committee of the Party at the 20th Congress, in a number of speeches by delegates to the Congress, as also formerly during the plenary CC/CPSU Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union sessions, quite a lot has been said about the cult of the individual and about its harmful consequences. After Stalin's death, the Central Committee of the party began to implement a policy of explaining concisely and consistently that it is impermissible and foreign to the spirit of Marxism-Leninism to elevate one person, to transform him into a superman possessing supernatural characteristics, akin to those of a god. Such a man supposedly knows everything, sees everything, thinks for everyone, can do anything, is infallible in his behavior. Such a belief about a man, and specifically about Stalin, was cultivated among us for many years. The objective of the present report is not a thorough evaluation of Stalin's life and activity. Concerning Stalin's merits, an entirely sufficient number of books, pamphlets, and studies had already been written in his lifetime. The role of Stalin in the preparation and execution of the socialist revolution, in the Civil War, and in the fight for the construction of socialism in our country, is universally known. Everyone knows this well. At present, we are concerned with a question which has immense importance for the party now and for the future, with how the cult of the person of Stalin has been gradually growing, the cult which became at a certain specific stage the source of a whole series of exceedingly serious and grave perversions of party principles, of party democracy, of revolutionary legality. Because of the fact that not all as yet realize fully the practical consequences resulting from the cult of the individual, the great harm caused by the violation of the principle of collective direction of the party, and because of the accumulation of immense and limitless power in the hands of one person, the Central Committee of the party considers it absolutely necessary to make the material pertaining to this matter available to the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Allow me first of all to remind you how severely the classics of Marxism-Leninism denounced every manifestation of the cult of the individual. In a letter to the German political worker, Wilhelm Bloss, Marx stated, "From my antipathy to any cult of the individual, I never made public during the existence of the International the numerous addresses from various countries which recognized my merits and which annoyed me. I did not even reply to them, except sometimes to rebuke their authors. Engels and I first joined the secret society of communists on the condition that everything making for superstitious worship of authority would be deleted from its statute. Lassalle subsequently did quite the opposite. Some time later Engels wrote, "Both Marx and I have always been against any public manifestation with regard to individuals, with the exception of cases when it had an important purpose, and we most strongly opposed such manifestations which during our lifetime concerned us personally." The great modesty of the genius of the revolution, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, is known. Lenin had always stressed the role of the people as the creator of history, the directing and organizational role of the party as a living and creative organism, and also the role of the Central Committee. Marxism does not negate the role of the leaders of the working class in directing the revolutionary liberation movement. While ascribing great importance to the role of the leaders and organizers of the masses, Lenin at the same time mercilessly stigmatized every manifestation of the cult of the individual, inexorably combated the foreign to Marxism views about a hero and a crowd, and countered all efforts to oppose a hero to the masses and to the people. Lenin taught that the party's strength depends on its indissoluble unity with the masses, on the fact that behind the party follows the people, workers, peasants, and /9390/ intelligentsia. Only he will win and retain the power, said Lenin, who believes in the people, who submerges himself in the fountain of the living creativeness of the people. Lenin spoke with pride about the Bolshevik Communist Party as the leader and teacher of the people. He called for the presentation of all the most important questions before the opinion of knowledgeable workers, before the opinion of their party. He said, "We believe in it, we see in it the wisdom, the honor, and the conscience of our epoch." Lenin resolutely stood against every attempt aimed at belittling or weakening the directing role of the party in the structure of the Soviet state. He worked out Bolshevik principles of party direction and norms of party life, stressing that the guiding principle of party leadership is its collegiality. Already during the pre-revolutionary years, Lenin called the Central Committee of the party a collective of leaders and the guardian and interpreter of party principles. During the period between Congresses, pointed out Lenin, the Central Committee guards and interprets the principles of the party. Underlining the role of the Central Committee of the party and its authority, Vladimir Ilyich pointed out, our Central Committee constituted itself as a closely centralized and highly authoritative group. During Lenin's life, the Central Committee of the party was a real expression of collective leadership of the party and of the nation. Being a militant Marxist revolutionist, always unyielding in matters of principle, Lenin never imposed by force his views upon his co-workers. He tried to convince, he patiently explained his opinions to others. Lenin always diligently observed that the norms of party life were realized, that the party statute was enforced, that the party congresses and the plenary sessions of the Central Committee took place at the proper intervals. In addition to the great accomplishments of V. I. Lenin for the victory of the working class and of the working peasants, for the victory of our party and for the application of the ideas of scientific communism to life, his acute mind expressed itself also in this, that he detected in Stalin in time those negative characteristics which resulted later in grave consequences. Fearing the future fate of the party and of the Soviet nation, V. I. Lenin made a completely correct characterization of Stalin, pointing out that it was necessary to consider the question of transferring Stalin from the position of the Secretary General because of the fact that Stalin is excessively rude, that he does not have a proper attitude toward his comrades, that he is capricious and abuses his power. In December 1922, in a letter to the Party Congress, Vladimir Ilyich wrote, "After taking over the position of Secretary General, Comrade Stalin accumulated in his hands immeasurable power, and I am not certain whether he will be always able to use this power with the required care." This letter, a political document of tremendous importance, known in the party history as Lenin's Testament, was distributed among the delegates to the 20th Party Congress. You have read it and will undoubtedly read it again more than once. You might reflect on Lenin's plain words, in which expression is given to Vladimir Ilyich's anxiety concerning the party, the people, the state, and the future direction of party policy. Vladimir Ilyich said, "Stalin is excessively rude, and this defect, which can be freely tolerated in our midst and in contacts among us communists, becomes a defect which cannot be tolerated in one holding the position of the Secretary General. Because of this, I propose that the comrades consider the method by which Stalin would be removed from this position and by which another man would be selected for it, a man who, above all, would differ from Stalin in only one quality, namely, greater tolerance, greater loyalty, greater kindness and more considerate attitude toward the comrades, a less capricious temper, etc." This document of Lenin's was made known to the delegates at the 13th Party Congress, who discussed the question of transferring Stalin from the position of Secretary General. The delegates declared themselves in favor of retaining Stalin in this post, hoping that he would heed the critical remarks of Vladimir Ilyich and would be able to overcome the defects which caused Lenin serious anxiety. Comrades, the Party Congress should become acquainted with two new documents, which confirm Stalin's character as already outlined by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin in his testament. These documents are a letter from Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya to Leo B. Kamina, who was at that time head of the political bureau, and a personal letter from Vladimir Ilyich Lenin to Stalin. I will now read these documents. Lev Borisovich. Because of a short letter which I had written in words dictated to me by Vladimir Ilyich by permission of the doctors, Stalin allowed himself yesterday an unusually rude outburst directed at me. This is not my first day in the party. During all these 30 years I have never heard from any comrade one word of rudeness. The business of the party and of Ilyich are not less dear to me than to Stalin. I need at present the maximum of self-control. What one can and what one cannot discuss with Ilyich I know better than any doctor, because I know what makes him nervous and what does not. In any case I know better than Stalin. I am turning to you and to Grigory E. Zinoviev as much closer comrades of VI, and I beg you to protect me from rude interference with my private life and from vile invectives and threats. I have no doubt as to what will be the unanimous decision of the Control Commission, with which Stalin sees fit to threaten me. However, I have neither the strength nor the time to waste on this foolish quarrel. And I am a living person and my nerves are strained to the utmost. N. Krupskaya. Nadezhda Konstantinovna wrote this letter on December 23, 1922. After 2.5 months, in March 1923, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin sent Stalin the following letter. To Comrade Stalin. Copies for Kamina and Zinoviev. Dear Comrade Stalin. You permitted yourself a rude summons of my wife to the telephone and a rude reprimand of her. Despite the fact that she told you that she agreed to forget what was said, nevertheless Zinoviev and Kamina I heard about it from her. I have no intention to forget so easily that which is being done against me, and I need not stress here that I consider as directed against me that which is being done against my wife. I ask you, therefore, that you weigh carefully whether you are agreeable to retracting your words and apologizing or whether you prefer the severance of relations between us. Sincerely, Lenin. March 5, 1923. Commotion in the hall. Comrades. I will not comment on these documents. They speak eloquently for themselves. Since Stalin could behave in this manner during Lenin's life, could thus behave toward Nadezhda Konstantinovna Krupskaya, whom the party knows well and values highly as a loyal friend of Lenin and as an active fighter for the cause of the party since its creation, we can easily imagine how Stalin treated other people. These negative characteristics of his developed steadily and during the last years acquired an absolutely insufferable character. As later events have proven, Lenin's anxiety was justified. In the first period after Lenin's death, Stalin still paid attention to his advice, but later he began to disregard the serious admonitions of Vladimir Ilyich. When we analyze the practice of Stalin in regard to the direction of the party and of the country, when we pause to consider everything which Stalin perpetrated, we must be convinced that Lenin's fears were justified. The negative characteristics of Stalin, which, in Lenin's time, were only incipient, transformed themselves during the last years into a grave abuse of power by Stalin, which caused untold harm to our party. We have to consider seriously and analyze correctly this matter in order that we may preclude any possibility of a repetition in any form whatever of what took place during the life of Stalin, who absolutely did not tolerate collegiality in leadership and in work, and who practiced brutal violence, not only toward everything which opposed him, but also toward that which seemed, to his capricious and despotic character, contrary to his concepts. Stalin acted not through persuasion, explanation, and patient cooperation with people, but by imposing his concepts and demanding absolute submission to his opinion. whoever opposed this concept or tried to prove his viewpoint and the correctness of his position was doomed to removal from the leading collective and to subsequent moral and physical annihilation. This was especially true during the period following the 17th Party Congress, when many prominent party leaders and rank-and-file party workers, honest and dedicated to the cause of communism, fell victim to Stalin's despotism. We must affirm that the party had fought a serious fight against the Trotskyists, rightists, and bourgeois nationalists, and that it disarmed ideologically all the enemies of Leninism. This ideological fight was carried on successfully, as a result of which the party became strengthened and tempered. Here Stalin played a positive role. The party led a great political ideological struggle against those in its own ranks who proposed anti-Leninist theses, who represented a political line hostile to the party and to the cause of socialism. This was a stubborn and a difficult fight but a necessary one, because the political line of both the Trotskyite Zinovyevite bloc and of the Bukharinites led actually toward the restoration of capitalism and capitulation to the world bourgeoisie. Let us consider for a moment what would have happened if in 1928 to 1929 the political line of right deviation had prevailed among us, or orientation toward cotton dress industrialization, or toward the kulak, etc. We would not now have a powerful heavy industry, we would not have the kolkhozes, we would find ourselves disarmed and weak in a capitalist encirclement. It was for this reason that the party led an inexorable ideological fight and explained to all party members and to the non-party masses the harm and the danger of the anti-Leninist proposals of the Trotskyite opposition and the rightist opportunists. And this great work of explaining the party line bore fruit. Both the Trotskyites and the rightist opportunists were politically isolated, the overwhelming party majority supported the Leninist line and the party was able to awaken and organize the working masses to apply the Leninist party line and to build socialism. Worth noting is the fact that, even during the progress of the furious ideological fight against the Trotskyites, the Zinovievites, the Bukharinites, and others, extreme repressive measures were not used against them. The fight was on ideological grounds. But some years later, when socialism in our country /9391/ was fundamentally constructed, when the exploiting classes were generally liquidated, when the Soviet social structure had radically changed, when the social basis for political movements and groups hostile to the party had violently contracted, when the ideological opponents of the party were long since defeated politically, then the repression directed against them began. It was precisely during this period, 1935-1937-1938, that the practice of mass repression through the government apparatus was born, first against the enemies of Leninism Trotskyites, Zinovievites, Bukharinites, long since politically defeated by the party, and subsequently also against many honest communists, against those party codders who had borne the heavy load of the Civil War and the first and most difficult years of industrialization and collectivization, who actively fought against the Trotskyites and the rightists for the Leninist party line. Stalin originated the concept enemy of the people. This term automatically rendered it unnecessary that the ideological errors of a man or men engaged in a controversy be proven. This term made possible the usage of the most cruel repression, violating all norms of revolutionary legality, against anyone who in any way disagreed with Stalin, against those who were only suspected of hostile intent, against those who had bad reputations. This concept enemy of the people actually eliminated the possibility of any kind of ideological fight or the making of one's views known on this or that issue, even those of a practical character. In the main, and in actuality, the only proof of guilt used, against all norms of current legal science, was the confession of the accused himself, and, as subsequent probing proved, confessions were acquired through physical pressures against the accused. This led to glaring violations of revolutionary legality and to the fact that many entirely innocent persons, who in the past had defended the party line, became victims. We must assert that, in regard to those persons who in their time had opposed the party line, there were often no sufficiently serious reasons for their physical annihilation. The formula enemy of the people was specifically introduced for the purpose of physically annihilating such individuals. It is a fact that many persons who were later annihilated as enemies of the party and people had worked with Lenin during his life. Some of these persons had made errors during Lenin's life, but, despite this, Lenin benefited by their work. He corrected them and he did everything possible to retain them in the ranks of the party. He induced them to follow him. In this connection, the delegates to the party congress should familiarize themselves with an unpublished note by V.I. Lenin directed to the Central Committee's Political Bureau in October 1920. Outlining the duties of the Control Commission, Lenin wrote that the commission should be transformed into a real organ of party and proletarian conscience. As a special duty of the Control Commission, there is recommended a deep, individualized relationship with, and sometimes even a type of therapy for, the representatives of the so-called opposition, those who have experienced a psychological crisis because of failure in their Soviet or party career. An effort should be made to quiet them, to explain the matter to them in a way used among comrades, to find for them, avoiding the method of issuing orders, a task for which they are psychologically fitted. Advice and rules relating to this matter are to be formulated by the Central Committee's Organizational Bureau, etc. Everyone knows how irreconcilable Lenin was with the ideological enemies of Marxism, with those who deviated from the correct party line. At the same time, however, Lenin, as is evident from the given document, in his practice of directing the party demanded the most intimate party contact with people who had shown indecision or temporary nonconformity with the party line, but whom it was possible to return to the party path. Lenin advised that such people should be patiently educated without the application of extreme methods. Lenin's wisdom in dealing with people was evident in his work with cadres. An entirely different relationship with people characterized Stalin. Lenin's traits: patient work with people, stubborn and painstaking education of them, the ability to induce people to follow him without using compulsion, but rather through the ideological influence on them of the whole collective, were entirely foreign to Stalin. He discarded the Leninist method of convincing and educating. He abandoned the method of ideological struggle for that of administrative violence, mass repressions, and terror. He acted on an increasingly larger scale and more stubbornly through punitive organs, at the same time often violating all existing norms of morality and of Soviet laws. Arbitrary behavior by one person encouraged and permitted arbitrariness in others. Mass arrests and deportations of many thousands of people, execution without trial and without normal investigation created conditions of insecurity, fear, and even desperation. This, of course, did not contribute toward unity of the party ranks and of all strata of working people, but, on the contrary, brought about annihilation and the expulsion from the party of workers who were loyal but inconvenient to Stalin. Our party fought for the implementation of Lenin's plans for the construction of socialism. This was an ideological fight. Had Leninist principles been observed during the course of this fight, had the party's devotion to principles been skillfully combined with a keen and solicitous concern for people, had they not been repelled and wasted but rather drawn to our side, we certainly would not have had such a brutal violation of revolutionary legality, and many thousands of people would not have fallen victim to the method of terror. Extraordinary methods would then have been resorted to only against those people who had in fact committed criminal acts against the Soviet system. Let us recall some historical facts. In the days before the October Revolution, two members of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, Kamina and Zinoviev, declared themselves against Lenin's plan for an armed uprising. In addition, on October 18 they published in Menshevik newspaper, Novaya Zhizn, a statement declaring that the Bolsheviks were making preparations for an uprising and that they considered it adventuristic. Kamina and Zinoviev thus disclosed to the enemy the decision of the Central Committee to stage the uprising, and that the uprising had been organized to take place within the very near future. This was treason against the party and against the revolution. In this connection, V.I. Lenin wrote, Kamina and Zinoviev revealed the decision of the Central Committee of their party on the armed uprising to Rodzianko and Kerensky. He put before the Central Committee the question of Zinoviev's and Kamina's expulsion from the party. However, after the Great Socialist October Revolution, as is known, Zinoviev and Kamenev were given leading positions. Lenin put them in positions in which they carried out most responsible party tasks and participated actively in the work of the leading party and Soviet organs. It is known that Zinoviev and Kamenev committed a number of other serious errors during Lenin's life. In his testament, Lenin warned that Zinoviev's and Kamenev's October episode was of course not an accident. But Lenin did not pose the question of their arrest and certainly not their shooting. Or, let us take the example of the Trotskyists. At present, after a sufficiently long historical period, we can speak about the fight with the Trotskyists with complete calm and can analyze this matter with sufficient objectivity. After all, around Trotsky were people whose origin cannot by any means be traced to bourgeois society. Part of them belonged to the party intelligentsia and a certain part were recruited from among the workers. We can name many individuals who, in their time, joined the Trotskyists. However, these same individuals took an active part in the workers' movement before the revolution, during the Socialist October Revolution itself, and also in the consolidation of the victory of this greatest of revolutions. Many of them broke with Trotskyism and returned to Leninist positions. Was it necessary to annihilate such people? We are deeply convinced that, had Lenin lived, such an extreme method would not have been used against any of them. Such are only a few historical facts. But can it be said that Lenin did not decide to use even the most severe means against enemies of the revolution when this was actually necessary? No, no one can say this. Vladimir Ilyich demanded uncompromising dealings with the enemies of the revolution and of the working class, and when necessary resorted ruthlessly to such methods. You will recall only V.I. Lenin's fight with the socialist revolutionary organizers of the anti-Soviet uprising, with the counter-revolutionary kulaks in 1918 and with others, when Lenin without hesitation used the most extreme methods against the enemies. Lenin used such methods, however, only against actual class enemies and not against those who blunder, who err, and whom it was possible to lead through ideological influence and even retain in the leadership. Lenin used severe methods only in the most necessary cases, when the exploiting classes were still in existence and were vigorously opposing the revolution, when the struggle for survival was decidedly assuming the sharpest forms, even including a civil war. Stalin, on the other hand, used extreme methods and mass repressions at a time when the revolution was already victorious, when the Soviet state was strengthened, when the exploiting classes were already liquidated and socialist relations were rooted solidly in all phases of national economy, when our party was politically consolidated and had strengthened itself both numerically and ideologically. It is clear that here Stalin showed in a whole series of cases his intolerance, his brutality, and his abuse of power. Instead of proving his political correctness and mobilizing the masses, he often chose the path of repression and physical annihilation, not only against actual enemies, but also against individuals who had not committed any crimes against the party and the Soviet government. Here we see no wisdom but only a demonstration of the brutal force which had once so alarmed V.I. Lenin. Lately, especially after the unmasking of the Beria gang, the Central Committee looked into a series of matters fabricated by this gang. This revealed a very ugly picture of brutal willfulness connected with the incorrect behavior of Stalin. As facts prove, Stalin, using his unlimited power, allowed himself many abuses, acting in the name of the Central Committee, not asking for the opinion of the committee members nor even of the members of the Central Committee's political bureau. Often he did not inform them about his personal decisions concerning very important party and government matters. 9392/. Considering the question of the cult of an individual, we must first of all show everyone what harm this caused to the interests of our party. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin had always stressed the party's role and significance in the direction of the socialist government of workers and peasants. He saw in this the chief precondition for a successful building of socialism in our country. Pointing to the great responsibility of the Bolshevik Party, as ruling party of the Soviet state, Lenin called for the most meticulous observance of all norms of party life. He called for the realization of the principles of collegiality in the direction of the party and the state. Collegiality of leadership flows from the very nature of our party, a party built on the principles of democratic centralism. This means, said Lenin, that all party matters are accomplished by all party members directly or through representatives who, without any exceptions, are subject to the same rules. In addition, all administrative members, all directing collegia, all holders of party positions are elective, they must account for their activities and are recallable. It is known that Lenin himself offered an example of the most careful observance of these principles. There was no matter so important that Lenin himself decided it without asking for advice and approval of the majority of the Central Committee members or of the members of the Central Committee's political bureau. In the most difficult period for our party and our country, Lenin considered it necessary regularly to convoke congresses, party conferences, and plenary sessions of the Central Committee at which all the most important questions were discussed and where resolutions, carefully worked out by the collective of leaders, were approved. We can recall, for an example, the year 1918 when the country was threatened by the attack of the imperialistic interventionists. In this situation the Seventh Party Congress was convened in order to discuss a vitally important matter which could not be postponed, the matter of peace. In 1919, while the Civil War was raging, the Eighth Party Congress convened which adopted a new party program, decided such important matters as the relationship with the peasant masses, the organization of the Red Army, the leading role of the party in the work of the Soviets, the correction of the social composition of the party, and other matters. In 1920 the Ninth Party Congress was convened which laid down guiding principles pertaining to the party's work in the sphere of economic construction. In 1921 the 10th Party Congress accepted Lenin's new economic policy and the historical resolution called about party unity. During Lenin's life, party congresses were convened regularly, always, when a radical turn in the development of the party and the country took place. Lenin considered it absolutely necessary that the party discuss at length all the basic matters pertaining to internal and foreign policy and to questions bearing on the development of party and government. It is very characteristic that Lenin addressed to the Party Congress as the highest party organ his last articles, letters, and remarks. During the period between congresses, the Central Committee of the party, acting as the most authoritative leading collective, meticulously observed the principles of the party and carried out its policy. So it was during Lenin's life. Were our party's wholly Leninist principles observed after the death of Vladimir Ilyich? Whereas, during the first few years after Lenin's death, party congresses and Central Committee plenums took place more or less regularly. Later, when Stalin began increasingly to abuse his power, these principles were brutally violated. This was especially evident during the last 15 years of his life. Was it a normal situation when over 13 years elapsed between the 18th and 19th Party Congresses, years during which our party and our country had experienced so many important events? These events demanded categorically that the party should have passed resolutions pertaining to the country's defense during the Patriotic War, World War II, and to peacetime construction after the war. Even after the end of the war a Congress was not convened for over 7 years. Central Committee plenums were hardly ever called. It should be sufficient to mention that during all the years of the Patriotic War not a single Central Committee plenum took place. It is true that there was an attempt to call a Central Committee plenum in October 1941, when Central Committee members from the whole country were called to Moscow. They waited 2 days for the opening of the plenum, but in vain. Stalin did not even want to meet and talk to the Central Committee members. This fact shows how demoralized Stalin was in the first months of the war and how haughtily and disdainfully he treated the Central Committee members. In practice, Stalin ignored the norms of party life and trampled on the Leninist principle of collective party leadership. Stalin's willfulness vis-a-vis the party and its Central Committee became fully evident after the 17th Party Congress which took place in 1934. Having at its disposal numerous data showing brutal willfulness toward party cadres, the Central Committee has created a party commission under the control of the Central Committee Presidium, it was charged with investigating what made possible the mass repressions against the majority of the Central Committee members and candidates elected at the 17th Congress of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. The Commission has become acquainted with a large quantity of materials in the NKVD archives and with other documents, and has established many facts pertaining to the fabrication of cases against communists, to false accusations, to glaring abuses of socialist legality, which resulted in the death of innocent people. It became apparent that many party, Soviet and economic activists, who were branded in 1937 to 1938 as enemies, were actually never enemies, spies, wreckers, etc., but were always honest communists. They were only so stigmatized and, often, no longer able to bear barbaric tortures. They charged themselves, at the order of the investigative judges falsifiers, with all kinds of grave and unlikely crimes. The Commission has presented to the Central Committee Presidium lengthy and documented materials pertaining to mass repressions against the delegates to the 17th Party Congress and against members of the Central Committee elected at that Congress. These materials have been studied by the Presidium of the Central Committee. It was determined that of the 139 members and candidates of the party's Central Committee who were elected at the 17th Congress, 98 persons, i.e., 70% were arrested and shot, mostly in 1937 to 1938. Indignation in the hall. What was the composition of the delegates to the 17th Congress? It is known that 80% of the voting participants of the 17th Congress joined the party during the years of conspiracy before the Revolution and during the Civil War, this means before 1921. By social origin, the basic mass of the delegates to the Congress were workers, 60% of the voting members. For this reason, it was inconceivable that a Congress so composed would have elected a Central Committee, a majority of whom would prove to be enemies of the party. The only reason why 70% of Central Committee members and candidates elected at the 17th Congress were branded as enemies of the party and of the people was because honest communists were slandered, accusations against them were fabricated, and revolutionary legality was gravely undermined. The same fate met not only the Central Committee members but also the majority of the delegates to the 17th Party Congress. Of 1,966 delegates with either voting or advisory rights, 1,108 persons were arrested on charges of anti-revolutionary crimes, i.e., decidedly more than a majority. This very fact shows how absurd, wild, and contrary to common sense were the charges of counter-revolutionary crimes made out, as we now see, against a majority of participants at the 17th Party Congress. Indignation in the hall. We should recall that the 17th Party Congress is historically known as the Congress of Victors. Delegates to the Congress were active participants in the building of our socialist state. Many of them suffered and fought for party interests during the pre-revolutionary years in the conspiracy and at the Civil War fronts. They fought their enemies valiantly and often nervelessly looked into the face of death. How, then, can we believe that such people could prove to be two-faced and had joined the camps of the enemies of socialism during the era after the political liquidation of Zinovievites, Trotskyists, and rightists, and after the great accomplishments of socialist construction? This was the result of the abuse of power by Stalin, who began to use mass terror against the party cadres. What is the reason that mass repressions against activists increased more and more after the 17th Party Congress? It was because at that time Stalin had so elevated himself above the party and above the nation that he ceased to consider either the Central Committee or the party. While he still reckoned with the opinion of the collective before the 17th Congress, after the complete political liquidation of the Trotskyists, Zinovievites, and Bukharinites, when as a result of that fight and socialist victories the party achieved unity, Stalin ceased to an ever greater degree to consider the members of the party's Central Committee and even the members of the Political Bureau. Stalin thought that now he could decide all things alone and all he needed were statisticians. He treated all others in such a way that they could only listen to and praise him. After the criminal murder of Sergei M. Kirov, mass repressions and brutal acts of violation of socialist legality began. On the evening of December 1, 1934, on Stalin's initiative, without the approval of the Political Bureau, which was passed 2 days later. Casually, the Secretary of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee, Yanukovych, signed the following directive. 1. Investigative agencies are directed to speed up the cases of those accused of the preparation or execution of acts of terror. 2. Judicial organs are directed not to hold up the execution of death sentences pertaining to crimes of this category in order to consider the possibility of pardon, because the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR does not consider as possible the receiving of petitions of this sort. 3. The organs of the Commissariat of Internal Affairs are directed to execute the death sentences against criminals of the above-mentioned category immediately after the passage of sentences. This directive became the basis for mass acts of abuse against socialist legality. During many of the fabricated court cases, the accused were charged with the preparation/9393/ of terroristic acts. This deprived them of any possibility that their cases might be re-examined, even when they stated before the court that their confessions were secured by force, and when, in a convincing manner, they disproved the accusations against them. It must be asserted that to this day the circumstances surrounding Kirov's murder hide many things which are inexplicable and mysterious and demand a most careful examination. There are reasons for the suspicion that the killer of Kirov, Nikolaev, was assisted by someone from among the people whose duty it was to protect the person of Kirov. A month and a half before the killing, Nikolaev was arrested on the grounds of suspicious behavior, but he was released and not even searched. It is an unusually suspicious circumstance that when the Chekist assigned to protect Kirov was being brought for an interrogation, on December 2, 1934, he was killed in a car accident in which no other occupants of the car were harmed. After the murder of Kirov, top functionaries of the Leningrad NKVD were given very light sentences, but in 1937 they were shot. We can assume that they were shot in order to cover the traces of the organizers of Kirov's killing. Movement in the hall. Mass repressions grew tremendously from the end of 1936 after a telegram from Stalin and Andrei Zdanov, dated from Sochi on September 25, 1936, was addressed to Kaganovich, Molotov and other members of the Political Bureau. The content of the telegram was as follows. We deem it absolutely necessary and urgent that Comrade Yezhov be nominated to the post of People's Commissar for Internal Affairs. Yagoda has definitely proved himself to be incapable of unmasking the Trotskyite Zinovievite bloc. The OGPU is 4 years behind in this matter. This is noted by all party workers and by the majority of the representatives of the NKVD. Strictly speaking, we should stress that Stalin did not meet with and, therefore, could not know the opinion of party workers. This Stalinist formulation that the NKVD is 4 years behind in applying mass repression and that there is a necessity for catching up with the neglected work directly pushed the NKVD workers on the path of mass arrests and executions. We should state that this formulation was also forced on the February-March plenary session of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, in 1937. The plenary resolution approved it on the basis of Yezhov's report, Lessons Flowing from the Harmful Activity, Diversion, and Espionage of the Japanese-German Trotskyite Agents, stating, the plenum of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, considers that all facts revealed during the investigation into the matter of an anti-Soviet Trotskyite center and of its followers in the provinces show that the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs has fallen behind at least 4 years in the attempt to unmask these most inexorable enemies of the people. L6. The mass repressions at this time were made under the slogan of a fight against the Trotskyites. Did the Trotskyites at this time actually constitute such a danger to our party and to the Soviet state? We should recall that in 1927, on the eve of the 15th Party Congress, only some 4,000 votes were cast for the Trotskyite Zinovievite opposition while there were 724,000 for the party line. During the 10 years which passed between the 15th Party Congress and the February-March Central Committee plenum, Trotskyism was completely disarmed. Many former Trotskyites had changed their former views and worked in the various sectors building socialism. It is clear that in the situation of socialist victory there was no basis for mass terror in the country. Stalin's report at the February-March Central Committee plenum in 1937, Deficiencies of Party Work and Methods for the Liquidation of the Trotskyists and of Other Two-Facers, contained an attempt at theoretical justification of the mass terror policy under the pretext that as we march forward towards socialism class war must allegedly sharpen. Stalin asserted that both history and Lenin taught him this. Actually, Lenin taught that the application of revolutionary violence is necessitated by the resistance of the exploiting classes, and this referred to the era when the exploiting classes existed and were powerful. As soon as the nation's political situation had improved, when in January 1920 the Red Army took Rostov and thus won a most important victory over White commander Anton Denikin, Lenin instructed Cheka chief Felix Dzerzhinsky to stop mass terror and to abolish the death penalty. Lenin justified this important political move of the Soviet state in the following manner in his report at the session of the All-Union Central Executive Committee on February 2, 1920. We were forced to use terror because of the terror practiced by the Entente, when strong world powers threw their hordes against us, not avoiding any type of conduct. We would not have lasted 2 days had we not answered these attempts of officers and White Guardists in a merciless fashion. This meant the use of terror, but this was forced upon us by the terrorist methods of the Entente. But as soon as we attained a decisive victory, even before the end of the war, immediately after taking Rostov, we gave up the use of the death penalty and thus proved that we intend to execute our own program in the manner that we promised. We say that the application of violence flows out of the decision to smother the exploiters, the big landowners and the capitalists. As soon as this was accomplished, we gave up the use of all extraordinary methods. We have proved this in practice. Stalin deviated from these clear and plain precepts of Lenin. Stalin put the party and the NKVD up to the use of mass terror when the exploiting classes had been liquidated in our country and when there were no serious reasons for the use of extraordinary mass terror. This terror was actually directed not at the remnants of the defeated exploiting classes but against the honest workers of the party and of the Soviet state. Against them were made lying, slanderous and absurd accusations concerning two-facedness, espionage, sabotage, preparation of fictitious plots, etc. At the February-March Central Committee plenum in 1937 many members actually questioned the rightness of the established course regarding mass repressions under the pretext of combating two-facedness. Comrade Postyshev most ably expressed these doubts. He said, "I have philosophized that the severe years of fighting have passed. Party members who have lost their backbones have broken down or have joined the camp of the enemy, healthy elements have fought for the party. These were the years of industrialization and collectivization. I never thought it possible that after this severe era had passed Karpov and people like him would find themselves in the camp of the enemy." Karpov was a worker in the Ukrainian Central Committee whom Postyshev knew well. And now, according to the testimony, it appears that Karpov was recruited in 1934 by the Trotskyists. I personally do not believe that in 1934 an honest party member who had trod the long road of unrelenting fight against enemies for the party and for socialism would now be in the camp of the enemies. I do not believe it. I cannot imagine how it would be possible to travel with the party during the difficult years and then, in 1934, join the Trotskyists. It is an odd thing. Movement in the hall. Using Stalin's formulation, namely, that the closer we are to socialism the more enemies we will have, and using the resolution of the February-March Central Committee plenum passed on the basis of Yezhov's report, the provocateurs who had infiltrated the state security organs together with conscienceless careerists began to protect with the party name the mass terror against party cadres of the Soviet state and the ordinary Soviet citizens. It should suffice to say that the number of arrests based on charges of counter-revolutionary crimes had grown 10 times between 1936 and 1937. It is known that brutal willfulness was practiced against leading party workers. The party statute, approved at the 17th Party Congress, was based on Leninist principles expressed at the 10th Party Congress. It stated that, In order to apply an extreme method such as exclusion from the party against a Central Committee member, against a Central Committee candidate and against a member of the Party Control Commission, it is necessary to call a Central Committee plenum and to invite to the plenum all Central Committee candidate members and all members of the Party Control Commission, only if 2/3 of the members of such a General Assembly of responsible party leaders find it necessary, only then can a Central Committee member or candidate be expelled. The majority of the Central Committee members and candidates elected at the 17th Congress and arrested in 1937 to 1938 were expelled from the party illegally through the brutal abuse of the party statute, because the question of their expulsion was never studied at the Central Committee plenum. Now, when the cases of some of these so-called spies and saboteurs were examined, it was found that all their cases were fabricated. Confessions of guilt of many arrested and charged with enemy activity were gained with the help of cruel and inhuman tortures. At the same time, Stalin, as we have been informed by members of the political bureau of that time, did not show them the statements of many accused political activists when they retracted their confessions before the military tribunal and asked for an objective examination of their cases. There were many such declarations, and Stalin doubtless knew of them. The Central Committee considers it absolutely necessary to inform the Congress of many such fabricated cases against the members of the party's Central Committee elected at the 17th Party Congress. An example of vile provocation, of odious falsification and of criminal violation of revolutionary legality is the case of the former candidate for the Central Committee Political Bureau, one of the most eminent workers of the party and of the Soviet government, Comrade Ik, who was a party member since 1905. Commotion in the hall. Comrade Ik was arrested on April 29, 1938 on the basis of slanderous materials, without the sanction of the prosecutor of the USSR, which was finally received 15 months after the arrest. Investigation of Ik's case was made in a manner which most brutally violated Soviet legality and was accompanied by willfulness and falsification. Ik was forced under torture to sign ahead of time a protocol of his confession prepared by the investigative judges, in which he and several other eminent party workers were accused of anti-Soviet activity. On October 1, 1939 Ik sent his declaration to Stalin in which he categorically /9394/ denied his guilt and asked for an examination of his case. In the declaration he wrote, "There is no more bitter misery than to sit in the jail of a government for which I have always fought." A second declaration of Ik has been preserved which he sent to Stalin on October 27, 1939, in it he cited facts very convincingly and countered the slanderous accusations made against him, arguing that this provocatory accusation was on the one hand the work of real Trotskyists whose arrests he had sanctioned as first secretary of the West Siberian Krai Territory Party Committee and who conspired in order to take revenge on him, and, on the other hand, the result of the base falsification of materials by the investigative judges. Ik wrote in his declaration, "On October 25 of this year I was informed that the investigation in my case has been concluded and I was given access to the materials of this investigation. Had I been guilty of only 1/100th of the crimes with which I am charged, I would not have dared to send you this pre-execution declaration. However, I have not been guilty of even one of the things with which I am charged and my heart is clean of even the shadow of baseness. I have never in my life told you a word of falsehood, and now, finding my 2 feet in the grave, I am also not lying. My whole case is a typical example of provocation, slander, and violation of the elementary basis of revolutionary legality. The confessions which were made part of my file are not only absurd but contain some slander toward the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, and toward the Council of People's Commissars, because correct resolutions of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, and of the Council of People's Commissars which were not made on my initiative and without my participation are presented as hostile acts of counter-revolutionary organizations made at my suggestion. I am now alluding to the most disgraceful part of my life and to my really grave guilt against the party and against you. This is my confession of counter-revolutionary activity. The case is as follows. not being able to suffer the tortures to which I was submitted by Ushakov and Nikolaev 21, and especially by the first one, who utilized the knowledge that my broken ribs have not properly mended and have caused me great pain, I have been forced to accuse myself and others. The majority of my confession has been suggested or dictated by Ushakov, and the remainder is my reconstruction of NKVD materials from Western Siberia, for which I assumed all responsibility. If some part of the story which Ushakov fabricated and which I signed did not properly hang together, I was forced to sign another variation. The same thing was done to Rukimovic, who was at first designated as a member of the reserve net and whose name later was removed without telling me anything about it. The same was also done with the leader of the reserve net, supposedly created by Bukharin in 1935. At first I wrote my name in, and then I was instructed to insert Mezlok. There were other similar incidents. I am asking and begging you that you again examine my case, and this not for the purpose of sparing me but in order to unmask the vile provocation which, like a snake, wound itself around many persons in a great degree due to my meanness and criminal slander. I have never betrayed you or the party. I know that I perish because of vile and mean work of the enemies of the party and of the people, who fabricated the provocation against me. It would appear that such an important declaration was worth an examination by the Central Committee. This, however, was not done, and the declaration was transmitted to Beria while the terrible maltreatment of the political bureau candidate, Comrade Eek, continued. On February 2, 1940, Eek was brought before the court. Here he did not confess any guilt and said as follows. In all the so-called confessions of mine there is not one letter written by me with the exception of my signatures under the protocols, which were forced from me. I have made my confession under pressure from the investigative judge, who from the time of my arrest tormented me. After that I began to write all this nonsense. The most important thing for me is to tell the court, the party, and Stalin that I am not guilty. I have never been guilty of any conspiracy. I will die believing in the truth of party policy as I have believed in it during my whole life. On February 4 Eek was shot. Indignation in the hall. It has been definitely established now that Eek's case was fabricated. He has been posthumously rehabilitated. Comrade Rudzutak, candidate member of the Political Bureau, member of the party since 1905, who spent 10 years in a Tsarist hard labor camp, completely retracted in court the confession which was forced from him. The protocol of the session of the Collegium of the Supreme Military Court contains the following statement by Rudzutak. The only plea which he places before the court is that the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, be informed that there is in the NKVD an as yet not liquidated center which is craftily manufacturing cases, which forces innocent persons to confess. There is no opportunity to prove one's non-participation in crimes to which the confessions of various persons testify. The investigative methods are such that they force people to lie and to slander entirely innocent persons in addition to those who already stand accused. He asks the court that he be allowed to inform the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, about all this in writing. He assures the court that he personally had never any evil designs in regard to the policy of our party because he had always agreed with the party policy pertaining to all spheres of economic and cultural activity. This declaration of Rudzutak was ignored, despite the fact that Rudzutak was in his time the chief of the Central Control Commission, which was called into being in accordance with Lenin's concept for the purpose of fighting for party unity. In this manner fell the chief of this highly authoritative party organ, a victim of brutal willfulness. He was not even called before the Central Committee's Political Bureau because Stalin did not want to talk to him. Sentence was pronounced on him in 20 minutes and he was shot. Indignation in the hall. After careful examination of the case in 1955, it was established that the accusation against Rudzutak was false and that it was based on slanderous materials. Rudzutak has been rehabilitated posthumously. The way in which the former NKVD workers manufactured various fictitious anti-Soviet centers and blocks with the help of provocatory methods is seen from the confession of Comrade Rosenblum, party member since 1906, who was arrested in 1937 by the Leningrad NKVD. During the examination in 1955 of the Komarov case, Rosenblum revealed the following fact: when Rosenblum was arrested in 1937, he was subjected to terrible torture during which he was ordered to confess false information concerning himself and other persons. He was then brought to the office of Zhukovsky, who offered him freedom on condition that he make before the court a false confession fabricated in 1937 by the NKVD concerning sabotage, espionage, and diversion in a terroristic center in Leningrad. Movement in the hall. With unbelievable cynicism, Zhukovsky told about the vile mechanism for the crafty creation of fabricated anti-Soviet plots. In order to illustrate it to me, stated Rosenblum, Zhukovsky gave me several possible variants of the organization of the center and of its branches. After he detailed the organization to me, Zhukovsky told me that the NKVD would prepare the case of the center, remarking that the trial would be public. Before the court were to be brought 4 or 5 members of the center: Shudov, Bugarov, Smorodin, Pozern, Shapishnikova, Shudov's wife, and others, together with 2 or 3 members from the branches of the center. The case of the Leningrad center has to be built solidly, and for this reason witnesses are needed. Social origin, of course, in the past, and the party standing of the witness will play more than a small role. You, yourself, said Zhukovsky, will not need to invent anything. The NKVD will prepare for you a ready outline for every branch of the center. You will have to study it carefully and to remember well all questions and answers which the court might ask. This case will be ready in 4-5 months, or perhaps a half year. During all this time you will be preparing yourself so that you will not compromise the investigation and yourself. Your future will depend on how the trial goes and on its results. If you begin to lie and to testify falsely, blame yourself. If you manage to endure it, you will save your head and we will feed and clothe you at the government's cost until your death. This is the kind of vile things which were then practiced. Movement in the hall. Even more widely was the falsification of cases practiced in the provinces. The NKVD headquarters of the Sverdlov Oblast discovered the so-called Ural Uprising Staff, an organ of the bloc of rightists, Trotskyists, socialist revolutionaries, church leaders whose chief supposedly was the secretary of the Sverdlov Oblast Party Committee and member of the Central Committee, All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, Kabakov, who had been a party member since 1914. The investigative materials of that time show that in almost all krayas, oblasts, provinces and republics there supposedly existed rightist Trotskyite, espionage, terror and diversionary sabotage organizations and centers, and that the heads of such organizations as a rule for no known reason were first secretaries of oblast or republic communist party committees or central committees. Many thousands of honest and innocent communists have died as a result of this monstrous falsification of such cases, as a result of the fact that all kinds of slanderous confessions were accepted, and as a result of the practice of forcing accusations against oneself and others. In the same manner were fabricated the cases against eminent party and state workers Kossier, Shubar, Postishev, Kozyrev, and others. In those years repressions on a mass scale were applied which were based on nothing tangible and which resulted in heavy cadre losses to the party. The vicious practice was condoned of having the NKVD prepare lists of persons whose cases were under the jurisdiction of the military collegium and whose sentences were prepared in advance. Yezhov would send these lists to Stalin personally for his approval of the proposed punishment. In 1937 to 1938, 383 such lists containing the names of many thousands of party, Soviet, Komsomol, army and economic workers were sent to Stalin. He approved these lists. A large part of these cases are being reviewed now and a great part of them are /9395/ being voided because they were baseless and falsified. Suffice it to say that from 1954 to the present time the military collegium of the Supreme Court has rehabilitated 7,679 persons, many of whom were rehabilitated posthumously. Mass arrests of party, Soviet, economic and military workers caused tremendous harm to our country and to the cause of socialist advancement. Mass repressions had a negative influence on the moral political condition of the party, created a situation of uncertainty, contributed to the spreading of unhealthy suspicion, and sowed distrust among communists. All sorts of slanderers and careerists were active. Resolutions of the January plenum of the Central Committee, All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, in 1938 had brought some measure of improvement to the party organizations. However, widespread repression also existed in 1938. Only because our party has at its disposal such great moral political strength was it possible for it to survive the difficult events in 1937 to 1938 and to educate new cadres. There is, however, no doubt that our march forward toward socialism and toward the preparation of the country's defense would have been much more successful were it not for the tremendous loss in the cadres suffered as a result of the baseless and false mass repressions in 1937 to 1938. We are justly accusing Yezhov for the degenerate practices of 1937. But we have to answer these questions. Could Yezhov have arrested Kossier, for instance, without the knowledge of Stalin? Was there an exchange of opinions or a political bureau decision concerning this? No, there was not, as there was none regarding other cases of this type. Could Yezhov have decided such important matters as the fate of such eminent party figures? No, it would be a display of naivete to consider this the work of Yezhov alone. It is clear that these matters were decided by Stalin, and that without his orders and his sanction Yezhov could not have done this. We have examined the cases and have rehabilitated Kossier, Rudzutak, Postishev, Kozyrev, and others. For what causes were they arrested and sentenced? The review of evidence shows that there was no reason for this. They, like many others, were arrested without the prosecutor's knowledge. In such a situation, there is no need for any sanction, for what sort of a sanction could there be when Stalin decided everything? He was the chief prosecutor in these cases. Stalin not only agreed to, but on his own initiative issued, arrest orders. We must say this so that the delegates to the Congress can clearly undertake and themselves assess this and draw the proper conclusions. Facts prove that many abuses were made on Stalin's orders without reckoning with any norms of party and Soviet legality. Stalin was a very distrustful man, sickly suspicious. We know this from our work with him. He could look at a man and say, "Why are your eyes so shifty today?" Or "Why are you turning so much today and avoiding to look me directly in the eyes?" The sickly suspicion created in him a general distrust even toward eminent party workers whom he had known for years. Everywhere and in everything he saw enemies, two-facers and spies. Possessing unlimited power, he indulged in great willfulness and choked a person morally and physically. A situation was created where one could not express one's own will. When Stalin said that one or another should be arrested, it was necessary to accept on faith that he was an enemy of the people. Meanwhile, Beria's gang, which ran the organs of state security, outdid itself in proving the guilt of the arrested and the truth of materials which it falsified. And what proofs were offered? The confessions of the arrested, and the investigative judges accepted these confessions. And how is it possible that a person confesses to crimes which he has not committed? Only in one way, because of application of physical methods of pressuring him, tortures, bringing him to a state of unconsciousness, deprivation of his judgment, taking away of his human dignity. In this manner were confessions acquired. When the wave of mass arrests began to recede in 1939, and the leaders of territorial party organizations began to accuse the NKVD workers of using methods of physical pressure on the arrested, Stalin dispatched a coded telegram on January 10, 1939 to the committee secretaries of oblasts and krayas, to the central committees of Republic Communist parties, to the People's Commissars of Internal Affairs and to the heads of NKVD organizations. This telegram stated: the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, explains that the application of methods of physical pressure in NKVD practice is permissible from 1937 on 37 in accordance with permission of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. It is known that all bourgeois intelligence services use methods of physical influence against the representatives of the socialist proletariat and that they use them in their most scandalous forms. The question arises as to why the socialist intelligence service should be more humanitarian against the mad agents of the bourgeoisie, against the deadly enemies of the working class and of the kolkhoz workers. The Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, considers that physical pressure should still be used obligatorily, as an exception applicable to known and obstinate enemies of the people, as a method both justifiable and appropriate. Thus, Stalin had sanctioned in the name of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, the most brutal violation of socialist legality, torture and oppression, which led as we have seen to the slandering and self-accusation of innocent people. Not long ago, only several days before the present Congress, we called to the Central Committee Presidium session and interrogated the investigative judge Rodos, who in his time investigated and interrogated Kossier, Shubar, and Kozyrev. He is a vile person, with the brain of a bird, and morally completely degenerate. And it was this man who was deciding the fate of prominent party workers. He was making judgments also concerning the politics in these matters, because, having established their crime, he provided there with materials from which important political implications could be drawn. The question arises whether a man with such an intellect could alone make the investigation in a manner to prove the guilt of people such as Kossier and others. No, he could not have done it without proper directives. At the Central Committee Presidium session he told us, I was told that Kossier and Shubar were people's enemies, and for this reason I, as an investigative judge, had to make them confess that they are enemies. Indignation in the hall. He would do this only through long tortures, which he did, receiving detailed instructions from Beria. We must say that at the Central Committee Presidium session he cynically declared, I thought that I was executing the orders of the party. In this manner, Stalin's orders concerning the use of methods of physical pressure against the arrested were in practice executed. These and many other facts show that all norms of correct party solution of problems were invalidated and everything was dependent upon the willfulness of one man. The power accumulated in the hands of one person, Stalin, led to serious consequences during the Great Patriotic War. When we look at many of our novels, films, and historical scientific studies, the role of Stalin in the Patriotic War appears to be entirely improbable. Stalin had foreseen everything. The Soviet army, on the basis of a strategic plan prepared by Stalin long before, used the tactics of so-called active defense, i.e., tactics which, as we know, allowed the Germans to come up to Moscow and Stalingrad. Using such tactics, the Soviet army, supposedly thanks only to Stalin's genius, turned to the offensive and subdued the enemy. The epic victory gained through the armed might of the land of the Soviets, through our heroic people, is ascribed in this type of novel, film, and scientific study as being completely due to the strategic genius of Stalin. We have to analyze this matter carefully because it has a tremendous significance not only from the historical, but especially from the political, educational, and practical point of view. What are the facts of this matter? Before the war, our press and all our political educational work was characterized by its bragging tone. When an enemy violates the Holy Soviet soil, then for every blow of the enemy we will answer with 3 blows, and we will battle the enemy on his soil and we will win without much harm to ourselves. But these positive statements were not based in all areas on concrete facts, which would actually guarantee the immunity of our borders. During the war and after the war, Stalin put forward the thesis that the tragedy which our nation experienced in the first part of the war was the result of the unexpected attack of the Germans against the Soviet Union. But, comrades, this is completely untrue. As soon as Hitler came to power in Germany, he assigned to himself the task of liquidating communism. The fascists were saying this openly, they did not hide their plans. In order to attain this aggressive end, all sorts of pacts and blocs were created, such as the famous Berlin-Rome-Tokyo axis. Many facts from the pre-war period clearly showed that Hitler was going all out to begin a war against the Soviet state, and that he had concentrated large armed units, together with armored units, near the Soviet borders. Documents which have now been published show that by April 3, 1941, Churchill, through his ambassador to the USSR, Kruschev, personally warned Stalin that the Germans had begun regrouping their armed units with the intent of attacking the Soviet Union. It is self-evident that Churchill did not do this at all because of his friendly feeling toward the Soviet nation. He had in this his own imperialistic goals to bring Germany and the USSR into a bloody war and thereby to strengthen the position of the British Empire. Just the same, Churchill affirmed in his writings that he sought to warn Stalin and call his attention to the danger which threatened him. Churchill stressed this repeatedly in his dispatches of April 18 and on the following days. However, Stalin took no heed of these warnings. What is more, Stalin ordered that no credence be given to information of this sort, in order not to provoke the initiation of military operations. We must assert that information of this sort concerning the threat of German armed invasion of Soviet territory was coming in also from our own military and diplomatic sources. However, because the leadership was conditioned against such information, such data was dispatched with fear and assessed with reservation. Thus, for instance, information sent from Berlin on May 6, 1941 by the Soviet military attaché, Captain Vorontsov, stated, Soviet citizen Bozer, communicated to the deputy naval attaché that, according to a statement of a certain German officer from Hitler's headquarters, Germany is preparing 9396 to invade the USSR on May 14 through Finland, the Baltic countries and Latvia. At the same time Moscow and Leningrad will be heavily raided and paratroopers landed in border cities. In his report of May 22, 1941, the deputy military attaché in Berlin, Klopov, communicated that, the attack of the German army is reportedly scheduled for June 15, but it is possible that it may begin in the first days of June. A cable from our London embassy dated June 18, 1941 stated, as of now Kruschev is deeply convinced of the inevitability of armed conflict between Germany and the USSR, which will begin not later than the middle of June. According to Kruschev, the Germans have presently concentrated 147 divisions, including Air Force and service units, along the Soviet borders. Despite these particularly grave warnings, the necessary steps were not taken to prepare the country properly for defense and to prevent it from being caught unawares. Did we have time and the capabilities for such preparations? Yes, we had the time and capabilities. Our industry was already so developed that it was capable of supplying fully the Soviet army with everything that it needed. This is proven by the fact that, although during the war we lost almost half of our industry and important industrial and food production areas as the result of enemy occupation of the Ukraine, Northern Caucasus, and other western parts of the country, the Soviet nation was still able to organize the production of military equipment in the eastern parts of the country, install their equipment taken from the western industrial areas, and to supply our armed forces with everything which was necessary to destroy the enemy. Had our industry been mobilized properly and in time to supply the army with the necessary materiel, our wartime losses would have been decidedly smaller. Such mobilization had not been, however, started in time. And already in the first days of the war it became evident that our army was badly armed, that we did not have enough artillery, tanks, and planes to throw the enemy back. Soviet science and technology produced excellent models of tanks and artillery pieces before the war. But mass production of all this was not organized, and, as a matter of fact, we started to modernize our military equipment only on the eve of the war. As a result, at the time of the enemy's invasion of the Soviet land we did not have sufficient quantities either of old machinery which was no longer used for armament production or of new machinery which we had planned to introduce into armament production. The situation with anti-aircraft artillery was especially bad. We did not organize the production of anti-tank ammunition. Many fortified regions had proven to be indefensible as soon as they were attacked, because the old arms had been withdrawn and new ones were not yet available there. This pertained, alas, not only to tanks, artillery, and planes. At the outbreak of the war we did not even have sufficient numbers of rifles to arm the mobilized manpower. I recall that in those days I telephoned to Comrade Malenkov from Kiev and told him, "People have volunteered for the new army and demand arms. You must send us arms." Malenkov answered me, "We cannot send you arms. We are sending all our rifles to Leningrad and you have to arm yourselves." Movement in the hall. Such was the armament situation. In this connection we cannot forget, for instance, the following fact: shortly before the invasion of the Soviet Union by the Hitlerite army, Kirpanos, who was chief of the Kiev Special Military District, he was later killed at the front, wrote to Stalin that the German armies were at the Bug River, were preparing for an attack and in the very near future would probably start their offensive. In this connection, Kirpanos proposed that a strong defense be organized, that 300,000 people be evacuated from the border areas and that several strong points be organized there, anti-tank ditches, trenches for the soldiers, etc. Moscow answered this proposition with the assertion that this would be a provocation, that no preparatory defensive work should be undertaken at the borders, that the Germans were not to be given any pretext for the initiation of military action against us. Thus, our borders were insufficiently prepared to repel the enemy. When the fascist armies had actually invaded Soviet territory and military operations began, Moscow issued the order that the German fire was not to be returned. Why? It was because Stalin, despite evident facts, thought that the war had not yet started, that this was only a provocative action on the part of several undisciplined sections of the German army, and that our reaction might serve as a reason for the Germans to begin the war. The following fact is also known: on the eve of the invasion of the territory of the Soviet Union by the Hitlerite army, a certain German citizen crossed our border and stated that the German armies had received orders to start the offensive against the Soviet Union on the night of June 22 at 3 o'clock. Stalin was informed about this immediately, but even this warning was ignored. As you see, everything was ignored: warnings of certain army commanders, declarations of deserters from the enemy army, and even the open hostility of the enemy. Is this an example of the alertness of the chief of the party and of the state at this particularly significant historical moment? And what were the results of this carefree attitude, this disregard of clear facts? The result was that already in the first hours and days the enemy had destroyed in our border regions a large part of our air force, artillery and other military equipment. He annihilated large numbers of our military cadres and disorganized our military leadership. Consequently we could not prevent the enemy from marching deep into the country. Very grievous consequences, especially in reference to the beginning of the war, followed Stalin's annihilation of many military commanders and political workers during 1937 to 1941 because of his suspiciousness and through slanderous accusations. During these years repressions were instituted against certain parts of military cadres beginning literally at the company and battalion commander level and extending to the higher military centers. During this time the cadre of leaders who had gained military experience in Spain and in the Far East was almost completely liquidated. The policy of large-scale repression against the military cadres led also to undermined military discipline, because for several years officers of all ranks and even soldiers in the party and Komsomol cells were taught to unmask their superiors as hidden enemies. Movement in the hall. It is natural that this caused a negative influence on the state of military discipline in the first war period. And, as you know, we had before the war excellent military cadres which were unquestionably loyal to the party and to the fatherland. Suffice it to say that those of them who managed to survive, despite severe tortures to which they were subjected in the prisons, have from the first war days shown themselves real patriots and heroically fought for the glory of the fatherland. I have here in mind such comrades as Rokossovsky, who, as you know, had been jailed, Gorbatov, Maratskov, who is a delegate at the present Congress, Podlas, he was an excellent commander who perished at the front, and many, many others. However, Many such commanders perished in camps and jails and the army saw them no more. All this brought about the situation which existed at the beginning of the war and which was the great threat to our fatherland. It would be incorrect to forget that, after the first severe disaster and defeat at the front, Stalin thought that this was the end. In one of his speeches in those days he said, "All that which Lenin created we have lost forever." After this Stalin for a long time actually did not direct the military operations and ceased to do anything whatever. He returned to active leadership only when some members of the political bureau visited him and told him that it was necessary to take certain steps immediately in order to improve the situation at the front. Therefore, the threatening danger which hung over our fatherland in the first period of the war was largely due to the faulty methods of directing the nation and the party by Stalin himself. However, we speak not only about the moment when the war began, which led to serious disorganization of our army and brought us severe losses. Even after the war began, the nervousness and hysteria which Stalin demonstrated, interfering with actual military operation, caused our army serious damage. Stalin was very far from an understanding of the real situation which was developing at the front. This was natural because, during the whole patriotic war, he never visited any section of the front or any liberated city except for one short ride on the Mozhaisk highway during a stabilized situation at the front. To this incident were dedicated many literary works full of fantasies of all sorts and so many paintings. Simultaneously, Stalin was interfering with operations and issuing orders which did not take into consideration the real situation at a given section of the front and which could not help but result in huge personnel losses. I will allow myself in this connection to bring out one characteristic fact which illustrates how Stalin directed operations at the fronts. There is present at this Congress Marshal Bagramian, who was once the chief of operations in the headquarters of the Southwestern Front and who can corroborate what I will tell you. When there developed an exceptionally serious situation for our army in 1942 in the Kharkov region, we had correctly decided to drop an operation whose objective was to encircle Kharkov, because the real situation at that time would have threatened our army with fatal consequences if this operation were continued. We communicated this to Stalin, stating that the situation demanded changes in operational plans so that the enemy would be prevented from liquidating a sizable concentration of our army. Contrary to common sense, Stalin rejected our suggestion and issued the order to continue the operation aimed at the encirclement of Kharkov, despite the fact that at this time many army concentrations were themselves actually threatened with encirclement and liquidation. I telephoned to Vasilevsky and begged him, "Alexander Mikhailovich, take a map. Vasilevsky is present here and show Comrade Stalin the situation which has developed." We should note that Stalin planned operations on a globe. Animation in the hall. Yes, comrades, he used to take the globe and trace the front line on it. I said to Comrade Vasilevsky, show him the situation on a map. In the present situation we cannot continue the operation which was planned. The old decision must be changed for the good of the cause. /9397/ Vasilevsky replied, saying that Stalin had already studied this problem and that he, Vasilevsky, would not see Stalin further concerning this matter, because the latter didn't want to hear any arguments on the subject of this operation. After my talk with Vasilevsky, I telephoned to Stalin at his villa. But Stalin did not answer the telephone and Malenkov was at the receiver. I told Comrade Malenkov that I was calling from the front and that I wanted to speak personally to Stalin. Stalin informed me through Malenkov that I should speak with Malenkov. I stated for the second time that I wished to inform Stalin personally about the grave situation which had arisen for us at the front. But Stalin did not consider it convenient to raise the phone and again stated that I should speak to him through Malenkov, although he was only a few steps from the telephone. After listening in this manner to our plea, Stalin said, "Let everything remain as it is." And what was the result of this? The worst that we had expected. The Germans surrounded our army concentrations and consequently we lost hundreds of thousands of our soldiers. This is Stalin's military genius, this is what it cost us. Movement in the hall. On one occasion after the war, during a meeting of Stalin with members of the political bureau, Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan mentioned that Khrushchev must have been right when he telephoned concerning the Kharkov operation and that it was unfortunate that his suggestion had not been accepted. You should have seen Stalin's fury. How could it be admitted that he, Stalin, had not been right? He is after all a genius, and a genius cannot help but be right. Everyone can err, but Stalin considered that he never erred, that he was always right. He never acknowledged to anyone that he made any mistake, large or small, despite the fact that he made not a few mistakes in the matter of theory and in his practical activity. After the Party Congress we shall probably have to re-evaluate many wartime military operations and to present them in their true light. The tactics on which Stalin insisted without knowing the essence of the conduct of battle operations cost us much blood until we succeeded in stopping the opponent and going over to the offensive. The military know that already by the end of 1941, instead of great operational maneuvers flanking the opponent and penetrating behind his back, Stalin demanded incessant frontal attacks and the capture of one village after another. Because of this, we paid with great losses until our generals, on whose shoulders rested the whole weight of conducting the war, succeeded in changing the situation and shifting to flexible maneuver operations, which immediately brought serious changes at the front favorable to us. All the more shameful was the fact that, after our great victory over the enemy which cost us so much, Stalin began to downgrade many of the commanders who contributed so much to the victory over the enemy, because Stalin excluded every possibility that services rendered at the front should be credited to anyone but himself. Stalin was very much interested in the assessment of Comrade Zhukov as a military leader. He asked me often for my opinion of Zhukov. I told him then, I have known Zhukov for a long time, he is a good general and a good military leader. After the war Stalin began to tell all kinds of nonsense about Zhukov, among others the following: you praised Zhukov, but he does not deserve it. It is said that before each operation at the front Zhukov used to behave as follows: he used to take a handful of earth, smell it and say, we can begin the attack, or the opposite, the planned operation cannot be carried out. I stated at that time, Comrade Stalin, I do not know who invented this, but it is not true. It is possible that Stalin himself invented these things for the purpose of minimizing the role and military talents of Marshal Zhukov. In this connection, Stalin very energetically popularized himself as a great leader. In various ways he tried to inculcate in the people the version that all victories gained by the Soviet nation during the Great Patriotic War were due to the courage, daring, and genius of Stalin and of no one else. Exactly like Kuzma Kryukov, he put one dress on 7 people at the same time. Animation in the hall. In the same vein, let us take, for instance, our historical and military films and some literary creations. They make us feel sick. Their true objective is the propagation of the theme of praising Stalin as a military genius. Let us recall the film, The Fall of Berlin. Here only Stalin acts. He issues orders in the hall in which there are many empty chairs and only one man approached him and reports something to him that is Poskrebyshev, his loyal shield bearer. Laughter in the hall. And where is the military command? Where is the political bureau? Where is the government? What are they doing and with what are they engaged? There is nothing about them in the film. Stalin acts for everybody, he does not reckon with anyone, he asks no one for advice. Everything is shown to the nation in this false light. Why? In order to surround Stalin with glory, contrary to the facts and contrary to historical truth. The question arises, and where are the military, on whose shoulders rested the burden of the war? They are not in the film. With Stalin in, no room was left for them. Not Stalin, but the party as a whole, the Soviet government, our heroic army, its talented leaders and brave soldiers, the whole Soviet nation, these are the ones who assured the victory in the Great Patriotic War. Tempestuous and prolonged applause. The Central Committee members, ministers, our economic leaders, leaders of Soviet culture, directors of territorial party and Soviet organizations, engineers and technicians, every one of them in his own place of work generously gave of his strength and knowledge toward ensuring victory over the enemy. Exceptional heroism was shown by our hardcore. Surrounded by glory is our whole working class, our kolkhoz peasantry, the Soviet intelligentsia, who under the leadership of party organizations overcame untold hardships and, bearing the hardships of war, devoted all their strength to the cause of the defense of the fatherland. Great and brave deeds during the war were accomplished by our Soviet women, who bore on their backs the heavy load of production work in the factories, on the kolkhozes, and in various economic and cultural sectors. Many women participated directly in the Great Patriotic War at the fronts. Our brave youth contributed immeasurably at the front and at home to the defense of the Soviet fatherland and to the annihilation of the enemy. Immortal are the services of the Soviet soldiers, of our commanders and political workers of all ranks. After the loss of a considerable part of the army in the first war months, they did not lose their heads and were able to reorganize during the progress of combat. They created and toughened during the progress of the war a strong and heroic army, and not only stood off pressures of the strong and cunning enemy but also smashed him. The magnificent and heroic deeds of hundreds of millions of people of the East and of the West during the fight against the threat of fascist subjugation which loomed before us will live centuries and millennia in the memory of thankful humanity. Thunderous applause. The main role and the main credit for the victorious ending of the war belongs to our Communist Party, to the armed forces of the Soviet Union, and to the tens of millions of Soviet people raised by the party. Thunderous and prolonged applause. Comrades, let us reach for some other facts. The Soviet Union is justly considered as a model of a multinational state because we have in practice assured the equality and friendship of all nations which live in our great fatherland. All the more monstrous are the acts whose initiator was Stalin and which are rude violations of the basic Leninist principles of the nationality policy of the Soviet state. We refer to the mass deportations from their native places of whole nations, together with all communists and komsomolets without any exception. This deportation action was not dictated by any military considerations. Thus, already at the end of 1943, when there occurred a permanent breakthrough at the fronts of the Great Patriotic War benefiting the Soviet Union, a decision was taken and executed concerning the deportation of all the Karachay from the lands on which they lived. In the same period, at the end of December 1943, the same lot befell the whole population of the autonomous Kalmyk Republic. In March 1944, all the Chechen and Ingush peoples were deported and the Chechen-Ingush Autonomous Republic was liquidated. In April 1944, all Bakhars were deported to faraway places from the territory of the Kabardino-Bakhar Autonomous Republic, and the republic itself was renamed the Autonomous Kabardian Republic. The Ukrainians avoided meeting this fate only because there were too many of them and there was no place to which to deport them. Otherwise, he would have deported them also. Laughter and animation in the hall. Not only a Marxist-Leninist but also no man of common sense can grasp how it is possible to make whole nations responsible for inimical activity, including women, children, old people, communists, and komsomolets, to use mass repression against them, and to expose them to misery and suffering for the hostile acts of individual persons or groups of persons. After the conclusion of the Patriotic War, the Soviet nation stressed with pride the magnificent victories gained through great sacrifices and tremendous efforts. The country experienced a period of political enthusiasm. The party came out of the war even more united. In the fire of the war, party cadres were tempered and hardened. Under such conditions nobody could have even thought of the possibility of some plot in the party. And it was precisely at this time that the so-called Leningrad affair was born. As we have now proven, this case was fabricated. Those who innocently lost their lives included comrades Voznesensky, Kuznetsov, Rodionov, Popkov, and others. As is known, Voznesensky and Kuznetsov were talented and eminent leaders. Once they stood very close to Stalin. It is sufficient to mention that Stalin made Voznesensky first deputy to the chairman of the Council of Ministers and Kuznetsov was elected secretary of the Central Committee. The very fact that Stalin entrusted Kuznetsov with the supervision of the state security organs shows the trust which he enjoyed. How did it happen that these persons were branded as enemies of the people and liquidated? 9398 Facts prove that the Leningrad affair is also the result of willfulness which Stalin exercised against party cadres. Had a normal situation existed in the party's Central Committee and in the Central Committee Political Bureau, affairs of this nature would have been examined there in accordance with party practice, and all pertinent facts assessed. As a result, such an affair as well as others would not have happened. We must state that, after the war, the situation became even more complicated. Stalin became even more capricious, irritable, and brutal, in particular his suspicion grew. His persecution mania reached unbelievable dimensions. Many workers were becoming enemies before his very eyes. After the war, Stalin separated himself from the collective even more. Everything was decided by him alone without any consideration for anyone or anything. This unbelievable suspicion was cleverly taken advantage of by the abject provocateur and vile enemy, Beria, who had murdered thousands of communists and loyal Soviet people. The elevation of Voznesensky and Kuznetsov alarmed Beria. As we have now proven, it had been precisely Beria who had suggested to Stalin the fabrication by him and by his confidants of materials in the form of declarations and anonymous letters, and in the form of various rumors and talks. The party's Central Committee has examined this so-called Leningrad affair. Persons who innocently suffered are now rehabilitated and honor has been restored to the glorious Leningrad Party organization. Abakumov and others who had fabricated this affair were brought before a court. Their trial took place in Leningrad and they received what they deserved. The question arises, why is it that we see the truth of this affair only now, and why did we not do something earlier, during Stalin's life, in order to prevent the loss of innocent lives? It was because Stalin personally supervised the Leningrad affair, and the majority of the political bureau members did not, at that time, know all of the circumstances in these matters and could not therefore intervene. When Stalin received certain material from Beria and Abakumov, without examining these slanderous materials he ordered an investigation of the affair of Voznesensky and Kuznetsov. With this, their fate was sealed. Instructive in the same way is the case of the Mingrelian nationalist organization which supposedly existed in Georgia. As is known, resolutions by the Central Committee, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, were made concerning this case in November 1951 and in March 1952. These resolutions were made without prior discussion with the political bureau. Stalin had personally dictated them. They made serious accusations against many loyal communists. On the basis of falsified documents, it was proven that there existed in Georgia a supposedly nationalistic organization whose objective was the liquidation of the Soviet power in that republic with the help of imperialist powers. In this connection, a number of responsible party and Soviet workers were arrested in Georgia. As was later proven, this was a slander directed against the Georgian party organization. We know that there have been at times manifestations of local bourgeois nationalism in Georgia as in several other republics. The question arises, could it be possible that, in the period during which the resolutions referred to above were made, nationalist tendencies grew so much that there was a danger of Georgia's leaving the Soviet Union and joining Turkey? Animation in the hall, laughter. This is, of course, nonsense. It is impossible to imagine how such assumptions could enter anyone's mind. Everyone knows how Georgia has developed economically and culturally under Soviet rule. Industrial production of the Georgian Republic is 27 times greater than it was before the revolution. Many new industries have arisen in Georgia which did not exist there before the revolution: iron smelting, an oil industry, a machine construction industry, etc. Illiteracy has long since been liquidated, which, in pre-revolutionary Georgia, included 78% of the population. Could the Georgians, comparing the situation in their republic with the hard situation of the working masses in Turkey, be aspiring to join Turkey? In 1955, Georgia produced 18 times as much steel per person as Turkey. Georgia produces 9 times as much electrical energy per person as Turkey. According to the available 1950 census, 65% of Turkey's total population are illiterate, and, of the women, 80% are illiterate. Georgia has 19 institutions of higher learning which have about 39,000 students. This is 8 times more than in Turkey, for each 1,000 inhabitants. The prosperity of the working people has grown tremendously in Georgia under Soviet rule. It is clear that, as the economy and culture develop, and as the socialist consciousness of the working masses in Georgia grows, the source from which bourgeois nationalism draws its strength evaporates. As it developed, there was no nationalistic organization in Georgia. Thousands of innocent people fell victim to willfulness and lawlessness. All of this happened under the genial leadership of Stalin, the great son of the Georgian nation, as Georgians like to refer to Stalin. Animation in the hall. The willfulness of Stalin showed itself not only in decisions concerning the internal life of the country but also in the international relations of the Soviet Union. The July plenum of the Central Committee studied in detail the reasons for the development of conflict with Yugoslavia. It was a shameful role which Stalin played here. The Yugoslav affair contained no problems which could not have been solved through party discussions among comrades. There was no significant basis for the development of this affair. It was completely possible to have prevented the rupture of relations with that country. This does not mean, however, that the Yugoslav leaders did not make mistakes or did not have shortcomings. But these mistakes and shortcomings were magnified in a monstrous manner by Stalin, which resulted in a break of relations with a friendly country. I recall the first days when the conflict between the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia began artificially to be blown up. Once, when I came from Kiev to Moscow, I was invited to visit Stalin, who, pointing to the copy of a letter lately sent to Tito, asked me, "Have you read this?" Not waiting for my reply, he answered, "I will shake my little finger and there will be no more Tito. He will fall. We have dearly paid for this shaking of the little finger." This statement reflected Stalin's mania for greatness, but he acted just that way. "I will shake my little finger and there will be no Kossier. I will shake my little finger once more and Postyshev and Chubar will be no more. I will shake my little finger again and Voznesensky, Kuznetsov and many others will disappear." But this did not happen to Tito. No matter how much or how little Stalin shook, not only his little finger but everything else that he could shake, Tito did not fall. Why? The reason was that, in this case of disagreement with the Yugoslav comrades, Tito had behind him a state and a people who had gone through a severe school of fighting for liberty and independence, a people which gave support to its leaders. You see to what Stalin's mania for greatness led. He had completely lost consciousness of reality. He demonstrated his suspicion and haughtiness not only in relation to individuals in the USSR, but in relation to whole parties and nations. We have carefully examined the case of Yugoslavia and have found a proper solution which is approved by the peoples of the Soviet Union and of Yugoslavia as well as by the working masses of all the people's democracies and by all progressive humanity. The liquidation of the abnormal relationship with Yugoslavia was done in the interest of the whole camp of socialism, in the interest of strengthening peace in the whole world. Let us also recall the affair of the doctor plotters. Animation in the hall. Actually there was no affair outside of the declaration of the woman Dr. Timashuk, who was probably influenced or ordered by someone. After all, she was an unofficial collaborator of the organs of state security, to write Stalin a letter in which she declared that doctors were applying supposedly improper methods of medical treatment. Such a letter was sufficient for Stalin to reach an immediate conclusion that there are doctor plotters in the Soviet Union. He issued orders to arrest a group of eminent Soviet medical specialists. He personally issued advice on the conduct of the investigation and the method of interrogation of the arrested persons. He said that the academician Vinogradov should be put in chains, another one should be beaten. Present at this Congress as a delegate is the former Minister of State Security, Comrade Ignatieff. Stalin told him curtly, if you do not obtain confessions from the doctors we will shorten you by a head. Tumult in the hall. Stalin personally called the investigative judge, gave him instructions, advised him on which investigative methods should be used. These methods were simple: beat, beat and, once again, beat. Shortly after the doctors were arrested, we members of the political bureau received protocols with the doctors' confessions of guilt. After distributing these protocols, Stalin told us, "You are blind like young kittens. What will happen without me? The country will perish because you do not know how to recognize enemies." The case was so presented that no one could verify the facts on which the investigation was based. There was no possibility of trying to verify facts by contacting those who had made the confessions of guilt. We felt, however, that the case of the arrested doctors was questionable. We knew some of these people personally because they had once treated us. When we examined this case after Stalin's death, we found it to be fabricated from beginning to end. This ignominious case was set up by Stalin. He did not, however, have the time in which to bring it to an end, as he conceived that end, and for this reason the doctors are still alive. Now all have been rehabilitated, they are working in the same places they were working before, they treat top individuals, not excluding members of the government, they have our full confidence, and they execute their duties honestly, as they did before. In organizing the various dirty and shameful cases, a very base role was played by the rabid enemy of our party, an agent of a foreign intelligence service, Beria, who had stolen into Stalin's confidence. In what way could this provocateur gain such a position in the party and in the state, so as to become the first deputy chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union and a member of the Central Committee Political Bureau? It has now been established that this villain had climbed up the government ladder over an untold number of corpses. Were there any signs that Beria was an enemy of the party? Yes, there were. 9399/ already in 1937, at a Central Committee plenum, former People's Commissar of Health Kaminsky said that Beria worked for the Mossovet intelligence service. But the Central Committee plenum had barely concluded when Kaminsky was arrested and then shot. Had Stalin examined Kaminsky's statement? No, because Stalin believed in Beria, and that was enough for him. And when Stalin believed in anyone or anything, then no one could say anything which was contrary to his opinion. Anyone who would dare to express opposition would have met the same fate as Kaminsky. There were other signs, also. The declaration which Comrade Snigov made to the party's Central Committee is interesting. Parenthetically speaking, he was also rehabilitated not long ago, after 17 years in prison camps. In this declaration, Snigov writes, "In connection with the proposed rehabilitation of the former Central Committee member, Kartvelishvili Lavrentiev, I have entrusted to the hands of the representative of the Committee of State Security a detailed deposition concerning Beria's role in the disposition of the Kartvelishvili case and concerning the criminal motives by which Beria was guided. In my opinion, it is indispensable to recall an important fact pertaining to this case and to communicate it to the Central Committee, because I did not consider it as proper to include in the investigation documents. On October 30, 1931, at the session of the Organizational Bureau of the Central Committee, All Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, Kartvelishvili, Secretary of the Transcaucasian Krai Committee, made a report. All members of the executive of the Krai Committee were present, of them I alone am alive. On October 30, 1931, at the session of the Organizational Bureau of the Central Committee, All Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, Kartvelishvili, Secretary of the Transcaucasian Krai Committee, made a report. All members of the executive of the Krai Committee were present, of them I alone am alive. During this session, J.V. Stalin made a motion at the end of his speech concerning the organization of the Secretariat of the Transcaucasian Krai Committee composed of the following: First Secretary, Kartvelishvili, Second Secretary, Beria. It was then, for the first time in the party's history, that Beria's name was mentioned as a candidate for a party position. Kartvelishvili answered that he knew Beria well and for that reason refused categorically to work together with him. Stalin proposed then that this matter be left open and that it be solved in the process of the work itself. 2 days later a decision was arrived at that Beria would receive the party post and that Kartvelishvili would be deported from the Transcaucasus. This fact can be confirmed by comrades Mikoyan and Kaganovich, who were present at that session. The long, unfriendly relations between Kartvelishvili and Beria were widely known. They date back to the time when comrade Sergo Ordzhonikidze was active in the Transcaucasus. Kartvelishvili was the closest assistant of Sergo. The unfriendly relationship impelled Beria to fabricate a case against Kartvelishvili. It is a characteristic thing that in this case Kartvelishvili was charged with a terroristic act against Beria. The indictment in the Beria case contains a discussion of his crimes. Some things should, however, be recalled, especially since it is possible that not all delegates to the Congress have read this document. I wish to recall Beria's bestial disposition of the cases of Kedrov, Golyabev, and Golyabev's adopted mother, Bacharina, persons who wished to inform the Central Committee concerning Beria's treacherous activity. They were shot without any trial and the sentence was passed ex post facto, after the execution. Here is what the old communist, Comrade Kedrov, wrote to the Central Committee through Comrade Andreev. Comrade Andreev was then a Central Committee secretary. I am calling to you for help from a gloomy cell of the Lefortovsky prison. Let my cry of horror reach your ears, do not remain deaf, take me under your protection, please, help remove the nightmare of interrogations and show that this is all a mistake. I suffer innocently. Please believe me. Time will testify to the truth. I am not an agent provocateur of the Tsarist Okhrana, I am not a spy, I am not a member of an anti-Soviet organization of which I am being accused on the basis of denunciations. I am also not guilty of any other crimes against the party and the government. I am an old Bolshevik, free of any stain. I have honestly fought for almost 40 years in the ranks of the party for the good and prosperity of the nation. Today I, a 62-year-old man, am being threatened by the investigative judges with more severe, cruel, and degrading methods of physical pressure. They, the judges, are no longer capable of becoming aware of their error and of recognizing that their handling of my case is illegal and impermissible. They try to justify their actions by picturing me as a hardened and raving enemy and are demanding increased repressions. But let the party know that I am innocent and that there is nothing which can turn a loyal son of the party into an enemy, even right up to his last dying breath. But I have no way out. I cannot divert from myself the hastily approaching new and powerful blows. Everything, however, has its limits. My torture has reached the extreme. My health is broken, my strength and my energy are waning, the end is drawing near. To die in a Soviet prison, branded as a vile traitor to the fatherland, what can be more monstrous for an honest man? And how monstrous all this is! Unsurpassed bitterness and pain grips my heart. No. No. This will not happen, this cannot be, I cry. Neither the party, nor the Soviet government, nor the People's Commissar, L.P. Beria, will permit this cruel, irreparable injustice. I am firmly certain that, given a quiet, objective examination, without any foul rantings, without any anger and without the fearful tortures, it would be easy to prove the baselessness of the charges. I believe deeply that truth and justice will triumph. I believe. The old Bolshevik, Comrade Kedrov, was found innocent by the military collegium. But, despite this, he was shot at Beria's order. Indignation in the hall. Beria also handled cruelly the family of Comrade Ordzhonikidze. Why? Because Ordzhonikidze had tried to prevent Beria from realizing his shameful plans. Beria had cleared from his way all persons who could possibly interfere with him. Ordzhonikidze was always an opponent of Beria, which he told to Stalin. Instead of examining this affair and taking appropriate steps, Stalin allowed the liquidation of Ordzhonikidze's brother and brought Ordzhonikidze himself to such a state that he was forced to shoot himself. Indignation in the hall. Beria was unmasked by the party's Central Committee shortly after Stalin's death. As a result of the particularly detailed legal proceedings, it was established that Beria had committed monstrous crimes and Beria was shot. The question arises why Beria, who had liquidated tens of thousands of the party and Soviet workers, was not unmasked during Stalin's life. He was not unmasked earlier because he had utilized very skillfully Stalin's weaknesses, feeding him with suspicions. He assisted Stalin in everything and acted with his support. Comrades, the cult of the individual acquired such monstrous size chiefly because Stalin himself, using all conceivable methods, supported the glorification of his own person. This is supported by numerous facts. One of the most characteristic examples of Stalin's self-glorification and of his lack of even elementary modesty is the edition of his short biography, which was published in 1948. This book is an expression of the most dissolute flattery, an example of making a man into a godhead, of transforming him into an infallible sage, the greatest leader, sublime strategist of all times and nations. Finally, no other words could be found with which to lift Stalin up to the heavens. We need not give here examples of the loathsome adulation filling this book. All we need to add is that they all were approved and edited by Stalin personally, and some of them were added in his own handwriting to the draft text of the book. What did Stalin consider essential to write into this book? Did he want to cool the ardor of his flatterers who were composing his short biography? No. He marked the very places where he thought that the praise of his services was insufficient. Here are some examples characterizing Stalin's activity, added in Stalin's own hand. In this fight against the skeptics and capitulators, the Trotskyites, Zinovievites, Bukharinites, and Kamenevites, there was definitely welded together, after Lenin's death, that leading core of the party, that upheld the great banner of Lenin, rallied the party behind Lenin's behests, and brought the Soviet people into the broad road of industrializing the country and collectivizing the rural economy. The leader of this core and the guiding force of the party and the state was Comrade Stalin. Thus writes Stalin himself. Then he adds, although he performed his task as leader of the party and the people with consummate skill and enjoyed the unreserved support of the entire Soviet people, Stalin never allowed his work to be marred by the slightest hint of vanity, conceit, or self-adulation. Where and when could a leader so praise himself? Is this worthy of a leader of the Marxist-Leninist type? No. Precisely against this did Marx and Engels take such a strong position. This also was always sharply condemned by Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. In the draft text of his book appeared the following sentence: Stalin is the Lenin of today. This sentence appeared to Stalin to be too weak, so, in his own handwriting, he changed it to read, Stalin is the worthy continuer of Lenin's work, or, as it is said in our party, Stalin is the Lenin of today. You see how well it is said, not by the nation but by Stalin himself. It is possible to give many such self-praising appraisals written into the draft text of that book in Stalin's hand. Especially generously does he endow himself with praises pertaining to his military genius, to his talent for strategy. I will cite one more insertion made by Stalin concerning the theme of the Stalinist military genius. The advanced Soviet science of war received further development, he writes, at Comrade Stalin's hands. Comrade Stalin elaborated the theory of the permanently operating factors that decide the issue of wars, of active defense and the laws of counter-offensive and offensive, of the cooperation of all services and arms in modern warfare, of /9400/ the role of big tank masses and air forces in modern war, and of the artillery as the most formidable of the armed services. At the various stages of the war, Stalin's genius found the correct solutions that took account of all the circumstances of the situation. Movement in the hall. And, further, writes Stalin, Stalin's military mastership was displayed both in defense and offense. Comrade Stalin's genius enabled him to divine the enemy's plans and defeat them. The battles in which Comrade Stalin directed the Soviet armies are brilliant examples of operational military skill. In this manner was Stalin praised as a strategist. Who did this? Stalin himself, not in his role as a strategist but in the role of an author-editor, one of the main creators of his self-adulatory biography. Such, comrades, are the facts. We should rather say shameful facts. And one additional fact from the same short biography of Stalin. As is known, the short course of the history of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, was written by a commission of the party Central Committee. This book, parenthetically, was also permeated with the cult of the individual and was written by a designated group of authors. This fact was reflected in the following formulation on the proof copy of the short biography of Stalin: a commission of the Central Committee, All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, under the direction of Comrade Stalin and with his most active personal participation, has prepared a short course of the history of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. But even this phrase did not satisfy Stalin. The following sentence replaced it in the final version of the short biography. In 1938 appeared the book, History of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, short course, written by Comrade Stalin and approved by a commission of the Central Committee, All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks. Can one add anything more? Animation in the hall. As you see, a surprising metamorphosis changed the work created by a group into a book written by Stalin. It is not necessary to state how and why this metamorphosis took place. A pertinent question comes to our mind: if Stalin is the author of this book, why did he need to praise the person of Stalin so much and to transform the whole post-October historical period of our glorious Communist Party solely into an action of the Stalin genius? Did this book properly reflect the efforts of the party in the socialist transformation of the country, in the construction of socialist society, in the industrialization and collectivization of the country, and also other steps taken by the party which undeviatingly traveled the path outlined by Lenin? This book speaks principally about Stalin, about his speeches, about his reports. Everything without the smallest exception is tied to his name. And when Stalin himself asserts that he himself wrote the short course of the history of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, this calls at least for amazement. Can a Marxist-Leninist thus write about himself, praising his own person to the heavens? Or let us take the matter of the Stalin prizes. Movement in the hall. Not even the Tsars created prizes which they named after themselves. Stalin recognized as the best a text of the national anthem of the Soviet Union which contains not a word about the Communist Party. It contains, however, the following unprecedented praise of Stalin: Stalin brought us up in loyalty to the people. He inspired us to great toil and acts. In these lines of the anthem, the whole educational, directional, and inspirational activity of the great Leninist party is ascribed to Stalin. This is, of course, a clear deviation from Marxism-Leninism, a clear debasing and belittling of the role of the party. We should add for your information that the Presidium of the Central Committee has already passed a resolution concerning the composition of a new text of the anthem, which will reflect the role of the people and the role of the party. Loud, prolonged applause. And was it without Stalin's knowledge that many of the largest enterprises and towns were named after him? Was it without his knowledge that Stalin monuments were erected in the whole country, these memorials to the living? It is a fact that Stalin himself had signed on July 2, 1951 a resolution of the USSR Council of Ministers concerning the erection on the Volga-Don Canal of an impressive monument to Stalin. On September 4 of the same year he issued an order making 33 tons of copper available for the construction of this impressive monument. Anyone who has visited the Stalingrad area must have seen the huge statue which is being built there, and that on a site which hardly any people frequent. Huge sums were spent to build it at a time when people of this area had lived since the war in huts. Consider, yourself, was Stalin right when he wrote in his biography that he did not allow in himself even a shadow of conceit, pride, or self-adoration? At the same time Stalin gave proofs of his lack of respect for Lenin's memory. It is not a coincidence that, despite the decision taken over 30 years ago to build a palace of Soviets as a monument to Vladimir Ilyich, this palace was not built. its construction was always postponed and the project allowed to lapse. We cannot forget to recall the Soviet government resolution of August 14, 1925 concerning the founding of Lenin Prizes for educational work. This resolution was published in the press, but until this day there are no Lenin Prizes. This, too, should be corrected. Tumultuous, prolonged applause. During Stalin's life, thanks to known methods which I have mentioned, and quoting facts, for instance. From the short biography of Stalin, all events were explained as if Lenin played only a secondary role, even during the October Socialist Revolution. In many films and in many literary works the figure of Lenin was incorrectly presented and inadmissibly depreciated. Stalin loved to see the film, The Unforgettable Year of 1919, in which he was shown on the steps of an armored train and where he was practically vanquishing the foe with his own saber. Let Clemente Yefremovic, our dear friend, find the necessary courage and write the truth about Stalin. After all, he knows how Stalin had fought. It will be difficult for Comrade Voroshilov to undertake this, but it would be good if he did it. Everyone will approve of it, both the people and the party. Even his grandsons will thank him. Prolonged applause. In speaking about the events of the October Revolution and about the Civil War, the impression was created that Stalin always played the main role, as if everywhere and always Stalin had suggested to Lenin what to do and how to do it. However, this is slander of Lenin. Prolonged applause. I will probably not sin against the truth when I say that 99% of the persons present here heard and knew very little about Stalin before the year 1924, while Lenin was known to all. He was known to the whole party, to the whole nation, from the children up to the graybeards. Tumultuous, prolonged applause. All this has to be thoroughly revised so that history, literature, and the fine arts properly reflect V.I. Lenin's role and the great deeds of our Communist Party and of the Soviet people, the creative people. Applause. Comrades. The cult of the individual has caused the employment of faulty principles in party work and in economic activity. It brought about rude violation of internal party and Soviet democracy, sterile administration, deviations of all sorts, covering up the shortcomings and varnishing of reality. Our nation gave birth to many flatterers and specialists in false optimism and deceit. We should also not forget that, due to the numerous arrests of party, Soviet and economic leaders, many workers began to work uncertainly, showed overcautiousness, feared all which was new, feared their own shadows and began to show less initiative in their work. Take, for instance, party and Soviet resolutions. They were prepared in a routine manner, often without considering the concrete situation. This went so far that party workers, even during the smallest sessions, read their speeches. All this produced the danger of formalizing the party and Soviet work and of bureaucratizing the whole apparatus. Stalin's reluctance to consider life's realities and the fact that he was not aware of the real state of affairs in the provinces can be illustrated by his direction of agriculture. All those who interested themselves even a little in the national situation saw the difficult situation in agriculture, but Stalin never even noted it. Did we tell Stalin about this? Yes, we told him, but he did not support us. Why? Because Stalin never traveled anywhere, did not meet city and kolkhoz workers, he did not know the actual situation in the provinces. He knew the country and agriculture only from films. And these films had dressed up and beautified the existing situation in agriculture. Many films so pictured kolkhoz life that the tables were bending from the weight of turkeys and geese. Evidently, Stalin thought that it was actually so. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin looked at life differently. He was always close to the people, he used to receive peasant delegates and often spoke at factory gatherings, he used to visit villages and talk with the peasants. Stalin separated himself from the people and never went anywhere. This lasted 10 years. The last time he visited a village was in January 1928, when he visited Siberia in connection with grain deliveries. How then could he have known the situation in the provinces? and when he was once told during a discussion that our situation on the land was a difficult one and that the situation of cattle breeding and meat production was especially bad, a commission was formed which was charged with the preparation of a resolution called Means Toward Further Development of Animal Breeding in Kolkhozes and Sovkhozes. We worked out this project. Of course, our proposals of that time did not contain all possibilities, but we did chart ways in which animal breeding on kolkhozes and sovkhozes would be raised. We had proposed then to raise the prices of such products in order to create material incentives for the kolkhoz, MTS machine tractor station and sovkhoz workers in the development of cattle breeding. But our project was not accepted and in February 1953 was laid aside entirely. What is more, while reviewing this project, Stalin proposed that the taxes paid by the kolkhozes and by the kolkhoz workers should be raised by 40 billion rubles, according to /9401/him the peasants are well off and the kolkhoz worker would need to sell only one more chicken to pay his tax in full. Imagine what this meant. Certainly, 40 billion rubles is a sum which the kolkhoz workers did not realize for all the products which they sold to the government. In 1952, for instance, the kolkhozes and the kolkhoz workers received 26,280 million rubles for all their products delivered and sold to the government. Did Stalin's position, then, rest on data of any sort whatever? Of course not. In such cases facts and figures did not interest him. If Stalin said anything, it meant it was so after all. He was a genius, and a genius does not need to count, he only needs to look and can immediately tell how it should be. When he expresses his opinion, everyone has to repeat it and to admire his wisdom. But how much wisdom was contained in the proposal to raise the agricultural tax by 40 billion rubles? None, absolutely none, because the proposal was not based on an actual assessment of the situation but on the fantastic ideas of a person divorced from reality. We are currently beginning slowly to work our way out of a difficult agricultural situation. The speeches of the delegates to the 20th Congress please us all. We are glad that many delegates deliver speeches, that there are conditions for the fulfillment of the 6th five-year plan for animal husbandry, not during the period of 5 years, but within 2 to 3 years. We are certain that the commitments of the new 5-year plan will be accomplished successfully. Prolonged applause. Comrades, if we sharply criticize today the cult of the individual which was so widespread during Stalin's life, and if we speak about the many negative phenomena generated by this cult which is so alien to the spirit of Marxism-Leninism, various persons may ask, how could it be? Stalin headed the party and the country for 30 years and many victories were gained during his lifetime. Can we deny this? In my opinion, the question can be asked in this manner only by those who are blinded and hopelessly hypnotized by the cult of the individual, only by those who do not understand the essence of the revolution and of the Soviet state, only by those who do not understand, in a Leninist manner, the role of the party and of the nation in the development of the Soviet society. The socialist revolution was attained by the working class and by the poor peasantry with the partial support of middle-class peasants. It was attained by the people under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. Lenin's great service consisted of the fact that he created a militant party of the working class, but he was armed with Marxist understanding of the laws of social development and with the science of proletarian victory in the fight with capitalism, and he steeled this party in the crucible of revolutionary struggle of the masses of the people. During this fight the party consistently defended the interests of the people, became its experienced leader, and led the working masses to power, to the creation of the first socialist state. You remember well the wise words of Lenin that the Soviet state is strong because of the awareness of the masses that history is created by the millions and tens of millions of people. Our historical victories were attained thanks to the organizational work of the party, to the many provincial organizations, and to the self-sacrificing work of our great nation. These victories are the result of the great drive and activity of the nation and of the party as a whole. They are not at all the fruit of the leadership of Stalin, as the situation was pictured during the period of the cult of the individual. If we are to consider this matter as Marxists and as Leninists, then we have to state unequivocally that the leadership practice which came into being during the last years of Stalin's life became a serious obstacle in the path of Soviet social development. Stalin often failed for months to take up some unusually important problems, concerning the life of the party and of the state, whose solution could not be postponed. During Stalin's leadership our peaceful relations with other nations were often threatened, because one-man decisions could cause, and often did cause, great complications. In the last years, when we managed to free ourselves of the harmful practice of the cult of the individual and took several proper steps in the sphere of internal and external policies, everyone saw how activity grew before their very eyes, how the creative activity of the broad working masses developed, how favorably all this acted upon the development of economy and of culture. Applause. Some comrades may ask us, where were the members of the political bureau of the Central Committee? Why did they not assert themselves against the cult of the individual in time? And why is this being done only now? First of all, we have to consider the fact that the members of the political bureau viewed these matters in a different way at different times. Initially, many of them backed Stalin actively because Stalin was one of the strongest Marxists and his logic, his strength, and his will greatly influenced the cadres and party work. It is known that Stalin, after Lenin's death, especially during the first years, actively fought for Leninism against the enemies of Leninist theory and against those who deviated. Beginning with Leninist theory, the party, with its Central Committee at the head, started on a great scale the work of socialist industrialization of the country, agricultural collectivization, and the Cultural Revolution. At that time Stalin gained great popularity, sympathy, and support. The party had to fight those who attempted to lead the country away from the correct Leninist path, it had to fight Trotskyites, Zinovievites, and rightists, and the bourgeois nationalists. This fight was indispensable. Later, however, Stalin, abusing his power more and more, began to fight eminent party and government leaders and to use terroristic methods against honest Soviet people. As we have already shown, Stalin thus handled such eminent party and government leaders as Kossior, Rudzutak, Eek, Postashev and many others. Attempts to oppose groundless suspicions and charges resulted in the opponent falling victim of the repression. This characterized the fall of Comrade Postashev. In one of his speeches Stalin expressed his dissatisfaction with Postashev and asked him, "What are you actually?" Postashev answered clearly, "I am a Bolshevik, Comrade Stalin, a Bolshevik." This assertion was at first considered to show a lack of respect for Stalin, later it was considered a harmful act and consequently resulted in Postashev's annihilation and branding without any reason as a people's enemy. In the situation which then prevailed I have talked often with Nikolai Alexandrovich Bulganin. Once when we two were traveling in a car, he said, "It has happened sometimes that a man goes to Stalin on his invitation as a friend. And, when he sits with Stalin, he does not know where he will be sent next, home or to jail." It is clear that such conditions put every member of the political bureau in a very difficult situation. And, when we also consider the fact that in the last years the Central Committee plenary sessions were not convened and that the sessions of the political bureau occurred only occasionally, from time to time, then we will understand how difficult it was for any member of the political bureau to take a stand against one or another unjust or improper procedure, against serious errors and shortcomings in the practices of leadership. As we have already shown, many decisions were taken either by one person or in a roundabout way, without collective discussion. The sad fate of political bureau member Comrade Voznesensky, who fell victim to Stalin's repressions, is known to all. It is a characteristic thing that the decision to remove him from the political bureau was never discussed but was reached in a devious fashion. In the same way came the decision concerning the removal of Kuznetsov and Rodionov from their posts. The importance of the Central Committee's political bureau was reduced and its work was disorganized by the creation within the political bureau of various commissions, the so-called quintets, sextets, septets and novinaries. Here is, for instance, a resolution of the Political Bureau of October 3, 1946. Stalin's proposal. 1. The Political Bureau Commission for Foreign Affairs, sextet, is to concern itself in the future, in addition to foreign affairs, also with matters of internal construction and domestic policy. 2. The sextet is to add to its roster the chairman of the State Commission of Economic Planning of the USSR, Comrade Voznesensky, and is to be known as a septet. Signed, Secretary of the Central Committee, J. Stalin. What a terminology of a card player. Laughter in the hall. It is clear that the creation within the political bureau of this type of commissions, quintets, sextets, septets and novenaries, was against the principle of collective leadership. The result of this was that some members of the political bureau were in this way kept away from participation in reaching the most important state matters. One of the oldest members of our party, Klimenty Yefremovich Voroshilov, found himself in an almost impossible situation. For several years he was actually deprived of the right of participation in political bureau sessions. Stalin forbade him to attend the political bureau sessions and to receive documents. When the political bureau was in session and Comrade Voroshilov heard about it, he telephoned each time and asked whether he would be allowed to attend. Sometimes Stalin permitted it, but always showed his dissatisfaction. Because of his extreme suspicion, Stalin toyed also with the absurd and ridiculous suspicion that Voroshilov was an English agent. Laughter in the hall. It's true, an English agent. A special tapping crevice was installed in his home to listen to what was said there. Indignation in the hall. By unilateral decision, Stalin had also separated one other man from the work of the political bureau, Andrei Andreyevich Andreev. This was one of the most unbridled acts of willfulness. Let us consider the first Central Committee plenum after the 19th Party Congress, when Stalin, in his talk at the plenum, characterized Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Molotov and Anastas Ivanovich Mikoyan and suggested that these old workers of our party were guilty of some baseless charges. It is not excluded that had Stalin remained at the helm for another several months, comrades Molotov and Mikoyan would probably have not delivered any speeches at this Congress. Stalin evidently had plans to finish off the old members of the political bureau. He often stated that political bureau members should be replaced by new ones. His proposal, after the 19th Congress, concerning the election of 25 persons to the Central Committee Presidium, was aimed at /9402 the removal of the old political bureau members and the bringing in of less experienced persons so that these would extol him in all sorts of ways. We can assume that this was also a design for the future annihilation of the old political bureau members and, in this way, a cover for all shameful acts of Stalin, acts which we are now considering. Comrades, in order not to repeat errors of the past, the Central Committee has declared itself resolutely against the cult of the individual. We consider that Stalin was excessively extolled. However, in the past Stalin doubtless performed great services to the party, to the working class and to the international workers' movement. This question is complicated by the fact that all this which we have just discussed was done during Stalin's life under his leadership and with his concurrence. Here Stalin was convinced that this was necessary for the defense of the interests of the working classes against the plotting of enemies and against the attack of the imperialist camp. He saw this from the position of the interest of the working class, of the interest of the laboring people, of the interest of the victory of socialism and communism. We cannot say that these were the deeds of a giddy despot. He considered that this should be done in the interest of the party, of the working masses, in the name of the defense of the revolution's gains. In this lies the whole tragedy. Comrades, Lenin had often stressed that modesty is an absolutely integral part of a real Bolshevik. Lenin himself was the living personification of the greatest modesty. We cannot say that we have been following this Leninist example in all respects. It is enough to point out that many towns, factories, and industrial enterprises, kolkhozes and sovkhozes, Soviet institutions, and cultural institutions have been referred to by us with the title, if I may express it so, of private property of the names of these or those government or party leaders who were still active and in good health. Many of us participated in the action of assigning our names to various towns, rayons, enterprises, and kolkhozes. We must correct this. Applause. but this should be done calmly and slowly. The Central Committee will discuss this matter and consider it carefully in order to prevent errors and excesses. I can remember how the Ukraine learned about Kossier's arrest. The Kiev radio used to start its programs thus: "This is radio, in the name of Kossier." When one day the programs began without naming Kossier, everyone was quite certain that something had happened to Kossier, that he probably had been arrested. Thus, if today we begin to remove the signs everywhere and to change names, people will think that these comrades in whose honor the given enterprises, kolkhozes, or cities are named also met some bad fate and that they have also been arrested. Animation in the hall. How is the authority and the importance of this or that leader judged? On the basis of how many towns, industrial enterprises, and factories, kolkhozes and sovkhozes carry his name? Is it not about time that we eliminate this private property and nationalize the factories, the industrial enterprises, the kolkhozes, and the sovkhozes? Laughter, applause, voices, that is right. This will benefit our cause. After all, the cult of the individual is manifested also in this way. We should, in all seriousness, consider the question of the cult of the individual. We cannot let this matter get out of the party, especially not to the press. It is for this reason that we are considering it here at a closed Congress session. We should know the limits, we should not give ammunition to the enemy, we should not wash our dirty linen before their eyes. I think that the delegates to the Congress will understand and assess properly all these proposals. Tumultuous applause. Comrades, we must abolish the cult of the individual decisively, once and for all. We must draw the proper conclusions concerning both ideological, theoretical and practical work. It is necessary for this purpose. First, in a Bolshevik manner to condemn and to eradicate the cult of the individual as alien to Marxism-Leninism and not consonant with the principles of party leadership and the norms of party life, and to fight inexorably all attempts at bringing back this practice in one form or another. To return to and actually practice in all our ideological work the most important theses of Marxist-Leninist science about the people as the creator of history and as the creator of all material and spiritual good of humanity, about the decisive role of the Marxist Party in the revolutionary fight for the transformation of society, about the victory of communism. In this connection we will be forced to do much work in order to examine critically from the Marxist-Leninist viewpoint and to correct the widely spread erroneous views connected with the cult of the individual in the sphere of history, philosophy, economy, and of other sciences, as well as in literature and the fine arts. It is especially necessary that in the immediate future we compile a serious textbook of the history of our party which will be edited in accordance with scientific Marxist objectivism, a textbook of the history of Soviet society, a book pertaining to the events of the Civil War and the Great Patriotic War. Secondly, to continue systematically and consistently the work done by the party's Central Committee during the last years, a work characterized by minute observation in all party organizations, from the bottom to the top, of the Leninist principles of party leadership, characterized, above all, by the main principle of collective leadership. Characterized by the observance of the norms of party life described in the statutes of our party, and, finally, characterized by the wide practice of criticism and self-criticism. Thirdly, to restore completely the Leninist principles of Soviet socialist democracy, expressed in the Constitution of the Soviet Union, to fight willfulness of individuals abusing their power. The evil caused by acts violating revolutionary socialist legality which have accumulated during a long time as a result of the negative influence of the cult of the individual has to be completely corrected. Comrades, the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union has manifested with a new strength the unshakable unity of our party, its cohesiveness around the Central Committee, its resolute will to accomplish the great task of building communism. Tumultuous applause. And the fact that we present in all their ramifications the basic problems of overcoming the cult of the individual which is alien to Marxism-Leninism, as well as the problem of liquidating its burdensome consequences, is an evidence of the great moral and political strength of our party. Prolonged applause. We are absolutely certain that our party, armed with the historical resolutions of the 20th Congress. Will lead the Soviet people along the Leninist path to new successes, to new victories. Tumultuous, prolonged applause. Long live the victorious banner of our party Leninism. Tumultuous, prolonged applause ending in ovation. All rise.